OCO, freethinkers.
I broke down how they took our lands, when they took our lands. I even gave you verbatim government documents, time periods, and all. There's no excuse. And all those people that's yelling and screaming, talking about Africa this, Africa that, go there. We not stopping you. Go to Africa. Go live there. See if you can blend in. Ain't gonna be nobody standing there, welcome my brother, or you are American. There's no problem. Everything you need is here. Everything you need. Follow me. And ain't gonna be nothing like that, Slim. You gotta get in where you fit in, just like everybody else out there. You think it's gonna be a way better living in Africa? They fooled the people like that went on ahead and agreed with the American Colonization Society. They made pretend like it was gonna be a better way of living in West Africa because certain parts were not fully populated, but they were fully colonized. Oh, you gonna leave one colonized land to another one and think that's gonna be a better way of living? That's why it was less than 15,000 of them that went. Everybody else was like, kick rocks. What Negro problem?
OCO, freethinkers. You're now tuned into the realest historian on the planet.
King Kong ain't got shit on me!
Relax and take notes.
He's here to make you think.
The Africans came way later, 1900s later. I put that on screen. We were not brought over here by way of slave ships. I put that on screen. I showed you that there was no such thing as a slave ship. I put that on screen. Number one, they couldn't come straight across the Atlantic with the ocean gyres there. They would be lost to sea. Number two, you're not about to fit 100, 200, nobody on a sailboat. They can't carry that much weight on a sailboat. Don't forget that they're calling them ships, but they were boats. Wherries, rowboats, those are small. The cargo ships came in the 1850s, and the first 3 cargo ships were owned by 3 different people, and those cargo ships were not being utilized commercially. The commercial use of the cargo ships came in the late 1850s. By that time, you had what, 10, 15 years more until slavery was allegedly abolished?
You are watching a master at work.
Let him cook now! Let him cook! I said, let him cook!
We have been lied to about who we are. We're not African. None of us are. They got statue after statue up of Confederate soldiers, this, Union Army, that, this museum is this. You do not have the names of your heroes that enabled slavery the way that we were told. You're not telling us the names of the people that made it seem as if you won some type of war by capturing enslaved Africans and bringing them over here. And don't get it twisted, people came, but it wasn't you. Well, me and my wife tell you in these Statue of Liberty videos, but foreigners coming. But foreigners
this motherfucker don't miss.
No, he's fucking good.
That motherfucker don't miss, man.
He's good.
In the heat of battle, he don't miss.
No.
In the heat of controversy, he don't miss.
No.
Once people get cognizant of what's going on, then yeah, we can make some changes because their stay is a temporary stay. The reason why is because if you look at the term resident, that means that's a person in transient status. That means that person has somewhere else to go.
Yeah.
That's not their original land. So this is what you're calling yourself when you're saying that you're a citizen. You're saying the same thing. A citizen is a resident. Resident is a person in transient status. That means you're there temporarily. That doesn't mean that you're there permanently. People are not tied to their states. They're tied to a state. Which one is that? It's 13 districts. So who was the head of the 13 districts? The corporation. So where was the corporation established? Washington, D.C. But Washington, D.C. is not a state, right? So anybody that's a citizen, that means that you're stateless. If you're stateless, that means you're not tied to any state. That means you're not tied to their constitution. The reason why is because you're tied to the city of Washington as a citizen. So you're here temporarily by their paperwork. They're literally trying to take you off of your land. That's the enemy. That's how you point them out.
This man is unstoppable.
This is the second time it was changed. I'm going to show you all something. These are the manuscripts of the Virginia Company of London. Look closely at the quote here. It says 20 and odd Negroes, okay? The West Indies. This is talking about the West Indies, where they got it from. That's where they were going back and forth.
I will not be debating Dane Calloway.
Yeah, that boy's scared. That boy's scared.
The best teacher you wished you had in school. Have your pens and paper handy and get ready to take notes. It's Dane Calloway.
Okay, here we go. I'm making sure everything's straight.
It's up.
Y'all can hear me, right? CO. Man, listen, we're gonna get into it tonight, but I know some of y'all gonna be like, damn, why he sound like that? I'm sick. I'm still getting over a cold. I've been out for a little minute because of that. Trying to get everything together, get the body right. So I'm probably like at 90% right now. But so if you do hear me coughing or if I'm blowing my nose and stuff like that, yeah. Now you know. Okay. So it ain't gonna be no, hey, what's wrong with him? If somebody come in later on in the stream and they trying to figure out why I sound like that, just let them know. But we ain't gonna let that stop us. We're gonna have a great night tonight. It shouldn't have it shouldn't have lasted this long. It shouldn't have. That was on me though. That was on me. But it should have been finished in like 48 hours. But it is what it is. I appreciate that. I appreciate the love, y'all. We're gonna be straight. Nah, I don't need no booster shot. I don't need none of that. I don't need none of that. All right. This your first time? Hey, welcome aboard. I appreciate that. I feel energetic, so I'm not sure if I'm going to get the yelling or not. I should though. I should. Because I know that's going to make me sweat and all that. Yeah, I do need to be sweating. You know
Set
what I'm
it
saying?
on fire.
Let me bring some heat in here. Nah, man, they talking about the recession, right? They talking about, they talking about what Trump is doing is leading America into a recession. Now, of course, it's not the American people stating that. It's like, let me tell y'all right now, hold on. As an example, actually, it's multiple examples. You guys can, wait, how do I? Here we go. You guys can actually check this out. This is not the only sources. Multiple sources talking about this. Let me see. Because of the tariffs, they trying to blame Trump and his tariffs as to the reason why the economy may go into a recession. Okay, now they also at the same time telling people there's no need to panic. And there's really no need to panic. I agree with that. There's no need to panic, but the problem is that they're not telling you what happens during a recession. Like if you're not prepared financially, that's where it's going to hurt you. We're going to get into that though really quickly. I want to play a particular video. Some of y'all may have seen, because I know I've been out for a while, 3 or 4 videos. Some of y'all may have seen a few videos that I'm getting ready to play, but there are some associating videos that I'm going to play with you for you guys, so you can see what people have been saying about the situation, especially dealing with China and the situation dealing with Trump's tariffs on China. Now, if I'm not mistaken, he went further up. Like it's over 200% in the tariffs, right, y'all? Like it was like, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it like 245? See, okay, what happened was I was going to go live about this the day I had got sick, and I had set some stuff to the side. And this is what I'm getting ready to play. All that stuff I didn't get a chance to play. 1, 2, he raised it up even more. Like, if you guys don't know, Trump and China have been going back and forth raising their tariffs up. At first it was 125. No, at first it was 100. Then 125. 175. Now it's over 200. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, you saying 249? Now keep in mind, that's what we refer to right there is the tariffs that he hit on China. So regardless, we're going to get into it. But everybody is worried that this is going to run into, people getting hit as far as the market crashing and GPD getting low. It's going to shake some things up, but I'm going to play a video that I did on this because I think I really explained it very well during that video as far as my take on this whole situation is concerned. But before I play that, let me play this other video I want to show y'all of what these people are saying. Like, okay, on TikTok, right? Notice how Trump saved TikTok again, gave them another extension. But I want y'all to see, before I play these other videos, I want y'all to see this particular video real quick of this TikToker. He's Chinese, hold up, and I want y'all to see how he claims that America needs a resolution. Hold on, so let me play this video. And I want y'all to tell me if y'all agree with him or not. Because, I mean, listen to what he's saying, okay? And then y'all tell me if y'all agree.
Saying, you guys are all blaming China, you're blaming us, but it's really your own fault, and America now needs a revolution.
They rob you blind, and you thank them for it. That's a tragedy. That's a scam. That's why I'm saying this right now. Americans, you don't need a tariff. You need a revolution. For decades, your government and oligarchs ship your job to China. Not for diplomacy, not for peace, but to exploit cheap laborers. And in the process, they hollowed out your middle class, crushed your working class, and told you to be proud.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. He on point, bro. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Like, he's actually telling what happened. That's exactly what happened. No matter how many, people want to subscribe to the fact that, oh, it's this person's fault, it's that person's fault, blaming this president, blaming that politician. Excuse me. Over time, don't forget, some of y'all, if y'all just coming in, I'm still getting over a cold. I'm like 90%, so you're going to hear me call, blow my nose and all that. Wow. Excuse me. Y'all gonna have to excuse that. We ain't gonna have that for every live stream. But yeah, I mean, he hit it right on the nose right there. So let me, just in case, let me play that part one more time.
They rob you blind, and you thank them for it. That's a tragedy. That's a scam. That's why I'm saying this right now. Americans, you don't need a tariff. You need a revolution. For decades, your government and oligarchs ship your job to China. True. Not for diplomacy, not for peace, true, but to exploit cheap laborers. True. And in the process, they hollowed out your middle class, crushed your working class, and told you to be proud while they sold your future for profit. And yes, China made money, but we used it to build roads, lift millions out of poverty, fund healthcare, raise living standard. We reinvested in our people. My family also benefited from it. What did your oligarchs do? They bought yachts, private jets, mansions with golf course driveways. They manipulate the market, dodged tax, and poured billions into endless wars. And you get stagnant wages, crippling healthcare cost, cheap dopamine, debt, and flagged wave property made in China while they pick your pocket. For 40 years, both China and the United States benefit from the trade, the manufacturing, but only one of us use that wealth to build. This isn't China's fault. This is yours. You let this happen. You let the oligarchs feed you lies. Well, they made you fat, poor, and addicted. Now they blame China for mess they made. I don't think so. I don't think you need another tariff. You need to wake up. You need to take your country back. I think you need a revolution.
Oh, he has a point.
He got more than just a point. He's telling the truth. I'm gonna tell you right now, he's telling the truth. Like, yeah, I mean, that's a major point. But our people gotta realize, I hope this mic don't act up like that. Our people gotta realize that what the problem was is that we allowed our government to be the dictators of what we should be doing for America. And like you said, they did ship out the jobs that we had here to the factories out there in China. And then they lied to us and told us that their factories were the worst conditions ever. I'm getting ready to play that video. Were the worst conditions ever. They're being like modern slavery in their factories. But yet their factories they're doing very good. Like, for example, watch this video I'm getting ready to play right here of the small factory. Watch this.
Western media always portray Chinese factories as sweatshop, like cheap labor being exploited, hard work with no pay. Today, we're gonna visit a small Chinese factory, and I'm gonna show you the living and working conditions of these factory workers. Usually, those factories are located in the suburb or countryside because the rates is so much cheaper here. This is a metal processing factory. They use metal to manufacture all kinds of stuff like windows, doors. They cut, weld, and polish different kinds of metals and turn them into different shapes. Let's go talk with some of them. 平均工资有6、7千不？不止的，不7、8千啊。有啊，不是这个。你们每天大概工作好几个小时？8个、10个。8到10个小时是不是？差不多能骗个1半噻。那其他的钱主要花在哪里呢？生活费嘛噻。就是学生的生活费啊，就是学费那些。学费啊。你们一个月是休几天呢？不一定啊，可能一个周有10次嘛。那所有工人都是包吃包住吗？对。能方便问一下你的工资吗？
So their boss pay for their meals, well, yeah, and their rent. Okay.
能方便问一下你的工资吗？
工资大概在7、8千吧。
大概你的一个月大概能存多少钱？
So that's how much he make each month.
存不到钱，为啥？It's 12 o'clock, so they finish their work and are ready for lunch. This is their canteen. They can have lunch and dinner here for free, so they don't have to spend extra money on groceries. Now I'm gonna visit one of the factory workers' apartments. All the factory workers are living in the nearby village. Wow, there's an elevator. Okay, let's take a look inside. So one living room, and also come with a TV, and 2 bedroom come with windows. Another bedroom's here.
I mean, I will hope it comes.
Oh, so this is a bedroom for the kids, and this is the kitchen. So 2 bedrooms, 1 living room.
Wait, what? 2 bedroom, 1 living room. I'm guessing that's 800 square feet. 114.
It's around a little bit more than $100 because it's in the countryside, so the rent is gonna be much cheaper. There is also public balcony. So here is the surroundings. It's in a village. By the way, there are so many factories in China. Some have better working conditions, some have worse conditions. So it's hard to show you the full picture.
Okay, so she just admitted it. Some got better living conditions, some got worse conditions.
Sure, but if you're interested, let me know. I'm gonna show you more.
Okay, so
what's the
anyway, so not all the time are they in the, in a position where it's like a sweatshop, like how they would try to make it seem it is out there for those folks. Yeah, I mean, they're exploiting the cheap labor because they don't want to have to, come out of their pocket more. That means there's more money in their pockets. A couple days ago, that's the days that I missed it, going live because I was sick and I'm still sick right now. So these videos I'm getting ready to play right now were TikTok, Chinese people basically exposing American and European companies. Hold on, I'm trying to grab that real quick. Here we go.
Do you recognize this style, this bag? Of course you do. For the past more than 30 years, we have been the OEM factory for most of the luxury brands around the world. Gucci, Prada, Coach, Louis Vuitton, you name it. But for this, I am not proud because...
all the more, hold on, I'm not gonna lie. All the more reason why our people need to start. And as far as, I'm talking about the Niji people now, the so-called color people, why do we have to hold these companies up so goddamn high? Gucci this and Prada that, Chanel, all of them. Oh, there go my nose again. Why we gotta hold them up high? Why are y'all holding them up high like they valuable? Meanwhile, you could go to China and get that same $6,000-$7,000 bag for $20. And you can't call it a knockoff because that's where they're getting it from. It's being manufactured in China. That's embarrassing. Excuse me. I told you I'm gonna have to be blowing my nose and coughing during the stream, but people are literally fighting and killing each other over these materialistic things that are the only reason why they have value is because you holding it up as if it has value. It's an illusion. $20, $25 bags come back to America or Europe, $6, $7 or higher. Like, who made these people famous? Now, the other guy said that this was happening for 40 years. Now, that's in the 1980s. Now, if we think about it, during that time period, things were changing. You didn't see a lot of our factories, sticking around. A lot of them were being shut down. Factory workers were being underpaid and then they got let go. There are some, don't get me wrong, there are some still in existence, but not like how it was, for example, from the 1700s until all the way up until the 1960s. I know that guy was like referring to the 80s, but I want to say the 60s. I mean, I know it got worse. It took a big hit in the 80s. By the way, that's when the internet came. At that same time, they felt as though they don't need to pay America and Americans. But no, we want them to buy it. Nah, the only
We're
thing
only
we want from
making our
Americans
wages.
is
The
their
profit
money.
margin for the people who are actually making the bags are very low. What I'm really proud of is that first, we have the best quality control. Two, we have the best craftsmanship. Chinese craftsmen are always intelligent and diligent. Three, we have the most complete...
And hold on. And of course he gonna talk about his own people in a great way. I mean, I'm telling you, we will be in that same position if we would have kept it the way it was. The craftsmanship. Like, I can't even name a person that I know personally that's into stuff like this. Very rarely do I catch people that are into creating these items go that route and create their own items that they can sell. Clothing, bags, accessories, whatever it is. But they're quick to go outsource the material from these Chinese manufacturing companies so they could, save money. And yeah, that's anybody, no matter their skin complexion, they charging an arm and a leg in Europe and America. Now, that just goes to show you that we had everything that we needed in the past. What went wrong? A lot of people got greedy, wanted more. So go back to what that Chinese guy was saying in the previous video. They running around in their yachts. You know what I mean? high price vacations. They not caring about you. Same thing with Trump, or Elon rather, exposing all those politicians that have multi-million-dollar homes and taking multi-million-dollar vacations, and well, not multi-million-dollar vacations, but spending multi-million-dollars on a grand total, allegedly vacationing. But as far as their homes are concerned, there's no way they should be doing that. $9-10 million homes. How? They only barely making 190 grand a year. But some type of way, they fraudulently are able to pull in millions of dollars. Yeah, man. It's time to call out those people that was at the top. The Black News, I appreciate that. Thank you for showing love. Hold on, let me drop a bomb. We got away from our ways that actually benefited America. What I strongly suggest for people to understand why Trump is doing this, to me, and I'm going to play that video where I went into that, my take. To me, it seems like Trump wants to make America great again by going back to what made America great. America dependent on America. America not dependent on outside sources. America dependent on America. What's wrong with that? And people actually turning their nose up to that. That will in turn bring more jobs. That will probably lower the cost of a lot of things. Because of that. It may even be equal pay. Because of that. Keep in mind, he's doing away with DEI at the same time. It shouldn't have been about your skin complexion to begin with. It should be about what skills you possess. I want to hire the best craftsmen to make the best purse that I'm getting ready to sell to the ladies here in America. Whether that person is a Niji or not. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see your skill. Oh, you made this? Say no more. Fill out this app. We let this get away
the
from
supply
us.
chain. We always get what we want, like zippers, accessories of any kind, any color, and leathers immediately. Now, as the USA and its little European brothers are trying to refuse Chinese goods, don't you think luxury brands are not trying to move their OEM out of China? Yes, they did, but they failed. Because the OEM factories out of China, they don't have good quality control, and they don't have as good craftsmanship. Their workers are either too expensive or too lazy. 3, they don't have any supply chain. They always have trouble getting leather or zippers or any accessories. That is why they failed, and that is why we will always be the best OEM factory for luxury brands. Why don't you just contact us and buy from us? You won't believe the prices we give you.
Ooh, the way he ended that? Why don't you contact us? Why don't you contact us and buy from us? You won't believe the prices we give. I'm telling you. Them expensive bags you wanted, ladies, $30. I'm talking about 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 20 grand for that bag you wanted now. Hit up Cuzzo right here. You go get that for $20, $30. And I believe them. I know they getting it from China. Well, who else they getting it from? Name a factory in Europe that's pushing it out like that. Notice how, and here I go telling on myself, but notice how when Gucci or somebody come out with something new, I mean, because I'm guilty of it. I got caught in that trap too. For example, if I'm buying a purse for her and, I'm telling on myself, but notice how it's always a weight, right? There's always a wait. Unless you go into the store directly, but if you're getting it offline, it's a wait. And I don't mean a week or two. It's always like 3-4 weeks. Depending on what you getting. Not the used stuff, the so-called brand new stuff. They usually take a while to get to you. But that's because it's coming from China. From China to whoever, Europe and America, right? Then from there to us. What you say, Tank? You was stationed in Japan for a year and you was buying straight from them and shipping back to the US to my people? You said you was literally buying new J's for $20, $30. No lie. This was back in 03, 04. Tank. I'm going to tell you right now, and I appreciate that dono, Tank. Right now, I used to know when we were younger, I went to the school that was nothing but a freaking fashion show all the way to hell uptown in DC. We had to connect on the new J's too. Brand spanking new. And we was only getting it, we was getting them for like that, 20, 30. We was getting it so much that we could sell, okay, for example, we could sell the J's for a cheaper price than what they are paying at the store in school. So you just imagine how much money you gonna make in the school after you done got them shoes for like $5, $10, them same Jordans for like $5, $10 in China or Japan. I'm just saying, y'all gotta understand how bad it is right now. It's people out here in America willing to spend $300,000 to $15,000, $16,000 for some shoes that only took between $5, $10, and $20 to make. That has to stop. But keep in mind, we calling these people the knockoffs. We calling these people the cheap stuff, but whole time these same companies that's selling you, for example, they getting it from China. They making them in China, then shipping it to America. The legit Jordans. The legit shoes. That's why I'm so glad that a lot of Americans saw this. Because again, even me, we will turn our nose up real quick. Man, that's a knockoff. Now, where you get that from? And the whole time it's the same company that's behind the scenes making the material for that so-called brand, luxury brand company. Now, I'm not in that industry, but he said it's hard for American companies and European companies to get the leather. Wow. It's hard for American companies or European companies to get the zippers, to get the shoestrings, the accessories of the accessories. He said that quality control is so top notch, they won't ever have to worry about outsourcing anything. Everything is in-house. Man, I really do hope that this wake more people
You won't
up.
believe the prices we give you.
Wholesalers, it's 2024 and you still don't know who are the suppliers behind Dior? Their knitwears and cardigans are from Beyond Garments from Hangzhou. Beyond Garments is also the supplier behind many luxury brands from America and Europe like Sandra, Maj, and Versace. Second, most of the Dior's cosmetic products are actually produced by Taiho Group, which is also the supplier behind Lancome and Loewe. Third, 24-hour packaging technology from Shenzhen provide exquisite packaging and bags for Dior. Of course, Dior has their own factories in many countries, supplies different products for them. If you want to know more about this part of the information, tell me in the comment section so I'll prepare for my next videos. I'm Luna. Follow me for more China sourcing tips. Louis Vuitton and Chanel will hate me if I tell you this, revealing the secret behind big brand. Let's go. Hang Long from Singapore. Or holding rugs for their landscape from France. Tannery Haas.
Wow.
Italian tannery, Fight. Labri Tecna from Italy. Guess where I found all those secret suppliers? All in APIF Hong Kong. It's only the first day of this exhibition. There are still 2 more days to go. Don't miss this. Come over and check.
I'm just thinking about how much money our people, all of us, y'all, arm and a leg for these companies. Ooh, they caked up off of this, y'all.
Do you want to buy laundry pots? Do you want laundry capsule? Do you want laundry beads? 1 pot costs only 5 cents. You can get 20 pots for just $1. You have good quality with better price.
Whoa. Hold on.
Do you want laundry beads? 1 pot costs only 5 cents. You can get 20 pots for just $1.
Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute. Hold on. Some of y'all may just be on that liquid, right? Who know about the pods? Y'all know about the pods? Dropping it in the machine? And you know you using like 4 or 5 of them at a time. He just said 20 for $1. Now, chat, y'all tell me, chat, how much the little tub that they give you? Matter of fact, I need to, damn. I wish I took a picture of that. I didn't even know this was in here, because I'll find out. Matter of fact, I can look that up. Hold up. Let me look up how much them pods are. All right, so the laundry pods, woo, $30 at Walmart. Hold on. Listen, y'all. Look, okay, here go Walmart. Look. The pods. Y'all know what I'm talking about? $30. And how many come in there? 42. 40. He said, okay, look, it's 40. Y'all see this, right? Y'all can see this? I'm highlighting it right here. Look, 42 come in the drink, right? And he just said, where that video at? He just said 20 for $1. And he said 1 is 5 cents. Didn't he say 1 is 5 cents? Hold on.
Do you want laundry capsule? Do you want laundry beads? 1 pot.
Yeah, 1 pot is 5 cents. Wow. So that would technically be, and hold on, and what did he say?
That's only 5
20
cents.
for $1?
You can get 20.
Okay. So that should be $2.10. Hold up, wait a minute. Let me pull that back up. Instead of $30, woo! Instead of $30, this should be $2.10. Oh my goodness. Wow. Bro, we letting them get away with so much stuff. Man, I can't wait till Americans just say, man, I can't wait till they had enough. Man, please stand up, y'all. Please stand up.
Pots for just $1. You have good quality with better price. 10 years factory in Guangzhou. If you want to be our agent, please contact me for free sample.
Your made in Italy Gucci 80% come from Chinese factory. They just add the logo in Europe to make you pay the price of 10 times. Close your eyes.
Hold on. So she just said basically that the Gucci 80% made in China, they just add the logo. Ooh, man.
Bill Hammer says, made in China, does it feel cheaper? No, that's not a quality issue. It's luxury brand washing. Fun fact, the hands stitching your product, 42% are Chinese artisans. We don't do cheap. We do underrated luxury. Why pay 2,000 euro for Parisian air? Same leather, same craft, just without the European fairy tale facts. Be a luxury rebel, you can shop on Chinese platforms such as Taobao, 1688, Tianmao, Jingdong. You can even go directly to Guangzhou, Yiwu, Quanzhou, Wenzhou to buy. Don't know how to buy, how to pay, or arrange delivery? Just PM me. GoNest to provide free shopping.
That's another reason why them white folks be scared of them Chinese folk. That's another reason why them white folk be scared of them Chinese folk. When it come to business, and even when I was in school, them white people did not get them Chinese. They always were jealous of the Chinese. It seemed like they be jealous of everybody, don't they? All right, let me not make it a race thing. Let me keep
guidance
it moving.
and shipping services for you.
Who are the suppliers behind the Solomon, Timberland, New Balance, Adidas, Nike, la 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 la? First about.
Oh my God, bruh. Swear to God, y'all don't wear none of these brands right there. Timberland, New Balance, Adidas, and Nike. Swear. Anybody, if you don't wear neither one of these brands that she just said, press 1. Press 1. If you don't wear Timberland, New Balance, Adidas, and Nike, press 1. I dare you. Don't lie. No. No. I said if you don't wear it. Oh my goodness. All right, look at you. Hold on. Let me show them that. Everybody pressing 1. Keep in mind, I said don't wear Timberland, New Balance, Adidas, and Nike. Press 1. But even I'm going to tell you that I wear Nike. I wear Timberland. I'm not going to cap. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm wearing Nike. I'm wearing Timberland. I don't like New Balance. Adidas is okay. Is nothing but Nike in your closet? Wait a minute, you said, damn, that went by a little too quick. Wait a minute. I'm looking at China with a side, with a side because that leather come from the continent of Africa. See, that's another thing. That's another thing. We don't know what they got going on when it comes to a deal that they got with China. And Dana Mitchell, matter of fact, let me drop a bomb.
It's up.
Dana, I appreciate that, Dana. We don't know what type of deal that they got with, with Africa, to grab the leathers. Or what if it's not even leather, but they just got some type of a material that they created as an artist to make it look and smell like leather. I saw a video, and I wish I had this, of a Chinese guy making, okay, don't you know the hair that the women use? The wigs? This guy literally made a wig from some type of a dye that's like a string. And he stretched it out. And all of a sudden, after like 5 minutes of me watching it, it turns into a whole batch of hair. It was all black at first. It looked like nothing but dye. It was crazy. Y'all saw that video? It was a plastic chemical, right? What up, Gary? What's going on, brother? Man, when I saw that video, I was like, whoa, bruh. And that's another reason why people been telling the women, please Stop getting them wigs because it causes cancer. Now, I understand, you know, my wife wanna, you know, sometimes here and there she wanna throw it on. I understand. Do she look cute in it? Yes. But should that be an everyday thing? Nah. Because you out there sweating, baby. You know what I'm saying? It's hot out here in Texas. And you letting all that get into your sweat glands. But, you know, she grown. You know, I'm not, you know. You said somebody need to tell Steve Harvey. Yeah, they said that Steve Harvey been wearing a wig for a minute. Oh, it's just me, 63 months. I appreciate that. Six shot, why is anyone surprised? That's a good question. Dana, I appreciate that, Dana Mitchell. Thank you again. But I'm not gonna lie, the situation dealing with Tide, with those pods, those laundry pods, $2.10 at Walmart and selling it for $30? Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. And here's another thing, y'all. I wanted to show y'all. Hold on, let me finish this. Hold on, I'm jumping. Let me finish this.
Factory, one of the world's largest OEM sports shoe manufacturer. It is like a Foxconn in the shoemaking industry. During its heyday, it has over 100,000 employees.
Wait. Stop. Wait a minute, y'all. This gotta stop. This gotta
just
stop,
one
bruh.
of its factory in
I was just looking at these shoes. Is that the Louis Vuitton shoes?
What's even surprised me is that it owns an independent brand called YY Sports. It's like a distributor for sports shoes like Nike and Adidas. Same as like Foot Locker in America and JD Sports in England.
Oh my goodness. This is crazy.
Same as like Foot Locker in America and JD Sports in England. Second, Huajian Group. It is one of the largest OEM manufacturer for leather shoes in China. On the other hand, Huajian mainly offer the OEM service towards those big brands like Gucci, Tory Burch, Coach, Calvin Klein, etc. Sounds crazy, right? All right, guys, this is Luna.
Her accent. Man, that was funny. Luminous Stars, thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that. Man, brand after brand after brand. Hold on, before I play that one, let me play this one real quick.
China will fight to the end, as the government has.
No, not that. Let me play this one because, hold on, the one I'm getting ready to play. Because I know, you know, it was some video, a video out there of Kanye West. I'm not changing the subject. We on the same subject. There was a video out there of Kanye West having an interview with academics. I'm not playing that. It was okay, but it was the same old. That, you know, Kanye got videos where he's ranting, and Kanye got videos where he's ranting about something tangible. Some of y'all may even record this video when he was in front of Trump. And listen closely to what he said.
Prove on this. If he don't look good, we don't look good. This is our president. He has to be the freshest, the flyest planes, the best factories, and we have to make our core be empowered. We have to bring jobs into America because our best export is entertainment and ideas. But when we make everything in China and not in America, then we're cheating on our country. And we're putting people in positions to have to do illegal things to end up in the cheapest factory ever, the prison system.
I'll tell you what, that was pretty impressive. You know, I hate to say this, Jim. Do you want to say something?
Now, listen. Was he wrong? He was absolutely correct. And what's crazy is that Trump ended up doing this.
Prove on this. If he don't look good, we don't don't look good. This is our president. He has to be the freshest, the flyest.
This was the first time Trump was president, by the way. I don't want y'all to get this misconstrued. This was the first Trump presidency.
Planes, the best factories, and we have to make our core be empowered. We have to bring jobs into America because our best export is entertainment and ideas. But when we make everything
our best export is entertainment and ideas, but
in China and not in America.
When we make everything or bring everything to China and not America,
we're cheating on our country.
We're cheating on our country, bruh. That deserves a job. Look, he's absolutely correct.
And we're putting people in positions to have to do illegal things to end up in the cheapest factory ever, the prison system.
I'll tell you what, that was pretty impressive. You know, I hate to say this, Jim. Do you want to say something? What do you do after that?
You don't mind.
You are fan. Please, Jim, please.
We don't look good. We don't look good.
Yeah. Great, right? Isn't that a great statement? And it's so true. As a country, it's so true.
All right. Let me play this.
China will fight to the end, as the government has declared, and China has now imposed the retaliatory tariff up to 125% against all U.S. exports to China. Now,
hold on. Let me make sure. Hold on. Let me look up something real quick. Let me see China's tariff. Let me make sure that that's the same number. Real quick. Let me make sure. All right. No, it's still okay. Yeah, it's still at 125%. Okay.
If things are not handled well, this means complete stop of China-US trade, both ways. No goods exported from the United States to China, and complete stop of everything made in China to the United States. This is decoupling. If the United States wants to really welcome this, China will reciprocate, and causing the breakup of China-US relations. Whether this will evolve from peace to war, well, let's all be prepared. In essence, what China now declares is that it is prepared to fight to the end. Trade war, tariff war, technology war, or real war. So the ball is in Trump.
That's another thing. The technology, our phones. Apple don't make, Apple do make some of its products, but those chips, that technology, those retina screens, man, that's coming from China.
Court, you decide, and I will reciprocate. I will never succumb to the U.S. pressure. And this is the moment of truth. China wants to defend free trade. The United States wants to destroy free trade. Right. The rest of the world is watching, and there will be a choice by the end of the day. For China, you cannot hold a gun to China's head and issue ultimatum and demand all the impossibilities, for example, and ask China to swallow that. China is the country that values dignity and decency and honor more than economic gains or economic losses. So if you want to hold a gun at China's head, China will hold a gun at your head. If you want to strike China in the cheek, China will strike you back. That's the decision and the determination of the Chinese nation. This is not belligerency. This is the minimum decency you need to apply to international relations. How can you demand other countries? I will slap you in the face. Don't slap me back. Otherwise, I will punish you more. That's the law of the jungle. The trade war launched by Trump is wrong. It's the wrong war. It's the war against mankind. MAGA, or Make America Great Again, is fine. But you cannot achieve that at the expense of other countries. You cannot achieve your greatness by belittling, by delegating or relegating.
Oh, I got to disagree with this guy. He said a bunch of things.
The
Okay,
other
hold on.
countries
Let
to
me
the
finish.
lowest echelon of the hierarchy. Every country has its ambition. Every country wants to be in the first front, first row, for example, and no country should be allowed to trample rules of free trade, to trample international order, and to dictate to others, to issue ultimatum, to hold a gun at your head, to demand submission to my will. This is the law of the jungle, and China will never have a part of that, and China will fight to death to oppose that. China is making sure that the American gets the message. If you want to impose war on China, you get war. If you want to destroy China, you get destroyed. If you want to bomb China out with nuclear weapons, you will be wiped out with nuclear weapons. That's the mutually assured destruction theory, mad theory, that everyone in Pentagon, everyone in Washington, D.C. should fully know about. China is not going to be pushed around, and China will fight to the end, one way or another, peacefully or otherwise. So the choice is in Washington. China wants to be a partner of the United States, rather than being a slave of the United States.
I mean, I guess he wanted to be the radical, take. He wanted to get the radical take on that as if it's going to be the end of the world because Trump is basically imposing a tax on China and other countries. I feel as though Trump said, all right, China, that's enough. That's enough. You've been getting away with it for so long, and so did other companies that ran in China for cheap labor. Okay, there is a good and bad side to this thing, a good and bad, but it's gonna be, to me personally, the good is gonna outweigh the bad over time. You looking to have America do for itself again. And I'm all for that. Let me go into it right here. I get into it right here. America, what do you think is happening today? Are we witnessing the fall of a fraudulent government that is finally being held responsible? Or are we facing a rapidly approaching Great Depression for all of America? Just 4 months into his second term as President of the United States, Donald Trump has signed several executive orders, including some that impose tariffs on foreign countries, importing goods and services to America. A tariff is a tax that the government imposes on these foreign countries, allowing the U.S. government to collect extra revenue from these taxes. It is unclear where this additional money will go, but Donald Trump claims that this action will lead to lower consumer prices and that America's economy will thrive even more. He also alluded to the possibility of eliminating the income tax for Americans because of the money the tariffs would generate. Hold up. Wait a minute, hold up. Now, also, hold on, I'm glad I brought that up. Let me grab that real quick. I'm glad I brought that up. Hold on, before we continue, did y'all see that executive order? Hold on, give me a second. Hold on, let me drag this back over. Hold on. Hold on, let me grab it. This just happened yesterday. Hold up. Let me grab it real quick. All right, the Trump administration plans to end the IRS direct file program, the e-filing system that allows taxpayers to file returns directly to the agency for free. The Associated Press and the Fed Scoop cited anonymous sources familiar with the plans. The Treasury Department has not made a decision about the program's future. Citing another anonymous source. Hold on. Users credited the program created under the Biden administration with making filing taxes easy as well as saving them time and money. In a survey of more than 15,000 users after its rollout in 2024, 90% of the respondents ranked their experience as excellent or above average. But the program has faced scrutiny from Republicans and commercial tax preparation companies who call development of the software a waste of taxpayer money because third-party free filing programs already exist, and they predicted future added costs if it was made available to filter in more states. When asked for comment, the IRS director, the IRS directed USA Today to the U.S. Department of Treasury, which could not immediately be reached. Hold up, and I want to show y'all. I thought they were going to talk about this executive order. Hold up. Yeah, okay, so basically it's parts. Okay, to summarize it, it's parts of the IRS that they're trying to bring down. Now, I'm not sure if it's going to be the whole thing. I think that is the overall goal, that they're trying to get rid of the whole thing. But some of it is coming down. Hold up. Damn it. I totally forgot about that. I should have had that to the side already. Tell you what, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to continue to play this video, and I'm going to find it in the meantime. Let me look for it. Could the American people afford to wait and see what happens before taking action? During his presidential campaign in 2024, Donald Trump discussed imposing tariffs on foreign countries in an interview with Joe Rogan.
Unless they pay a big price, and the big price is tariffs. And he'd speak like that, but he was right. And then around in the early 1900s, they switched over stupidly to, frankly, an income tax. And you know why? Because countries were putting a lot of pressure on America. We don't want to pay tariffs. Please don't. Believe me, they control our politicians. If you look at the kind of numbers that these guys make then and now, but we had a commission meeting in the, I think it was 1887. Think of this problem. We were so rich, we had so much money, we didn't know what to do. So they set up a blue ribbon commission on tariffs. And the sole purpose is what to do with all the money we had. We were so rich because we were taxing other people for coming in and taking our jobs. And China does it. That's what China did. If you want to open a factory and sell cars, if you build a factory here or have a factory, they don't take our cars. They wouldn't take our cars. But if you build a plant in China, you can do that. Elon did that. By the way, Elon is great. That guy is such a great guy. I think you're a fan of Elon. He is from a different planet. He's the greatest guy. That rocket coming in.
Will this be the greatest thing to ever happen in this country? Or will the country recycle something that happened historically the last time this was attempted? I will elaborate on that shortly, but first, let me explain why this situation may not be as it seems. During his term as president, Biden initially supported tariffs.
That's why today I'm announcing new tariffs in key sectors of the economy that are going to ensure that our workers are not held back by unfair trade practices. That's why today I'm announcing new tariffs in key sectors of the economy that are going to ensure that our workers are not held back by unfair trade practices.
Biden's Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen, said that at that time, Americans had nothing to worry about regarding tariffs increasing consumer prices.
As you have seen, there have been some experts, some groups, the National Retail Federation among them, who've expressed concerns that it will be U.S. consumers who eventually end up paying for these tariffs. As you know, polling shows that rising prices are voters' biggest concern right now. So I'd ask you to speak directly to them. Will American consumers bear the cost of these tariffs?
I don't believe that American consumers will see any meaningful increase in the prices that they face.
Now, we all know that prices have indeed increased for Americans, And during that time, Joe Biden imposed higher tariffs on China only. He cautioned that the universal tariffs proposed by Trump during his second presidential run, which aimed to apply to more countries than just China, would not negatively impact international businesses, but would harm American consumers.
Meanwhile, my predecessor and the MAGA Republicans want across-the-board tariffs on all imports from all countries. Could badly hurt American consumers. It's estimated it would cost the average American family an average of $1,500 a year if they succeeded in doing that. Trump simply doesn't get it. For years, I heard many of my Republicans and even Democratic friends say that China's on the rise and America has been falling behind. You may have noticed the last 2 years I've been the only one disagreeing with that. I've always believed we got it all wrong. America's rising.
The simplest way to explain what might happen next is by considering the following scenario. If a tax is imposed on foreign businesses that import goods and services to American importers, those foreign businesses will likely raise their prices. As a result, the cost of these tariffs will be passed on to the American importers. Oh, hold up. Wait a minute. I found it. And this is what I'm talking about. This is the bill that they're trying to get passed right now. Hold up. To promote freedom, fairness, and economic opportunity by repealing the income tax and other taxes, abolishing the Internal Revenue Service, and enacting a national sales tax to be administered primarily by the states. Right here. Okay. So and the reason why it took me a little second because it was a PDF. So that's why I didn't have it right away. But this is what's been going on. And I want you guys to understand that this has been around since January of this year. This has to pass Congress, though. Let me double check and make sure it didn't. Really quickly. Because this was a part of it. So, okay, while we doing that, I want y'all to see that real quick. While I'm pulling it up on this side. So repeal of the income tax, payroll tax, and estate and gift tax. Okay, sales tax enacted. So in other words, I remember during another live stream, I was telling y'all about this, that what they're trying to do is get rid of all of those taxes and just leave the sales tax. In turn, I think that's going to raise it up by 26%. Sales tax. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me look on my side because I can't see that screen. Administration policy. Okay. Business. And just in case, hold on. All right, the most practical experience administrative sales tax is found at the state government level. It is desirable to harmonize federal and state collection and to enforce efforts to the maximum extent possible. Hold on, I'm looking for it real quick. And they even mentioned, hold on, let me show y'all this part. They even mentioned the Social Security Act, okay? And the Social Security Fund. Yeah, who know about the Social Security part? The stocks and bonds. Let me see chat real quick. Hold on, let me pull chat up real quick. I ain't gonna lie, if Trump get this done, but keep in mind, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I am an independent thinker. But I'm telling you right now, if he get rid of this, bro, this major. This major. This got to be, if they end up getting rid, I'm telling you, bro, that's going to help so many people out. So y'all know about the security bond, right? Oh, damn, I'm giving it away. Y'all know about the Social Security, right? And see how he coming after that as well? Payroll tax repealed. Here's another thing, estate and gift tax repealed. You know how your estate will go into probate if you don't have it, if you have it public? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, y'all, this is major. If this ends up happening, this is, oh shit, what happened? If this ends up happening, this is major. And this is real. Anybody can pull this up. This is not a game, this is real. Real documentation. Hold up. Damn, I'm still trying to find that percentage. Because they mentioned 26%, if I'm recalling it correctly. And it's 132 pages in here, y'all. And I apologize that I wasn't prepared to have that right away. Man, forgive me. Y'all know I'm a little sick right now. My nose stuffy, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like, forgive me, okay? Because usually I'll be bam, bam, boom. Hold up. Yeah, I'm trying to find it as quick as possible, but I can't. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was going to be 26% as the sales tax. Only. That will be the only tax. It will be a sales tax. Now, remember that time where they was talking about they were going to eliminate taxes for people making $150,000 a year? You understand what I'm saying? This has to deal with everybody right here. This me, this you, this your grandmother, your grandfather, this your mama, that's your boyfriend, your husband, that's your girlfriend, your wife. This is everybody. Your churn, your churns, churn. This everybody right here. You know how much money we will be saving if we get rid of taxes? If they was to get rid of taxes for real, all of them, income tax, payroll tax, estate and gift tax, thousands of dollars, thousands. Y'all know, look at the taxes getting taken out now. You know how much you about to be saving? Your check about to be a goddamn check. Now, I'm going to have to come ask you for $1, they get rid of these. Listen, if they get rid of taxes, I'm asking for donations. No, forget that. Listen,
It's up.
Listen, they get rid of sales tax, I'm asking for donations that same day. That same day. I'm going to be on here, look, y'all. Now, it ain't no more taxes, right? So the donate button is, I'm going to come, Yeah, I'm about to come out here and start asking y'all for donations as soon as they get rid of taxes. Y'all got some extra money now. I'm going to give you the P.O. box number. I'm going to sound just like Umar Johnson.
I will not be debating Dane Calloway.
Now, with a video. I'm going to sound just like Umar.
I will not be debating Dane Calloway.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna be like, donate to me, y'all. What? Man, listen, I'm gonna come out preacher style. I'm just playing. All right, so hold on, let me go back to that video. And it's crazy because I'm telling y'all, don't quote me on that 26, but it's in here, and I believe it's 26. And I'm trying. It's it's over 100 pages, y'all. I apologize. I should have had it together. Dang, you should have had this together. My bad. All right, so let me go back to this real quick. Those foreign business, but don't get it twisted. I got the paperwork just in case. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Businesses would likely raise their prices. As a result, the cost of these tariffs will be passed on to the American importers who rely on purchasing these goods and services and then reselling them at a higher price to American consumers. Therefore, the higher the tariff imposed on a foreign country, the more expensive the goods and services will become for American importers. This cost increase will ultimately affect American consumers' buying power, leading to higher prices they would have to pay. If this situation continues for too long, it could plunge America into a Great Depression. However, before reaching that point, the economy may experience a recession. A recession. While similar to a depression. This is the reason why they're saying it's in a recession right now. It's not going to be the people that's going to admit that. It's going to be companies that's going to admit that. Because technically, you're in a soft recession right now. Low key. Okay, if you really think about that, prices are up. Okay? Prices are up. You're in a small recession right now. I'm just saying. A recession is a shorter-term economic crisis. That So if a recession is a shorter-term economic crisis, what you think you in right now? Don't forget that a lot of those people that work for the federal government lost their jobs, right? They lost their houses. They got a stimulus package, right? Oh, and speaking of stimulus package, Trump getting ready to release another one. I heard it was going to be two of them. One was going to be for $1,400, and another one is going to be for $3,200. So a recession. So right now, some of y'all gonna say, "Well, hold on. Let me explain why it's not a depression. A depression was going to be a long term. I see what you're saying though. If you count it, okay. If you count all the years, I see what you're saying. With the prices going up and up and up and up and up. I agree with you on that. No, I know what you're saying. People just recently, okay, after Trump's first term, prices went up right after that. Okay, that's why you're going to hear certain people say this was a shorter term. This is a soft recession. You're going to hear me play people's videos saying the same thing. And it's true if you look at why it would be considered a recession. Because who is it affecting? Not only is it affecting the people with the prices being up, it's affecting the companies. But keep in mind, a depression, 5, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Now, if you want to go back to what that Chinese guy was saying, that this been happening since the 1980s, that will be considered a Great Depression. So I see what you're saying, but I'm talking about a Great Depression, everybody gonna feel it. And I mean, it's gonna hurt everybody. A small recession, it's not, okay, it's to the point where some people may not even recognize it. They may not even see that they're in that state right now as far as the economy is concerned. A depression is too late. You already gonna know. A depression is gonna hurt. So it impacts businesses, employment, industrial production, global trade, the stock market. Look, it hits all of them. Look, it hits all of them. Is a shorter-term economic crisis that impacts businesses, employment, industrial production, global trade, the stock market, people's 401ks. And speaking of 401ks, y'all seen that, right? Right after I put this video out and I was telling people about their 401ks, stop playing with them 401ks. A lot of people lost it. Unfortunately. And the general public. But here, he is insisting that this is a great thing for Americans.
Century later, in the face of unrelenting economic warfare, the United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender. We cannot pay the deficits of Canada, Mexico, and so many other countries. We used to do it. We can't do it anymore. We take care of countries all over the world. We pay for their military. We pay for everything they have to pay. And then when you want to cut back a little bit, they get upset that you're not taking care of them any longer. But we have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first. And I'm sorry to say that.
I don't think you should have been sorry to say that.
And today we're standing up for the American worker, and we are finally putting America first.
Donald Trump is telling America that the tariffs he has imposed on foreign countries will benefit the nation and take care of its citizens. However, he has not promised that a recession will not occur due to these tariffs. He can't. This lack of assurance is concerning. Yep. The last time such extensive tariffs were implemented, America was in a recession and eventually fell deeper into a Great Depression in 1930. No, now listen. Matter of fact, I'm so glad I did this. This is a great example. Now, before the Depression, the Great Depression of 1930, if you heard me correctly, I told you that America was already in a recession. Okay? Then the Great Depression. Hold on. I'm jumping, but listen to me closely. Last time such extensive tariffs were implemented, America was in a recession. The last time such extensive tariffs were implemented, America was in a recession. Listen closely. And eventually fell deeper into a Great Depression in 1930 under then President Herbert Hoover. Herbert Hoover was a Quaker and a member of the Republican Party who served as the Secretary of Commerce under Presidents Harding and Coolidge. His main goal was to promote efficiency and eliminate waste in the government. Look, I'm going to let it stay there. Chat. That's what he was doing before he became president, y'all. What is Doge? You don't want history to repeat. The only reason why history would repeat is if you don't know what happened in the past. That's why it's so critical to know what happened in the past. Anything I put out where I'm in that documentary voice, right now I'm nose stuffy and everything, I'm sick, I keep repeating that just in case new people came in and hear me like, why you sound like that? I'm always giving you the history about it because you don't want this to repeat. This fool right here made a huge mistake. Now, I'm not saying that Trump gonna do the same thing, but listen to what he did. So as he was working for Coolidge, this was his duty. Okay? Running programs that supported these objectives. Doesn't this sound familiar?
Is about USAID. Has the Doge team found any evidence that any of the radical left Democrats like Maxine Waters, Adam Schiff, Chuck Schumer have received money directly from USAID? And if so, will we be hearing about that evidence anytime soon?
Yeah. So there is a massive amount of corruption.
Doge and Elon.
But it is circuitous. So what happens is there's money that, obviously it's your taxpayer money, that is then sent to various government organizations who then send it to NGOs, which an NGO is a non-governmental organization, but obviously if it's a government-funded non-governmental organization, it's just an organization, it's just a government. And effectively there's a giant fraud loophole, which is that the government can send money to an NGO that is then no longer governed by the laws of the United States. So they'll send the money overseas to one NGO, then they'll go through a bunch of them, and then I'm highly confident that a bunch of that money then comes back to the United States and lands in the pockets of the people you just mentioned. But it is a circuitous route. It's not like it doesn't go directly, but let's just say that there's a lot of strangely wealthy members of Congress.
Listen.
Where I'm trying to connect the dots of how did they become rich while earning, how'd they get 20 million if they're earning 200,000 a year? It sounds, nobody can explain that. So something's, yeah, we're going to try to figure it out and certainly stop it from happening.
One of those contracts
was to do surveys of individuals, $830 million for surveys. And so part of the question was, hey, could we actually see the surveys? And then the surveys came back, and a survey was like 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper with 10 questions that anyone's...
Heard $830 million on AI-built surveys. Y'all talking about y'all want reparations from the government. Meanwhile, the government ain't thinking about you. The government thinking about fatting its own pockets. Man,
child and junior high could have put together, or AI could have done for free, $830 million. So that's one that we've stopped. And that contract was going out after you were inaugurated, sir. So it was jumping.
It's a fraud.
Yeah.
It's a fraud. But we've had many fraudulent contracts that were caught by the work that Elon and his people are doing, and working with our people. It's been brought to light that the fraud, not just waste and abuse, the fraud has been incredible. You mentioned one, Madam.
Well, yes, sir. Well, let me just add to that, and thank you. We just had a wonderful cabinet meeting, all aligned on certainly the effort to realign the government. But even at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, we've canceled a $300,000 contract educating on food justice for queer and transgender farmers in San Francisco. A similar contract we canceled in New York, again educating transgender.
Let that sink in, y'all. Please listen to the money they was spending.
Full cabinet meeting, all aligned on certainly the effort to realign the government. But even at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, we've canceled a $300,000 contract educating on food justice for queer and transgender farmers in San Francisco.
Why is that important? Why were they spending $300,000 on some queer people, telling them about food? That's cap. You know that's not what they were using it for.
A similar contract we canceled in New York, again educating transgender and queer farmers on food justice and food equality.
On food justice and food quality. By the way, shout out to the people that's getting me. Hold on, let me keep that to myself. Oh, I'm sorry. Almost slipped up and told a plan. Y'all thought y'all was getting me because I was a little under the weather, huh? Y'all ain't about to get no secrets.
I'm not even sure what that means, but apparently the last administration wanted to put our taxpayer dollars towards that. We canceled a $600,000 contract out of Louisiana that was studying the menstrual cycles of transgender men.
Stop, bruh. Listen, y'all. What? Menstrual cycles of transgender men, 600K? How is that even scientifically possible? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? A menstrual cycle for transgender men? What are you talking about? And keep in mind, this was taxpayers' dollars. Keep that in mind.
$600,000 contract. We canceled another contract out of a university in the middle of the country that focused on getting more diversity, equity, and inclusion into our pest management industry.
Pest management industry. They wanted money for a DEI program for pest management industry. Let that sink in. Let it sink in, and then tell me, how does that make sense? How? Right, some pest control. A DEI program for that, though. This ain't even got nothing to do with humans.
Again, these are nonsensical. It makes zero sense to use taxpayer dollars to fund these. I know these are just a few examples of the hundreds and hundreds that we have found.
Well, the clear case of fraud was with the Small Business Administration, where they were handing out loans, $330 million worth of loans to people under the age of 11. I think the youngest, Kelly, was
loans for people under the age of 11. If my children are able to get a loan right now,
a 9-month-year-old who got a $100,000 loan.
A 9-month-year-old got $100,000. Yeah, you? Oh, let me go back. Hold on.
I know these are just a few examples of the hundreds and hundreds that we have found.
Well, the clear case of fraud was with the Small Business Administration, where they were handing out loans, $330 million worth of loans to people under the age of 11. I think the youngest, Kelly, was a 9-month-year-old who got a $100,000 loan. That's a very precocious baby we're talking about here.
9 month. The baby not even talking. The baby not talking. The baby not using a bathroom by itself. Can't speak English, can't write. Nine months, just started walking. Got $100K.
We're tackling the fraud, waste, and abuse of the agency. We've seen, hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud go unprosecuted. So we're taking that on. We have a zero tolerance policy for fraud, and we continue to crack down on it and make sure people are held accountable.
Despite Hoover's lack of experience in political lawmaking, President Coolidge granted him the authority to develop economic policies that led to industrial deregulation. Hoover won the presidential election in 1928 and became the U.S. president in 1929. Months after becoming president, his ineffective policies resulted in the stock market crash known as Black Tuesday on October 29, 1929. Unfortunately, this led to a recession from which America could not recover. On June 17, 1930, Hoover signed the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act into law, which imposed higher tariffs, nearly 60%, on thousands of imported goods. So he made it worse. So not only were they already in a recession, he raised higher taxes. Listen, thinking I was going to bring them out of the recession. And I put them in a Great Depression. This increased prices for Americans, triggered retaliation from other countries, and further exacerbate the economic collapse, contributing to the Great Depression, which lasted for 10 years. History tells it lasted a little longer than 10 years. That's why I put that note down there. That higher tariffs imposed on thousands of imports will cause issues for Americans. Still, Donald Trump's Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, said this when asked if he believes that Trump's tariffs will work in favor of America. All right, hold up. Before I play that, shout out to the moderators. I just so happened to look up and I was reading and I noticed that person put that in there like 4 times and then somebody said, don't get it twisted. We got snipers in the house and they aim directly at the head, okay? All right, here we go. Here we go. Don't get it twisted. Shout out to the moderators and the administrators.
The people who are hoping that yesterday's move will lead to a demonstrably brighter future within 4 years. Is it your sincere prediction that within 4 years we'll say, actually, that kind of worked?
I believe that it's going to work. And I know that what we were doing wasn't working.
Yes.
So I think we have to try this. and I have a high confidence ratio it's going to work. And I have a very high confidence ratio. The good news is we have President Trump's previous term when everyone said none of this was going to work. Oh, the China tariffs are going to do this. They're going to cause inflation. They didn't. This is going to happen to working class. It's going to be bad for working class Americans. Well, guess what? Working class.
I'm not going to lie. That's not exactly true right there. That's not exactly true right there. Prices did start going up under Trump's administration, his first term, once he slapped a higher tariff on them. And remember, they raised it, I think that was 2018. China came back and raised their prices up a little bit more, their tariffs. Now, in turn, that made all the prices go up again at that time. Now, I'm not, again, don't forget, I'm not for Democrats. I'm not for Republicans. I'm biased. I did see the price increase during his first term for the consumers.
Americans, that hourly workers did better than supervisory workers. The bottom 50% of households, their net worth increased faster than the top 10% of households. And look, I'm not happy with what's going on in the market today, but the distribution of equities across households, the top 10% of Americans own 88% of equities, 88% of the stock market. The next 40% owns 12% of the stock market. The bottom 50 has debt. They have credit card bills. They rent their homes. They have auto loans, and we've got to give them some relief. That I was struck by the statistic from last year.
That's the message right there. Just as a bystander, I'm like, wow, okay.
And just so you know, Elon Musk sang a different song in May 2024, saying he favored no tariffs.
In general, I'm in favor of no tariffs. I'm also actually in favor of no tax incentives for EVs, but provided that there are also the tax incentives for oil and gas must also be eliminated. So I'm in favor of no tariffs and no incentives for electric vehicles or for oil and gas. And if they're all taken away, I think that would be for the best.
So it's back to what you were saying about truth. You want the truth of
So keep that in mind. Elon was not for that. I just want y'all to know that. And he's still not. He's still not. That's still his take. He didn't renege on that. Faith is all we need said everybody's getting over on America. Other countries all in business with each other, bullying the bully, and the bullies played us. Now, and I appreciate the super chat. I'm gonna, okay. I agree with you to a certain extent. What I think happened was that, yes, America went into business with these other countries. And these other countries were allowed to get paid from America and Europe to take care of their countries because of that. What America messed up at was handing their resources to other countries and not taking care of home. They were not taking care of home. All of those people that were involved in the government were not taking care of home when it came to the industry, the industrial enterprise. They shipped it elsewhere. Literally. And said, oh no, we could do better in this country. Matter of fact, we'll bring this country up. So it's not like they became a bully. Because of that, they were doing what they had to do. They saw opportunity and said, oh, America trying to give us, oh, okay, say less. I'm in for it. We right there with them. Let's do business, America. But we messed up. Well, not we. The government got greedy. Because I don't want us to take the blame for that. It's not our fault. That was the government's fault. outsourcing everything, allowing these other countries to come up. So I wouldn't say bullying the bully. That's the only part I disagree with. Because technically, they in the same bed with each other, up under the same sheets, filling on each other's legs. They not going to complain. They not. 6'4" Kapaniji said we have to stop relying on this government and get to work on our own. We clearly see what we don't want. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that. I think that is what is the agenda or the Trump administration's agenda. I believe that's what they're trying to do. To put everything back in America forcefully to enrich America again. That's what it looks like to me. And I appreciate that. Thank you for the 5 months of the road, 264. Mahogany Trucks, thank you for the super chat. You said, buy what you need. They told you don't buy new for 18 months. Hold on. They told you don't buy new for 18 months last year. Okay. Yeah, you can't, not a lot of things can be trusted. All the way down to our foods. Oh, that's another thing I need to get back to. I forgot about that. Y'all got to remind me about the foods part. Because did y'all start seeing how they were exposing the foods? The Chinese people were exposing the foods here in America? Even though we should already know this, like we know RFK Jr. was talking about all those dyes and he was trying to ban all of those dyes and stuff like that. And saying that it was too many oils inside of the foods that we're eating. Vegetable oil, canola oil. What's another one? It's a couple of them. Back to back in one food product. And then they enriched. They call it enriched corn. Oh, yeah, that was another one. Corn oil. Yeah, soybean oil. All that stuff is bad for us. All of it. All of it. Now, what China was saying is that they getting, that not only are they getting it from them, they're getting it for cheap. They're getting it for cheap. Faith, I appreciate that you said the super chat saying we ain't getting screwed with no Vaseline. But the American government did it to themselves. They did it to America. Again, this is another reason why I'm saying that Trump is not wrong for calling that out and trying to correct it. I agree that he needs to call out that fraud and do away with it. The government is supposed to be working for the people, not against the people. If Trump legit, he should be flipping this upside down, and that's what it looked like. And we only 4 months in.
I think generally things that inhibit freedom of exchange or distort the market are not good.
So even Trump's primary campaign donor opposes tariffs, likely explaining his silence about them on Twitter. Trump declared April 2nd the start of Liberation Day and signed multiple tariffs that he said were reciprocal.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day, waiting for a long time. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed.
See, America's industry will be reborn. I mean, that's the ultimate goal, to have it here in America. That, I'm not gonna lie, if that does happen, that is going to be for America's benefit. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Now, it's going to be rough in the beginning because these factories will have to get built. You know, they're going to have to start creating some sources, basically, or resources rather. Let me say resources here in America. Those companies that ran away to places like China, stuff like that, they're going to have to come back here. If they're an American business, that's going to force, like that guy said, the quality control, that's going to force all that stuff to be better over time. But it is going to be a rough little patch in the beginning. But you got to start somewhere. Like, that's in business in general. Some businesses, you know, don't come in, you know, on 2 feet. Not all of them. Not all businesses come in on 2 feet. They start on their knees and then gradually move up from foot to foot. It's a process to climb the ladder. And even though we had an industry before, or an industrial complex before, they shit that stuff out. That's on the government, though. That is on the government, and that's on our people for not saying anything. And not doing nothing about it. Look at how many more jobs will be available when America has its own industry. And everything. Dealing with the supply chain. I agree. Everything will be better, business-wise.
And the day that we began to make America wealthy again. Going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. American steel workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen. We have a lot of them here with us today. They really suffered gravely. They watched in anguish as foreign leaders have stolen our jobs, foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. We had an American dream that you don't hear so much about. You did 4 years ago. And you are now, but you don't too often, and for many years and decades even, you didn't hear too much about. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen. In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal. That means they do it to us and we do it to them. Very simple. Can't get any simpler than that. This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of economic independence. For years, hardworking American citizens were forced to sit on the sidelines as other nations got rich and powerful, much of it at our expense. But now it's our turn to prosper, and in so doing, use trillions and trillions of dollars to reduce our taxes and pay down our national debt, and it'll all happen very quickly. With today's action, we are finally going to be able to make America great again, greater than ever before. Jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country, and you see it happening already. We will supercharge our domestic industrial base. We will pry open foreign markets and break down foreign trade barriers. And ultimately, more production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices for consumers. This will be indeed the golden age of America. It's coming back, and we're going to come back very strongly. For decades, the United States slashed our trade barriers on other countries, while those nations placed massive tariffs on our products and created outrageous non-monetary barriers to decimate our industries. And in many cases, the non-monetary barriers were worse than the monetary ones. They manipulated their currencies, subsidized their exports, stole our intellectual property, imposed exorbitant VAT taxes to disadvantage our products, adopted unfair rules and technical standards, and created filthy pollution havens. They were absolutely filthy, but they always came to us and they said, we're violating, we should pay for it. It's all detailed in a very big report by the U.S. Trade Representative on foreign trade barriers, and I'll just hold it up for you. It's available, and you don't have to pay too much. As I understand it, you'll pay nothing. It's a lot of work for something, actually, because it's a special book. It's very.
By the way, I'm still waiting for my copy to get here, but go ahead.
Frankly, it's very upsetting when you read it, when you see what people have been doing to us for 30 years. This all happened with no response from the United States of America, none whatsoever. But those days are over. Let me offer just a few examples of the vicious attacks our workers have faced for so many years. The United States charges other countries only a 2.4 tariff on motorcycles. Meanwhile, Thailand and others are charging much higher prices, like 60%. India charges 70%. Vietnam charges 75%, and others are even higher than that. Likewise, until today, the United States has for decades charged a 2.5 tariff. Think of that, 2.5% on foreign-made automobiles. The European Union charges us more than 10% tariffs, and they have 20% VATs, much, much higher. India charges 70%, and perhaps worst of all are the non-monetary restrictions imposed by South Korea, Japan, and very many other nations. As a result of these colossal trade barriers, 81% of the cars in South Korea are made in South Korea. 94% of the cars in Japan are made in Japan. Toyota sells 1 million foreign-made automobiles into the United States, and General Motors sells almost none.
Making fun of America,
Ford sells very little. None of our companies are allowed to go into other countries. And I say that, friend and foe. And in many cases, the friend is worse than the foe in terms of trade. But such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base and put our national security at risk. I don't blame these other countries at all for this calamity. I blame former presidents and past leaders who weren't doing their job. They let it happen. And
y'all heard that, right? Hold on, Trump. Say it one more time, Trump.
National security at risk. I don't blame these other countries at all for this calamity. I blame former presidents and past leaders who weren't doing their job. They let it happen, and they let it happen to an extent that nobody can even believe.
That's taking accountability. I'm not going to lie. That's taking accountability. Even though he in that same presidential position, he know it was past leaderships that did America wrong. I like that.
That's why, effective at midnight, we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles. With today's actions, we're also standing up for our great farmers and ranchers who are brutalized by nations all over the world. Brutalized. Canada, by the way, imposes a 250 to 300% tariff on many of our dairy products. They do the first the first can of milk. They do the first little carton of milk at a very low price, but after that it gets bad, and then it gets up to 275, 300%.
Why do we need that milk? We got our own farms out here. Why? Come on.
So when they're figuring what's Canada charging, they say, about 2%, 3%. But take a look at what happens down the road. When you look a little bit, it's not a pretty picture, and we don't like it, and it's not fair. It's not fair to our farmers. It's not fair to our country. And with countries like Canada, we subsidize a lot of countries and keep them going and keep them in business. In the case of Mexico.
So not only did they set it up that these countries are taxing America a great deal, they also are using Americans' tax dollars to bring their countries up. Nobody could do that for them but the government, past leadership. To go back to what I said at the very beginning of this video, is this America finally taking accountability for its actions?
So it's $300 billion a year. In the case of Canada, it's close to $200 billion a year. And I say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? I mean, at what point do we say you got to work for yourselves and you got to? This is why we have the big deficits. This is why we have that amount of debt that's been placed on our heads over the last number of years.
Yeah, but I agree. They ain't got no choice. But why does that matter to us? Why should we care about what they going through? That ain't got nothing to do with America. You know what I'm saying? But I think it was the past leadership that felt as though they could exploit these countries and other areas in order to fatten up their pockets. That's exactly what happened. This is the reason why you're seeing constant fraud that they allegedly are, discovering in their investigation on the government. On the government.
We're really not taking it anymore. Through non-tariff barriers, the European Union bans imports of most American poultry. You understand? They say, we want to send you our cars, we want to send you everything, but we're not going to take anything that you have. Australia bans, and they're wonderful people and wonderful everything, but they ban American beef, yet we imported $3 billion of Australian beef from them just last year alone. They won't take any of our beef. They don't want it because they don't want it to affect their farmers. And you know what? I don't blame them, but we're doing the same thing right now, starting about midnight tonight, I would say. And China charges American rice farmers an overquota, it's called, a tariff rate of 65%. South Korea charges 50%. Actually, they charge different, from 50% to 513%. And Japan, our friend, charges us 700%. But that's because they...
And we got the rice fields. And we got the rice fields right here. Man, the factories and the farms out here could be a lot better if the American government wasn't so greedy and invested in these factories and these farms the proper way. Right, so those, exactly. The beef will be a lot better if the animals were fed better. I agree. We wouldn't need to subsidize anything. We wouldn't need any of that. It's just if we just focused focused on what's going here at home. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad that this
don't want us selling rice and other thing. Who can blame them, Madam Secretary? Agriculture, great job you did on eggs.
Our people were very known for rice. We were well known for rice here in America. I'm talking about historically now. The indigenous people. Our people were well known for rice. Well known. Yes, and corn too. Yes, absolutely. Yep. Got it. We got to bring it back. Got to bring it back. Yeah, the Uncle Ben rice. Pot boiled rice. What you know about that? There's nothing wrong with, us doing it right here. They need to stop spraying that chaff in the air. That's another thing. Stop that spraying in the air. Stop that.
By the way, the egg prices came down 50%. You got them down 50% once we got involved. They were going through the sky. The egg prices, they were going through the sky, and you did a fantastic job. Now we have lots of eggs, and they're much cheaper, down about 59% now, and they're going down further. We charge 2.8% for so many things that other countries are charging 200%, 300%, and 400% for. If imposing tariffs and protective barriers made nations poor, then every country on earth would be racing to eliminate these policies, and China would be the first online. They run a very strong country.
Yeah, I agree with
But,
you. And I know
they're not-
he said that the prices of eggs went down by 50%. I mean, I don't know where he's seeing that at. I don't know where he's seeing that at. I'm going to be honest with you. He was just thanking somebody in the audience for bringing the prices down for eggs. I don't see that. It may be, I don't know. Do y'all see the prices of eggs going down? Or did y'all see the prices of eggs going down? I didn't see eggs go down. It's $4 at Audi's. Trader Joe's $4. A lot of people saying no. They did not see the price of eggs go down. Not by no 50%. Hold on, let me go back. Because he said, hold on, he congratulated that lady for bringing it back. Hold on, let me see.
To 513%. In Japan, our friend charges us 700%, but that's because they don't want us selling rice and other things. Who can blame them, Madam Secretary? Agriculture, great job you did on eggs, by the way. The egg prices came down 50%. You got them down 50%. Once we got involved, they were going through the sky. The egg prices, they were going through the sky, and you did a fantastic job. Now we have lots of eggs, and they're much cheaper, down about 59% now, and they're going down further.
Stop. I'm going to be honest with you. Where that 50% at? That 50% drop. Anybody seen a 50% drop? Let me know. I'm going to see if, I'm going to see if DoorDash could deliver from your state to my state, I mean, all I got to do is pay them a couple extra dollars. Ain't nothing but a hop, skip, and jump now. Tell me where that 50% at. Where is that at? What state was that? Where okay, who in the chat right now, where did y'all see a 50% drop in eggs? Where they at? Florida? You lying, Ben. Don't say it was in Florida. Florida. Are you saying it was in Florida? Maryland? Ohio? A 50% drop? Y'all make it, look, I'm not saying 50 cents. 50% drop in price. Nah, not in Florida. Okay. The lowest was 6 for $12. Savannah, Georgia, almost $9. Wait, so hold on. So are y'all saying y'all saw a 50% drop in Ohio? Huh? Montana, you capping? You capping, ain't you? It used to be 10 for brown eggs, now $9. Montana. 50% drop. It's okay. I'm about to say, bruh. From 10 to 9, ain't no 50% drop. Okay, I'm just making sure. Because y'all need to know. Don't tell me read. I saw what you said the first time. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. $5.99. Okay, no drop in Detroit. Nah. There was people in Ohio that spoke up and said their prices ain't go down. That's what Montana got quiet. I'm gonna get Montana later. I'm gonna get him later. Mahogany just said rural areas in the Midwest. Man, y'all need to start sending me them pictures. Look, y'all need to get inside of the 13% community server. When y'all see them prices drop, post it in the 13% community server. Please. Huh? Look, look, the only time their price is going to drop a little bit is if they got a membership card or something. I'm going to tell you that right now. A 50% drop? Where? He said 50.
We charge 2.8% for so many things that other countries are charging 200%, 300%, and 400% for. If imposing tariffs and protective barriers made nations poor, then every country on earth would be racing to eliminate these policies, and China would be the first on line. They run a very strong country, but they're not first in line, and the American people are paying a very big price. From 1789 to 1913, we were a tariff-backed nation, and the United States was proportionately the wealthiest it has ever been. So wealthy, in fact, that in the 1880s, they established a commission to decide what they were going to do with the vast sums of money they were collecting. We were collecting so much money so fast, we didn't know what to do with it. Isn't that a nice problem to have? What do you think, Marco? Good problem?
So you said, okay, Punch said Costco got 32 eggs for $8. He said, okay, and thank you for the super chat, y'all. Thank y'all for the super chat like that. He said Costco got 32 eggs for $8. That's kind of low. That's kind of low. Hidden Gems is up to the stores to drop prices. Some may keep their prices up for profit reasons. Yeah, absolutely.
Marco would love that problem.
Absolutely.
But we don't have that problem anymore, but we're not going to have it very much longer, I will tell you. But they collected so much money, they actually formed a commission to determine what they were going to do with the money, who they were going to give it to, and how much. Then in 1913, for reasons unknown to mankind, they established the income tax so that citizens, rather than foreign countries, would start paying the money necessary to run our government. Then in 1929, it all came to a very abrupt end with the Great Depression, and it would have never happened if they had stayed with the tariff policy. It would have been a much different story. They tried to bring back tariffs to save our country, but it was gone. It was gone. It was too late. Nothing could have been done. It took years and years to get out of that depression, far longer than even FDR had that office right over there for a long period of time. The ramp system that's rather intricate was built because of him, and every time you walk up, you think of him, and he did a great job in many ways, but it lasted long beyond his terms, as you know. But it's not too late any longer, and we're going to start being smart, and we're going to start being very wealthy again. We're going to be wealthy as a country because they've taken so much of our wealth away from us. We're not going to let that happen. We truly can be very wealthy. We can be so much wealthier than any country. It's not even believable, but we're getting smart. Nearly a century later, in the face of unrelenting economic warfare, the United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender. We cannot pay the deficits of Canada, Mexico, and so many other countries. We used to do it. We can't do it anymore. We take care of countries all over the world. We pay for their military. We pay for everything they have to pay. And then when you want to cut back a little bit, they get upset that you're not taking care of them any longer. But we have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first. And I'm sorry to say that. And today we're standing up for the American worker, and we are finally putting America first. In sleepy Joe Biden's last year in office, the United States hemorrhaged.
If you think I'm listening to a liar, Frank, it's all good. I mean, what did he lie about? I mean, it's a couple things he did lie about. I did point that out. You know, but what does that mean? Like, what are you trying to get at? You saying I'm listening to him.
100,000 manufacturing jobs, and the number was going through the roof at levels never seen before. And our trade deficit reached a record 1 point.
I got to disagree with you. Trump don't lie about everything. He does, you know, he does tell some lies. Not everything is true. But nah, I mean, as far as listening to him, like what? What do you mean by that? Explain that part.
$2 trillion, which is unheard of. Since the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. It was a horror show. I was able to terminate it. They all said you'd never be able to get it out. We had to get approval from Congress to get it terminated.
I agree.
We had to live with that deal. It was the worst deal, worst trade deal ever made by far.
Country. I agree.
But since the very beginning of NAFTA, our country lost 90,000 factories. Think of what that is, 90,000. Think about putting a map up and putting tax on it. You wouldn't have enough room. 90,000. I said, is that possible? We had it checked 4 different times, and it was actually somewhat higher than that. And 5 million manufacturing jobs were lost while racking up trade deficits of $19 trillion. That was the worst trade deal ever made. As a result of these gigantic losses, foreign nations now own $26 trillion more of American assets than think of this, than the Americans own of their own foreign assets or other foreign assets. The United States can no longer produce enough antibiotics to treat our sick. We have a tremendous problem. We have to go to foreign countries to treat our sick. If anything ever happened from a war standpoint, we wouldn't be able to do it. We import virtually all of our computers, phones, televisions, and electronics.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like the fact that he said that. That part right there was like, why let the whole world know? Now, I understand, you could tell them, hey, we be getting our, the vaccine, this and that from another country. But to come up with that scenario, if something was to happen, we wouldn't be able to take out. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Electronics. We used to dominate the field, and now we import it all from different countries. A single shipyard in China now produces more ships every year than all of the American shipyards combined. Think of that. And it was a business that we used to dominate. We used to dominate it totally. In short, chronic trade deficits are no longer merely an economic problem. They're a national emergency that threatens our security and our very way of life. It's a very great threat to our country. And for these reasons, starting tomorrow, the United States will implement reciprocal tariffs on other nations. It's been a long time since we
like that he did it that way.
Even thought of that. We used to think about it a lot. We didn't think about it for many decades, and you see what's happened. For nations that treat us badly, we will calculate the combined rate of all their tariffs, non-monetary barriers, and other forms of cheating. And because we are being very kind, we're kind people, very kind. You're not so kind when you got ripped off with your salaries. My auto worker friends and my Teamster friends and all of the unions that typically voted Democrat, they're not voting Democrat anymore because worker, whether union or non-worker, they're for the Republicans now. That's what happened. But we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging us. So the tariffs will be not a full reciprocal. I could have done that, yes, but it would have been tough for a lot of countries. We didn't want to do that. I'd like to see the chart if you have it. Could you bring it up, Howard? This is our great Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thanks, Howard. So if you look at that, China, first row, China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think, in other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how can anybody be upset? They will be, because we never charge anybody anything. But now we're going to charge. European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. You think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%, so we're charging them essentially half. Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff.
The only problem
Taiwan,
I got with this,
where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it. Now we have almost none of it, except the biggest company is coming in. We're going to end up with almost 40%. Lee Zeldin's working to get their approvals. And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei of one of the great companies of the world, actually. They're coming in from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, very, very tough, great people. And again, I don't blame the people for doing it. I think they're very smart in doing it. I blame the people that sat right in that Oval Office, right over there, right behind the Resolute desk or whichever desk they chose. Japan, 46%. They would charge us 46%, and much higher for certain items like cars, little items like cars. 46%, we're charging them 24%. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. Prime Minister just left. He's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades. And it was only 7 years ago when I came in, we started with China and charged them. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China in tariffs. And they understood, honestly. President Xi understood. He said, look, I understand. And the other countries, and they all understand. We're going to have to go through a little tough love, maybe, but they all understand. They're ripping us off, and they understood it. Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. He was a fantastic man. He was unfortunately taken from us, assassination. But I went to him and I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. A trade is not fair. He said, I know that. And he was a great gentleman. He was a fantastic man, but he understood immediately what I was talking about. I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. He said, I know that. And we worked out a deal, and it would have been a much better deal, but frankly, there were many years left in the deal that was made previous to my getting there, but it was something. If you look at Switzerland, 61% to 31%. Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. Oh, look at Cambodia, 97%. We're going to bring it down to 49%. They made a fortune with the United States of America. United Kingdom, 10%. And we'll go 10%. So we'll do the same thing. South Africa, 60%, 30%. And they've got some bad things going on in South Africa. We're paying them billions of dollars, and we cut the funding because a lot of bad things are happening in South Africa. The fake news ought to be looking at it. They don't want to report it. Brazil, 10%. Bangladesh is 74%. So you see what's going on. This will be a very big moment. I think you're going to remember today. It's going to be a free nation that we're dealing with. We're going to have a very free and beautiful nation. It's going to be Liberation Day in America, and it's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come and you're going to say, he was right. This has turned out to be one of the most important days in the history of our country. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Soon after this, the stock market went well below average, and many people believed it was because of Trump's tariffs.
Hi, I'm Kristen Schuller at the New York Stock Exchange. Well, stocks are significantly lower early Thursday after President Donald Trump announced tougher tariffs than expected. The S&P 500 and the Dow Jones Industrial Average are down about 3%. And with these losses, the large cap S&P does return to correction territory, off 10% from its high. On Wednesday, which the president dubbed Liberation Day, Trump unveiled levies of at least 10% on all countries. They go into effect Saturday, April 5th. Well, even higher tariffs are to be charged against nations that retaliate in the coming days. The concern among investors is that this escalates a global trade war when the economy is already under pressure. Consumer sentiment has weakened as inflation projections have risen. Americans will get a better sense of the economy on Friday when March's non-farm payrolls report is released. It is expected to show 140,000 jobs were added last month, with unemployment staying unchanged at 4.1%.
When asked about this, Trump nonchalantly said everything was going according to plan.
The markets today are way down, the worst day in years because of the tariffs. So how's it going?
I think it's going very well. It was an operation, like when a patient gets operated on, and it's a big thing. I said this would exactly be the way it is. We have $6 or $7 trillion coming into our country. and we've never seen anything like it. The markets are going to boom, the stock is going to boom, the country is going to boom, and the rest of the world wants to see, is there any way they can make a deal? They've taken advantage of us for many, many years. For many years, we've been at the wrong side of the ball, and I'll tell you what, I think it's going to be unbelievable. The thing that people have to talk about, we're up almost to $7 trillion of investment coming into our country, and you'll see how it's going to turn out. Our country's going to boom.
On April 7th, 2025, Trump tweeted, "Oil prices are down. Interest rates are down. The slow-moving Fed should cut rates. Food prices are down. There is no inflation." And the long-time abused USA is bringing in billions of dollars a week from the abusing countries on tariffs that are already in place. This is despite the fact that the biggest abuser of them all, China, whose markets are crashing, just raised its tariffs by 34%, on top of its long-term ridiculously high tariffs, plus not acknowledging my warning for abusing countries not to retaliate. They've made enough for decades, taking advantage of the good old USA. Our past leaders are to blame for allowing this and so much else to happen to our country. Make America great again. Although there may not be higher inflation now, over time, prices could increase even more because of these tariffs. Keep in mind that inflation has risen since 2022, and not nearly enough prices of things are trending downward as of today. Here's an example of what I mean. As of April 7th, 2025, oil prices are actually trending down. West Texas Intermediate crude oil has fallen below $60 per barrel, while Brent crude oil was around $70 per barrel. This is great to see. However, interest rates remain elevated, with the federal funds rate steady at 4.25% to 4.5%, and fixed rate mortgage rates have increased slightly. Contrary to Trump's claims, food prices are not decreasing as of right now. In fact, certain items are experiencing significant price spikes as of April 7th, 2025. For example, the price of eggs has surged dramatically, with wholesale prices increasing by nearly 55% in just 1 month. Additionally, beef prices have risen by another 5% over the past year. Trump's new tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada may further drive up prices for fresh produce and packaged goods, with potential increases ranging from 1.3% to 2.2% for staples like sugar, coffee, and fruits in later months this year. The Consumer Price Index for food in the U.S. indicated a year-over-year increase of 2.6% as of February 2025. Grocery prices have risen by 1.9%, while restaurant prices have increased by 3.7%. Now, although these food price increases are not high enough to indicate higher overall inflation than what was already in place as of 2022, which saw an 11.4% increase, they clearly demonstrate that food prices have not decreased as Trump claims. This also means that his claim, "there is no inflation," is invalid, merely because inflation can never go away when there is an economic system in place that consists of fraudulent activities as legal transactions.
There will be no...
Say that again. Prices have increased by 3.7%. Now, although these food price increases are not high enough to indicate higher overall inflation than what was already in place as of 2022, which saw an 11.4% increase, they clearly demonstrate that food prices have not decreased as Trump claims. This also means that his claim, "there is no inflation," is invalid, merely because inflation can never go away when there is an economic system in place that consists of fraudulent activities as legal transactions. In other words, to go back to what people were saying, this is the reason why certain grocery stores keep their prices up high. Certain gas stations keep their prices up high. Price gouging was happening. It's been happening for a long time, even when Trump was in office. Okay, for example, like if he said, there was a 50% decrease in egg prices. What if these people did not drop their prices on purpose with the eggs? And the spikes was happening because they wanted to raise their prices up on the eggs at specific times. Now that part don't fall on Trump. It fall on who? It fall on the company. One thing I do remember when Kamala was running for president, right? And she was already vice president. I can recall that she said she was going to do something about these companies' price gouging. She never did. And she was the vice president. Some of y'all may say, what could the vice president do? But make suggestions to the president? You could do more than make suggestions. Okay, but I mean, again, that's the reason why I said that right there, to let you know. I'm going to call it out. Regardless, if I feel as though it's cool, it's cool. If it's wrong, it's wrong. I'm going to call it out. Okay? Straight up. When he said there was no inflation, that's cap. Inflation was already here. Don't try to make it seem like this is the new normal. Remember they were saying this was the new normal back in 2020? No, 2019 is when they started that new normal talk. New normal, new normal, new normal. Remember? Yeah, I remember that, right? Prices was going up right then and there. Don't forget this. And Trump is coming out his mouth saying that there's no inflation. That's cap. From that consumer price index, I told you straight up, I mean, that's directly from their source. 11.4 since 2022. It was already up 11.4%. On top of everything else. Man, I know I sound all stuffy nose and everything. Y'all gonna have to excuse me because, again, y'all know I'm still getting over a cold. But everything that they're doing right now is just added on to. So that's why you hear certain people saying that the recession is now. It's already happening. And I agree with you. Because it starts just like that. Short-term economic crisis. Just like that. Before like a stock crash, before all of that, inflation is a part of it. People start getting affected by those, those prices being up. Not only just the general public, but businesses, like I said. It's a hit that they'll take. Now, to what degree is this going to go? We still, that's TBA. Do I feel as though it may be different? If for example, if Trump eliminates the IRS and then eliminates the taxes, like how they claiming right here, if this actually goes down, then yeah, then I can see that that's giving people leeway to bounce back from the recession because you're getting rid of the Internal Revenue Service. Those of you that just came in and don't know what I'm talking about, this was back in January. Now keep in mind, this is still trying to get passed through Congress, but this is to promote freedom, fairness, and economic opportunity by repealing the income tax and other taxes, abolishing the Internal Revenue Service, and enacting a national sales tax to be administered primarily by the states. I'm not going to lie. If this becomes reality, Yeah. The recession, like, well, I'm not going to say price gouging won't matter. I'm going to say this will help people get out of the recession a lot faster. A lot faster. Before it turns into a depression. So again, I mean, this is being dangled in front of Americans' faces. Are they going to act on this? I don't know. But again, this has to be passed. This has to be agreed upon in order for it to become lawful.
There will be no ceasefire in the Trump trade war, not right now, but peace talks may be coming.
The president said today he will not pause the tariffs he's put on imports from the rest of the world, but he said many countries are coming to negotiate.
In the meantime...
Now notice how he said right then and there. See, this is another thing to go back to what that person said, that Trump do be lying. I agree with you on that. In some cases, Trump do be lying or Trump could be reneging. You got to look at Trump as what is he doing? He's a business guy. He's not going to lay his cards down all at one time like he Trump tight. No pun intended. You understand what I'm saying? He's not going to lay his cards down on the table unless he know for sure that he Trump tight. No pun intended. So he going to play both sides. You got to look at, okay, for example, Trump is not like your normal politician. Trump is a businessman. You got to look at it from a business perspective. He's not going to state out loud what he actually wants done. So for him to come out and say that he's willing to knock off or pause certain tariffs as long as these people, like China, for example, come down in their tariffs or allow our tariffs to be higher on them, that's a way to negotiate. That's to get people's attention. All right, look, come on in here and negotiate with me. We'll cut it out or we'll lower it. That's a negotiation tactic. That's a business move. So would I say that he reneged to go back to that terminology dealing with the cards and Trump tight? I'll say that. But he does fib here and there with certain ones, like the 50% decrease in, eggs and no inflation. Yes, he does lie. Okay, but all of them lie. All of them do. It's just not Trump. Every single one of them do. Okay? But that doesn't mean not hear him out to see what else is being said. That don't mean to block everything out. Because he is the president. Like, I couldn't just block everything out that Joe Biden was saying just because I knew that was somebody else playing Joe Biden. And Joe Biden been dead. I couldn't block Joe Biden out. He the president. Let me hear what he got to say. Whether if I agree or disagree. Same thing with Trump. That don't mean I got to be on Trump's side just because I agree or disagree. That it don't mean that. You got to look at it like that's with anybody. You got to look at it like that. In his position, it looks like it could be going in one direction. It does. It really does, based off of what he's been doing these past 4 months. It does look like that he's trying to bring America back to benefiting or depending on itself and benefiting off of its own labor or benefiting from its own labor. That's what it looks like. It looks like he's forcing the outsourcing to be back in-source, in-house. That's what it looked like.
The president is ready to escalate the war. He threatened to...
And it is nothing against. There's nothing out there stating that it's not going that way. That's why certain people, and I showed y'all this too, certain people go and say that it's a recession. Watch out for a recession. And certain people are not, wait a minute, it's going to work out. Don't worry about it. Right? That's why they tell you it's always two sides to every story. Unfortunately, this is one of those ones we got to wait and see. This is TBA. You know, I don't like waiting and seeing. I think we should be independent enough to be doing for ourselves. You know my position and where I stand. I think we should be doing it for ourselves, just in case you don't know. We don't have to wait for this person, that person. We can just do for ourselves. And another thing about it, and thank you, Jamarcus. Thank you for becoming a member. Another thing about it, and D-Dubs, thank you for becoming a member. And Monica, thank you for becoming a member. Another thing about it is that Trump is encouraging our people, or Americans rather, to do for themselves. And I like that. I like that. That's a big deal in my book.
Day to raise the tariff on Chinese imports to more than 100% in retaliation for the tariff China put on U.S. products last week.
That tariff was retaliation for the tariffs Mr. Trump put on Chinese imports. Wall Street wasn't sure what to make of all this after last week's big sell-off. Stocks bounced up and down all day, including a heart-stopping 2,500-point swing in a half hour.
And at the close, the major indexes were mixed. The Dow lost just under 1%. The S&P 500 was off about 0.25%, and the Nasdaq ended just about where it started.
We start tonight at the White House with Nancy Cordes. Nancy.
Good evening, Maurice. White House officials say they have already been approached by more than 50 countries looking to cut deals to avoid these tariffs. But so far, President Trump hasn't accepted any of the offers he's received, leading some world leaders to wonder what exactly it will take to get him to say yes.
The first leader to come to the White House with hat in hand today was Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He vowed to buy more American goods.
We will eliminate the trade deficit with the United States. We intend to do it very quickly.
President Trump praised the offer.
I appreciate very much what you said about the tariffs.
And yet he did not agree to lift his new 17% tariff on Israeli goods, set to go into effect on Wednesday, alongside even bigger tariffs on dozens of countries.
We've been ripped off and taken advantage of by many countries over the years, and can't do it anymore. Just can't do it anymore. Can't be the stupid people anymore.
But as the markets gyrate, it is getting harder to find a Wall Street titan or major CEO who will call the new tariffs smart policy.
The economy is weakening as we speak.
Larry Fink runs the investment firm BlackRock.
Look, Larry Fink, BlackRock. Look, y'all listening, right? Listen to what hold on. Let me come back a little bit. Listen to this, y'all.
Who will call the new tariffs smart policy.
The economy is weakening as we speak.
Larry Fink runs the investment firm BlackRock.
Most CEOs I talk to would say we are probably in a recession right now. Right now.
Some countries are hoping to.
So, listen. That's BlackRock. Big time. Big time. Dealing with the economy. Own a lot of businesses, right? I don't even got to get into their agenda. A lot of it has to deal with some evil, some wrongdoings. Y'all should know about that. We don't got to go too far. But saying that it's already in a recession.
Titan or major CEO who will call the new tariffs smart policy.
The economy is weakening as we speak.
The economy is weakening as we speak. Now, some of y'all going to say, that's a great thing. And here's the thing. I agree with you. Let it crash and burn. Because that's where these people hold their power at anyway. But you know, if you notice, they not running scared. They not complaining, blah, 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 screaming and yelling. The reason why is because Trump is a businessman. This going to be hard. This going to be a hard pill for y'all to swallow. I would love for us to come up with our own currency and not have to deal with these foreigners anymore, these foreign banks and all the rest of this. IMF and the Treasury Department, this. I would love for us to step up and do away with that fraudulent crap that has a hold over our people's mindsets into believing that some green sheet of paper holds value. And meanwhile, these people haven't seen a dollar bill a day in their life. Their currency is invincible. BlackRock. Their currency is invincible. So of course it's not going to affect people like them for real. Not when they got a businessman as a president. Think about that. Come on, man. So this either going to say, look, and I know I'm jumping the gun because I know I say this in this video, but this should make you question, what is this all about in general? Is this really for the American people or businesses in America? Here we go.
Larry Fink runs the investment firm BlackRock.
Most CEOs I talk to would say we are probably in a recession right now. Right now.
Some countries are hoping to cut a deal fast. Vietnam and Zimbabwe offered to eliminate their tariffs on U.S. goods entirely. The European Union offered today to eliminate tariffs on U.S. cars and industrial goods if the U.S. does the same. President Trump rejected that deal right away.
Is that not enough?
Well, the EU, no, it's not. The EU has been very tough over the years.
The uncertainty is leading some U.S. allies, like the UK's Keir Starmer, to seek free trade with others.
When it comes to the U.S., I will only strike a deal if it's in our national interest.
Nancy, if the president is not satisfied so far with the various offers he's got...
You can keep that Range Rover. You can keep that Range. That Range Rover is garbage. You can keep it. You can keep that. All right, let me keep going.
What does he want?
Well, John, he says it's about more than just the tariffs that other countries impose on U.S. goods right now. He wants those countries to eliminate regulations that create barriers to U.S. goods being sold abroad. For example, he complained today that very few U.S. cars are sold in Japan. He wants the Japanese government to change that. But that could be pretty difficult for the Japanese government to change if part of the problem is simply that Japanese drivers prefer Japanese cars.
Nancy, we saw Larry Fink in your piece there expressing some skepticism and serious concern. What about other big business leaders and supporters? What are they saying?
They are getting more vocal, Maurice. For example, Jamie Dimon, someone who many people know, the CEO of JP Morgan, he said today he is most worried.
The CEO of JP Morgan.
Worried about what this could mean for U.S. economic alliances in the long run. You heard what Keir Starmer, for instance, had to say.
What he's worried about what this could mean for U.S. economic alliances. Not the American people. U.S. economic alliances. CEO of JP Morgan. Again, it's not going to affect them.
Say there. Then there's Bill Ackman. He is a billionaire hedge fund manager, a big Trump supporter, but today he called these tariffs an economic nuclear war. And even Elon Musk, one of the president's top advisors here at the White House, he said that he hopes eventually that the U.S. and Europe don't impose any tariffs on each other.
To me, it seems that Trump's strategy to make America great again involves prioritizing goods and services produced in the United States. He aims to impose taxes on foreign businesses and imports that wish to participate in America's capitalist society. This approach encourages companies with political favors to restructure their operations to generate income within the U.S. It should help eliminate fraudulent spending and scams that deceive Americans out of their money. Ultimately, this strategy aims to create more opportunities for Americans by ensuring that they are prioritized over foreign individuals, companies, or political agendas. Now, this can be considered great by most of you, but you must take into account that this motion will come with a cost that most Americans cannot afford to pay if they don't know how to play the game. Keep in mind that Trump is a businessman, and any company will look at your loss as another one's gain and consider it the price of doing business. Wake up, beautiful people. And consider it the price of doing business. I'm actually glad that I ended it that way. Your loss is another one's gain. So in other words, you losing in a company's gain, they're going to look at that as the price of doing business. Unfortunately, I'm going to be the one to tell you right now that this ain't got nothing to do with the American people. Not the people. You got to be willing to play the game in order to see success in what's about to happen. That's what I just said. You got to be willing to play the game. You got to know how to play the game. The only way to play the game is if you in business. In business. In business. In business. In business. I'm going to keep saying it. In business. Because it's going to hurt the consumer. And they know it. It's the reason why Trump is not going to say, hey, no, don't worry about it. We're not going to go into a recession. You don't have to worry about any of that. No. We're going to make sure that you don't hear him saying any of that. And it's for a reason. And that should concern you. Again, Trump is a businessman. His allies that he put in some positions of power, businessmen, not just millionaires, y'all, billionaires. Shit, Trump was at one point a billionaire. He done went bankrupt a couple times and made it back again. Don't forget this, y'all. But the only people that will be in trouble are those who are not in business for themselves. So that's my message for tonight. I'm gonna get ready to open up the panel, but that's gonna be my message for tonight. Because I want you guys to see throughout this entire time how we pointed out the prices was allegedly supposed to be going down. We may even see 1% to 2% of it going down in certain states, but not no large, price drop in anything that the consumer has to pay for. Okay? I'm talking about there's no large price. I'm talking about a considerable amount of prices dropping anywhere in America. To go back to those percentages, it was already an inflation of 11.4%, according to the Consumer Price Index. In 2022, this is 2025, ladies and gentlemen. Notice what he was saying in the beginning of his speeches, making America the industrial again, make it about business again, making it wealthy again. Y'all got to think about that. Yeah, in turn, that is going to help out some Americans because jobs are going to be there for them. But it's definitely going to help out the businesses in America. That's what it's directed at. Because now, if he's eliminating those businesses from outsourcing, The businesses have to be the source here in America in order to succeed in this new economy. That's why those people at the top ain't worried about it. It's not going to affect them. And what I say at the top is the fact that they're those big, large investment corporations, BlackRock, for example, billions and billions of dollars. They not worried about that. The taxes, the tariffs ain't nothing to them. Elon ain't hurting. No, they not hurting. They not going to be hurting. They're not. This is not directed at them. And also, this is not going to be hurting those other countries. All it is just lowering the price of how much the U.S. government is sending to these other countries. Previously, throughout my years here on YouTube, I showed you just how much each of these countries are garnering from the U.S. And it's coming out of your taxpaying dollars. Millions to billions a year to these foreign countries. So you can look at the tariffs as a way to tax what the government was already given to them. Some of it will offset or some of it will be lowered. That's all it is. Because again, it's not going to affect the companies because they still want to continue to do business with them. Trump had it set up like, hey, we paying y'all too much money. And you already making too much money off of us. It is what we going to do. We going to lower the price of how much we giving you. We going to lower the amount of how much we giving you, should I say. And it's going to be a price to do business with us. And here's that number. That's exactly what he just did. That's exactly what he's doing. As far as the Americans are concerned, the recession is right now. A Great Depression will be the only thing that we will have to. We don't want that. Okay. We don't want to see a depression. That's something well, unless you're ready for that. But the reason why I'm saying we don't, to go back to, we don't want to see that, to go back to what I was saying at the end of this video, a lot of our people are not ready for that. We saw that happen in 2020 when they was forcing people to stay home. Do y'all know how many people lost their jobs because of that? And there was a lot of people that lost their jobs because they didn't want to get vaccinated. And that was their choice. That's their body. You can't force that into somebody's system like that. But they lost their job. They lost their home. They lost their livelihood because of that. Nobody should have that much power over you. Not one person. Not one person, not one company. They should not be having power over you like that. To go back to what that Chinese guy said earlier in that video, that it automatically eliminated the middle class. Back in, he said he was referring to the 1980s. I'm gonna tell you the 1960s. Trump was saying 50 years ago, 1970s. But this guy right here was absolutely correct.
You don't need a tariff. You need a revolution. For decades, your government and oligarchs ship your job to China, not for diplomacy, not for peace, but to exploit cheap laborers. And in the process, they hollow out your middle class, crash your working class.
Your middle class is gone. Middle class is gone. So is he wrong for saying that we need a revolution? No. But our people not ready for that. Because a revolution will be the perfect time to have a resolution is right now. Right when we in a soft recession. Because again, it's not affecting those millionaires and billionaires. It's not affecting them, y'all. It's not. We would need, the revolution will be you standing up saying, all right, that's enough. We had enough of that. Here's how it's going to go. You determine how it's going to go. It's not impossible. It's not hard. And to be honest with you, Trump will be the one to listen. Now, some of y'all may think Trump won't be the one to listen, but I think he will be the one to listen. He's the businessman. He's willing to negotiate with any other businessman. Look at him holding hands with him. Hold on, that's a real picture, by the way. Hold on, let me eliminate that background and give you the real picture. This is a real picture. And you think they ain't really have a conversation already? Hey, I'm gonna raise mine up to 250. You raise yours up to 125. Don't go overboard than that, right? Yeah, I mean, it's a shit show anyway, clown show. Let's make pretend like this is happening. Meanwhile, we both capitalizing. But keep in mind, the only people that's capitalizing are the businesses, not the consumers. So to go back to what the Chinese guy was saying, the revolution will have to be with the people. That's why he's speaking directly to the people. Not the businesses, the people. And he's showing you that it affected the people, the working class. Those businesses are in bed with each other, especially those large corporations, making endless amount of money off of your labor, off of their labor. Think about it. They in the same boat we in. Remember when I showed you that Chinese lady and she was showing you the factories? About how some of their working conditions are? As far as the Chinese factories, it will probably be the same thing here, but just differently. You know, just differently, but just, I mean, I'm just saying. We want our prices to be up. We feel as though that we should be paid a certain amount, and we should be paid a certain amount that we agree to, because these companies are getting endless amounts of money off of our labor. Even right now, still to this day. Somebody told me that, who was that? I think that was Topcast that told me that Texas, what is it called, y'all? Minimum wage is $7.25. Now, I'm not sure if that's true. Okay, because they you know, they've been out here in Texas longer than me. $7.25 is minimum wage. That needs that part right there is what I'm talking about. Notice how they putting tariff at the tariff on this country, that country, this country, that country. Meanwhile, $7.25 is minimum wage in Texas. Right. No, that's right. Not just Texas, multiple countries. California minimum wage is $16, but what's $16 gonna do for somebody living in high-ass California? They're not caring about the people. Since 2009. Y'all see that, right? Y'all looking at chat? See, so to go back to what I'm saying, just to, before, because I'm about to open up the panel. This is all the more reason why this would benefit for the people. This would benefit the people. Okay? I'm not saying that the tariffs and the tariffs are not going to benefit the people. The tariffs are going to hurt those people that are not ready to pay more than what they're paying right now. Because in turn, you raising up the prices on these other countries, and the country's going to offset that by raising up their prices. And then the American importers are going to offset that by raising up their prices. And then they're going to offset that by throwing it back on you. As the consumer. $7.25 as minimum wage, y'all. Yeah, I'm just saying that not only needs to come up, but if this end up passing, and I hope they don't use this as a way to dangle it in people's faces and, here, look, y'all, this is what we doing, and this never get done. Because this would help all Americans. It sure would. You get rid of, and keep in mind, it's not just, hold on, let me show y'all. Income tax, payroll tax, estate and gift tax. Coming after that Social Security bond, Social Security trust funds from general revenue, that Social Security Act. I'm telling you, if this happens, okay. You understand what I'm saying? That will be better. If this doesn't happen and you start seeing prices coming up and up and up, and don't forget that I told y'all that they predicted that it's going to be between 1.6 to 2.2 by closer to the end of this year, which is still not recession type numbers. But you got to think about that. That's still on top of the inflation that already happened, which was 11.4. So that's still a high ass number. I'm just saying. It's still up there. That has to come down. So I'm getting ready to open up the panel. I want to hear you guys take on this. Now look, don't get me to laughing or nothing like that, because I'm coughing, my nose stuffy. You know what I'm saying? I'm 90% almost there, you know. I'm about to make myself laugh. Hold on, chill. You know, I got one of them coughs that hurt when you cough. Oh man. But yeah, so if y'all can, go ahead and jump into the 13% if you haven't already, the 13% community server. I'm getting ready to open it right now, and y'all can come up on the panel and we can talk about this. Okay? We could talk about this here. Wait, that's not the thumbnail. Wait, where the thumbnail at? Right here. We can talk about this right here. I want to, you know, whether if you agree with Trump or disagree with Trump, I'm not, again, my argument is not about Trump. Keep that in mind. It's not about that. It's about what is going to happen to the people. Okay? Yeah, giving jobs back to the Americans, that's one thing. But like I said at the end of my video, at what cost? Hold up, y'all. I had to open up Discord one more time. Okay, here we go. Now I'm almost done with it, y'all. It's just the stuffy nose, you know, the rest of the mucus that's left. It's almost gone, y'all. It's almost gone. But yeah, y'all didn't hear me, you know, blow my nose and stuff like that and coughing and that. It's about to go. I was already out for 4 days. We ain't got that long now with this cold. Damn. Everybody talk about the prices of eggs in the 13%. Hold up, wait a minute, y'all. I'm doing it inside of the y'all come join me with the live with Dane Calloway part in the 13%.
Set it on fire. 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 Fire.
All right, hold on. I'm almost ready. All right, I'm ready now. Let me double check to make sure y'all can test 2. Can y'all hear me in 13%? Y'all can hear me, right? Loud and clear? All right, cool. All right, so so what happens is, don't forget that we live on YouTube. That's number 1. Number 2, don't be saying nothing that can get my channel taken down here. I'm gonna find out where you live, and I ain't gonna knock on your door. Hold up.
It's up.
I gotta make sure I can't make myself laugh, man. That cough. All right, so here we go. Yeah, that's right. Just make sure that y'all muting the YouTube in your background so it won't echo. Make sure you muting the YouTube in your background so it won't echo when you come up on the panel. And hold up. Oh, let me make sure I got everything together. 2. Okay. Hold on, I'm doing my side. Aaron, what am I going to do? Don't worry about that, Aaron. Don't worry about that. Just don't do nothing that you ain't supposed to be doing on YouTube. That's all. He gonna call for you. Y'all better stop messing with me. Y'all better stop. Y'all better stop messing with me. Huh? All right, come on. Y'all gotta send a request. On y'all side, y'all gotta send a request. I accept it. Then you gotta accept it on your side. Make sure that your mic is, your YouTube is muted so it won't be no feedback. I'm ready when y'all ready. Y'all gotta send a request. All right, here we go. Okay, you got to accept it on your side. No, not a friend request, y'all. It's because I get that too. Luckily, I got that muted. Not a friend request. You send a request to come up on stage to speak. You letting me know that you want to speak. Wait a minute. I'm trying. Okay, there you go. There you go. Come on, Kate. You got to unmute it on your side, though. There you go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I can hear you clearly.
Well, hey, I'm Chief Master K, and I have loved every a part of everybody that has been on this Discord and their plights and their issues and everything going on. I most appreciate the fact that your wife, Tanisha, just laid it out like fabric work. If everybody is up on the consciousness for everything to make it happen. Yes, I am the one who has the irrevocable trust to how we all have to rely on together. And I appreciate everybody, because everybody's story has something to contribute to the overall accomplishment of disclosing this juvenile government. Yeah. Okay.
You can say that.
And all this, okay. And all this ploy and coy with the isms and the schisms from the religious to the everything else. All I have ever wished is for like minds to come together to expose the, lack for a better word, doofusness. For us to rise up against all of this crap that has been played on in my past, and I'm sure everybody else's past too. It's not. It's about all of us uprising and putting this Joker foolishness down.
Now, when you say that, explain that part right there for them, if you don't mind explaining that a little bit more. That part right there, the putting that Joker foolishness down.
Putting the Joker foolishness has to do with what all of the people of consciousness understand of, what you was taught in school. Brother, okay, Dane, I have been with you since 2014. And every time I try to send something out on this media stage or internet stage, they came back at me with knives. They're like, why are you promoting this? Why are you promoting this? Dude, no. And I'm like saying, you know what? Guess what? When the information goes out there like it's supposed to do,
right?
I ain't gonna be the one to be, and you ain't cutting my throat. You got to deal with yourself, because that's that inner child that leads everybody else to understand, oh, shit, I got to recognize myself. I got to recognize that inner person to be like, oh, because he looked like this, he did this, he did that. And, brother, all I can say is the fact that I have been so much on the game to be like promoting yourself. But every time I promote you and what you have done and been there for everybody else, I've been cut the fuck down. I'm like saying, you know what? Guess what? I've already done the schmeal, and like I say, I represent the fact that the stuff that your wife has put out. I'm like, that stuff that she just put out there on YouTube today, I'm like saying, damn, you hitting it like if you looked at my response to that, I'm like, bravo, that was perfect. If these clowns do not recognize those pieces of the puzzle to get with it,
they still learning. You know.
You know what?
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I understand. I get it. And I'm like saying, okay, well, when will these others who might have a chance recognize the truth? There's no division. Truth does not need to be supported. Truth is truth, and that's a reflection on the reflection on the individual that's in the skin that they in to do this, that, and the other. And like I've been trying to do since 2012, I'm listening to all this information coming on to me. And I just want to give a shout out to the fact that even Tom Williams has said Dane Calloway is somebody that you might want to listen to. And I'm like saying, wow, from Dane Calloway to this, that, and I'm like, whoa! I'm like, so respectful because the color lines and the stuff that this brother's bringing down, along with the fact that, you know, that I loved how you handled that pan goofyism.
Please don't get me to laughing. Oh man.
No, I'm laughing. I'm laughing at it because I'm looking at the same joker coming up in my face talking about, well, why don't you want to go along with the script? I'm like saying, because you stupid. Now, you don't want to debate him. You don't want to air this stuff out.
I will not
be debating
Dane Calloway.
Because of your thinking and all that stuff that you did with the... look, here's the money. It's right there. Cash out. Right there.
Yeah. It
was PayPal.
He ran. It was PayPal.
Oh,
I appreciate
PayPal?
that, Elder. I appreciate you doing. I mean, recognize and see. I'm glad there's more elders that recognize, man. Man, hold on. Let me drop a bomb for the elders, man. They don't be playing.
We don't.
I appreciate that.
We don't play. Because I'm like saying, and I'm like, this was all up in my elderhood stuff to be like, wait a minute, I recognize all the great mothers, all the great fathers. Okay, my personal one may not have fit the script, but I'm like saying, I was already there for them. And it's like, you know what? That's going to go passed off in the history to be like, yeah, well, okay, but whatever. And I'm like saying, wait a minute. I'm still 61 years old. And I'm still slim in the waist.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And that's what I was trying to catch you on is like, hey, brother, don't worry about your age. And I know the audience, but it's not about your age. It's about the wisdom. It's about the contribution to the all that has to deal with everybody else. And it's okay. Because there's so many of us that still have to get all that diverse
it's gonna take
programming.
It's gonna take some time, Elder. Because look, don't call them names because it's gonna take them some time. Give them some time. They gonna wake up at a different time.
Okay, so you heard me. I was
I heard you. I feel what you're saying now. I feel what you're saying for sure, but I mean, I'm just saying because it's gonna take them a second to catch on. Luckily, you were already fully aware. Luckily, you know, but it is other elders that it's gonna take some time. But I appreciate you. You know,
I was appreciative to your mother stepping up and just spilling the beans. And I'm like saying, and I'm listening. I had my mic muted at that time. And I'm like saying, here's another mother wisdom and how much I know.
Yeah.
I know. And I'm like saying, ooh, this is beautiful. So I just let everybody speak. I'm like saying, I'm not gonna chime in at this time. I'm like saying, let all that stuff sink in. But again, it has to do with the appreciation for the elders.
Absolutely.
Because I'm 61. I'm 61, and I don't know if Mom let off that she might be a few years younger than me, but at the same time, I'm saying, hey,
No, my
not
mother,
ever.
in which she trying to come up here now. I see you, Ma. Hold up. My mother, in her mind, she 21. Okay, she 21 and holding. Okay, you asked about mother. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, Ma. Wait a minute. I got you, Ma. Hold up. Let me. You got accepted on your side. You got accepted on your side, Ma. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, K. Wait a minute, Elder K. Hold on 1 second.
Yep.
Hold on 1 second. Let me, because my mother, y'all know, Ma got priority. Okay, I'm not, look, this is my mother. This is the one that gave birth to me. This is literally my mama. Let me
It's up.
drop a bomb for the cheaters. Ma. Yeah,
Yes.
my bad, Ma. I've been dealing with this cold. You know, I'm still dealing with this cold. But Ma, so like you got the floor, Ma.
Well, I was just talking about, I appreciate what the chief was saying prior to my coming up. And he's a little younger than me.
Wait a minute, Ma,
However,
what happened to your, wait a minute, Ma, are you on that Bluetooth?
hold on a minute.
Oh, Lord. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. She on that blue. God, be more careful. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. All she got to do is flip off that Bluetooth one time. I'd have told her, let me get a different Bluetooth for her. No, I like this one because it do this and it do that. Ma, you there? There you go. Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead, Ma. You got it. Go ahead, Ma.
I was just saying I wanted to, thank the brother, the chief prior to me.
But Ma, you got to come closer to the phone.
But anyway, I was just,
Ma, it's something up.
You know
seriously,
what's
something up with
happening.
your audio, Ma.
My audio?
What you using? Something you using is different. No, now unmute. Now unmute. Try it again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. But don't move, Ma. Because I don't know if you on that laptop or the cell phone.
Anyway, I was just going to talk about what you were talking about. Oh,
Go ahead.
With the
you got the floor.
So I just want to make clear that what POTUS is doing at this time and what we have to do as a people, and I mean all of us, we have to, in this particular case, just sit back and watch. Okay, because if you make any moves too soon, you're not sure how it's going to go. So that's all. I'm just saying, use a little caution. But we can basically see what he's doing, and it's nothing that's going to hurt us. I don't see that. Tariffs don't bother us one way or another. Okay. It doesn't bother the ordinary people. It might bother, the corporations. You understand what I'm saying? And all they would have to do is come back home. They ain't gonna have to pay a lot. That's all they have to do. They went out to get workers where they didn't have to pay for their union dues and Medicaid, and that happened before Trump came. You see, he's trying to bring everybody back in. So if he brings them back, and we start having our own steel, our own medicines again, all of our stuff drops. It then becomes a people's economy, because right now we are not under a people's economy.
I agree. The only problem is the in between. What's going to happen to the people in between them waiting?
Okay. Just like I'm going to say we're in a depression. But it doesn't seem that way on account of what he's doing. Because, I mean, if you looked at the so-called stock market, it went down a zillion points. Somebody is revving up their engines.
Yeah, I heard all that. It's all good.
But it went down a Z. I would say 20 years ago, we would be running around here pulling our hair out. Okay. It would be like 1929. But it's not happening. I mean, although, everything is a little high now. Just give it a minute. It takes time for a new economy to come in.
That's what I mean.
And
that's what I'm referring to, Ma. I'm saying in between that time, prices are, it's not going to be to a point where it's going to be astounding. Like, I would say, like how they say it, with the consumer price index was saying it's only going to be 1.6 to 2.2 added on top of the 11.4.
See, but
we already got inflation. It's just going to be slightly higher, but just not a lot. But it's not coming down yet.
I honestly think that we've already hit what we're going to hit. Okay? Because the last few times of resets, and I call them resets, that happened. I mean, I was technically. I mean,
all right, now you about to tell your age now, Ma, don't.
Whatever.
I mean, you can. It's up to you. I mean, you better tell them that you're 21 and holding, because
I said 39 and holding.
39 and holding. Excuse me. She's 39 and holding. Excuse me.
But what I'm saying is that the economy itself is just going to bounce back as soon as you got to get rid of one made-up economy that's not backed by anything. So what you're looking at is not real, and that's going away. You understand? But the real economy is with us. We make the economy. The only way we're going to make the economy go or grow is by working or whatever, selling, however you make your living. All right? That's the economy. You're going to go out and buy things. You're going to go out and a house. I mean, I've heard just whispers of everything going back, being reset totally back to 1955 prices. Now, if you would look up, go in Google and bring up your little calculator. Or you can bring up the inflation calculator and see gas back then was 29 cents a gallon. You see what I'm saying? So
wait a minute. So you thinking that it's going to go back to those cyber prices?
Now, I'm going to tell you. Yeah, this is it. We're not going to go any. I mean, it's gone. The economy is gone. Okay? Trump is helping us to get through it. He's not focusing on, exactly what's going on right now. It's what's coming ahead. He's getting ready for that. So our money is no good. Our money is not backed by anything. The new economy, the money is going to be backed by gold, silver, platinum, precious metals. It's going to be, we're going to have real money. We're going to have real millionaires and billionaires. We're going to have people that are going to be able, and people can be just be free. You're not going to have any more, like you say, the IRS, because the Federal Reserve building here is it's locked up. There is no more IRS. It's under Treasury. So let's just get real and look at these things. I mean, for what they are. This man is not doing anything to hurt the people. That was already there. He's dealing with keeping it so that it won't hurt us. You understand what I'm saying? And then he's looking beyond. So just sit back and wait and see.
Well, you know me, Ma. You know I'm not trying to make the people wait. I want them to do something about it. Don't stand there and wait on this, man. Start a business.
Listen to me. No, yes, you can do that. You can do that. Do that. Start a business. Start farming. Do whatever you need to do.
Hold on.
That's
Say
right.
that part right there again, Ma. That part right there.
Start farming?
Farming.
Yes.
Our people got away from that. Our people got away from that industry. And that's so critical.
Yeah. Yeah, but I know that there are some people out there that are farmers. They want to do.
But we had way more farmers in the past than we do right now.
Of course,
we're not
they did,
really
but
inside of that industry like how we used to be.
Well, that's true. But these are the things that are going to be needed.
I agree.
Even in the new, walking, going forward.
America going to be dependent on America.
Exactly. Putting
agree.
America first. When he say put America first, that's what he means.
That's why I said everybody not ready for that.
When I grew up, everything was American made. The only thing from China that we got was actual China. The dishes.
Yeah.
And it said made in China.
Yeah, I had the China closets for the China.
So that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to touch on that. I loved it.
Yeah, I just want people, Mom, I really just want people to just know the only way it would affect them is if they allow it to affect them, if they keeping themselves at the very bottom. It's time for them to get involved. This is the perfect opportunity to get involved. Trump want them to get involved. Trump want them to be businessmen and women again.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, especially with him being that he all for business. That's the only way a society is going to prevail anyway. I mean, with it being a capitalist society, let's start capitalizing off of the things we have. Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
Now, this thought came to my mind. He had what, six, 7 bankruptcies?
Something like that, 6 or 7.
Okay, so the United States Corp is bankrupt. So he actually had practice prior to
how to get up out of it. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
that's why you're saying reset. You're not the only one that's saying reset.
Yeah, it's a reset.
A lot of people are saying reset. It's a reset.
It's a total reset. It's a total reset, and it's not going to be anything that we can think of. It's not going to be something. It's not going to be the same at all. Period. Okay. The new money system coming in is going to be totally different. Totally different. Of course, and fast. It's going to be a lot that we all have to learn. And I'm going to say it again. Everybody, please get you a book to learn your rights. Because it's going back to that. Learn your Constitution. You're going to have to learn and know your Constitution.
You think he going to turn it back to a republic?
It's that already, but it hasn't yet been, broadcasted. No. But it's almost there. I think that, at least I think so anyway. I can see how he's operating. I watch his position, or him, and I'm gonna take somebody else. Another position is SCOTUS. Okay.
What about him?
Watch them. The decisions that they make. There's a fight going on, right? And that's where the Republic and the corporation are fighting each other right now. And they're using a foreigner to do it. I mean, so you got that going on. So
you talking about Elon?
No. I mean the guy, the MS-13 guy.
Oh, okay. I caught on to what you were saying.
Okay. So when that happened, that showed a lot. That let you know who's for the Republic and who isn't. I for one am for the Republic for which it stands.
It was supposed to be Republican for what it's. I mean, Republic for what it's saying. It was supposed to be,
right.
But now they want to say it's a democracy. That's what they're saying. It's a democracy.
Democracy is mob rule, and that's the reason why they go out and they march. That's what they do. That's what they know. That's mob rule. And that's what they're trying to do. They're actually afraid to do it, okay, now, because they don't know, they think this man's crazy. So, but they're going to try to push the buttons. But it's a war going on. It's an informational war. And you just have to just sit back, listen, and
that's why a couple of people using that term oligarchy, because they saying it's only the government is being ran by a few people that we can't see, like a small group of people that we can't see, and it's corrupt.
But if you think about it, he's flushing
I'm not
them
saying
out.
him. I'm not saying him.
No,
I'm
they're
not
being
saying him. I'm
flushed
talking
out.
about.
Matter of fact, you mentioned one tonight.
Which one?
What's his name? The BlackRock guy.
Oh, Larry. Not Flint.
Yeah.
Blank or something like that. Fink. Yeah. BlackRock.
They own a lot.
They do. They invested a lot of money into a ton
over the world, and that's the thing. It's the world. It's not just us. It's the world.
Yeah.
These people are serious. So I'm just saying. What you have to do is just check it out. Stand back, and if he brings somebody up, to introduce to everybody, he letting you know who going down or who they are. So this
now,
time,
what's this thing about these stimulus checks? Did you hear about that, Ma? $1,400 and then $3,200 for the other one.
Is this for Social Security, or are you talking about the one for
the American citizens?
Yes.
Trump,
the American citizens.
Based off of the intel that I have, that's getting ready to come out. It's about to be a $1,400 one and a $3,200 one for the Americans.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because because what Doge is doing.
Yeah, they got trillions of dollars back.
Yeah. He's doing a lot of it's not him so much, but that system that they put in place,
Doge,
has gone through the entire government. Okay, they started with a couple of places. The one place that they really, I think the last thing that I heard, that they were trying to get into to the Pentagon, and once they get in there, then it's a totally different system, period. They don't need the Federal Reserve, so they're going to squash that. He's saying, did you hear him say that the guy, I forget his name, and he looked like a nice guy too. But anyway, the head of the Federal Reserve, Trump said if he wanted to, he can have him removed.
Yeah. That was that was a while ago.
No,
and he was trying to fight for his position. You talking about that guy? And he was like, nah, Trump can't do that. He can't move me. He was against Trump, though. He wasn't. Yeah.
No, he's not against him.
I mean, he don't like him. You can tell he don't like him.
Jerome Powell.
Nah, he was.
Thank you. But yeah, Trump actually put him in that position when he on his first
go round. Not this. Yeah, I'm about to say. Yeah. Because he's trying to get rid of him now.
Like he's trying to get rid of him. Okay. Oh yeah, he ain't gonna try. He can just because he's the president. See, that's the thing. It's not that he's a dictator. He has a mandate, and the voters have spoken. So he's one of the only people I have ever, and I've been through a whole lot of presidents since Kennedy. Okay. Well, actually, when I was born, it was Truman. But what I'm saying is that I can remember that have said something. Kennedy tried. I remember that as a young girl.
Yeah, they got rid of Kennedy for that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you somebody else. What is his name? Reagan. Reagan was another.
Yeah, a lot of people said Reagan was going to be another one.
And then
remember they threatened him too. They tried to get rid of him.
Yeah, I mean, I worked that day that they shot him, but
I mean, he didn't get hit. They shot at him. I got the video.
No, he got hit.
Where he get hit at?
He got hit, Dane.
Man, but look, I'm gonna tell you right now, his security had Tommy guns. Man, I wish they would bring Tommy guns back. Not to change the subject, but his security had Tommy guns. They was not playing. But go ahead, Ma, go ahead.
But either way, I'm just saying, I've seen a few that did what they were going to do. The one that kind of disappointed me was Jimmy Carter. Okay. But this guy here, the first go around he came in, he was running a little slow. But this time, he making sure he get everything in. And that's the way it's going.
They saying that he got shot in the arm. It didn't look like it. I wish YouTube wasn't the way YouTube is.
No,
I wish I could show y'all this video.
Yeah, but he definitely got shot because he was taken to GW hospital that day. I remember I was working. They said the president.
You had to put in that call?
Yeah, I had to put the call out. But I'm just saying. They said they came up on the radio and told us president and his men got shot. And it was a police officer. This guy, last name was Brady. I forget his first. I don't know his first name. And the president. But the president didn't wait for the ambulance. They just threw him in the back of the car and took him to GW themselves, and they cleared GW out. Unless you were coding, everybody had to leave.
Ma, can I let them know what you used to do?
I don't care.
My mother used to be the head of the communications department. When you dialed 911, she was in charge of that. And in fact, she was the first Niji female to she broke the color barrier. Not that's not telling her age. I'm just letting you know that my mother went through hell to, make those young ladies that's up in there now enjoy that position. But my mother was in charge of that. And my mother ain't play no games. I'm not trying to, she from DC. I'm not trying to say that she gangster, nothing like that, because I don't want y'all to take that the wrong way. But she gangster. She'll come at your neck. Don't get it twisted. But
either way.
But yeah, she was in charge. She was the head of it for a long time. And I remember that day my mother was at work and I was in school and 9/11 happened. My mother had so many moves, she made the police come get me. Was it the police? Who was that? I don't even know who that was. It was like Secret Service. Who the hell was that?
That was the police.
Whoever it was, my mother was well connected. And they pulled up in cars. They knew who I was and everything. I was like, damn. But that's what I'll never forget that DC. Don't forget, y'all, I was born and raised in DC. DC shut down that day. I never seen so much turmoil in my life. And I remember that too. I was trying to hurry up and get uptown to her. And the train shut down. I couldn't call her. Then all of a sudden, they shut all the phone service off. It was crazy, but yeah, my mother made people come get me and bring me up there to her. But yeah, she was at communications. And I should show them a picture, Ma. Want me to don't show them a picture? Hold on, y'all. I'm about to show Ma. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
No, I got it. No, I'm gonna show them real quick. It ain't. No, go ahead, Ma. I'm just playing. I ain't gonna.
Don't do that.
I'm just playing. I mean, you look good, Ma. Like, come on now.
I'm trying to get
and another thing, my mother used to be a model. So,
please.
I mean, why? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know. Let me show him real quick, Ma. I got a couple on.
Come on, Dane.
Real quick. Okay, all right. I'm gonna leave it alone.
I'm getting off.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Ma. No, go. Hold. No, you got it, Ma. You got it. I'm just messing with you.
No,
I'm just messing with you. You finished? Damn, I shouldn't have said that. God. Ma, I was just playing, Ma.
Okay.
I was just playing. I got my hand on this picture too, but I'm just playing, Ma. I just wanted them to see what, you know what I'm saying, but it's okay. I'll keep it. I'll keep it.
Whatever.
Ma look good. Put it like that. Ma ain't play no games.
Whatever. Needy woman have to do what she have to do. You learn your
Ma,
craft.
tell them how hard it was. How hard was it for you to break that barrier?
It wasn't hard.
Don't brag now. I mean,
it wasn't hard at the time. I just happened to be at the right place at the right time, and that time was then. That's how I see it. Yeah, that was the time. Now, you know, everybody didn't welcome me, but a lot of people did. And, you know.
By the way, that's how she met my father. My father heard her voice.
Oh, please.
I'm going to tell him that too.
No.
My father used to work as an EMT on one of them. What engine was he at? What engine station was he at? You remember? He was on an ambulance. My bad. I'm not trying to put her on the spot like that because she remarried, y'all. My bad, y'all. And I'm not trying to. Is he around?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
No,
my bad.
Not here. But anyway, he's in the other room.
Okay.
Still.
No, my bad, y'all. My bad. But yeah, I mean, my father heard her voice on that radio and wanted to know who that was, okay? And went to go see Mom, was like, ooh, and then all of a sudden I came. My sister came. You understand what I'm saying? So, I just skipped it. You know, I just skipped up. I ain't saying too much. My father heard my mother over the radio. Y'all just don't understand. And then went to go see my mother. But like if I wasn't sick right now, I wish y'all could hear both of them. They both got radio voices.
Oh,
both of them do. They do. They got that. It's embedded in them. It's embedded in them.
I've lost all of that.
You ain't lose none of that. You can hop, man. Mom, I don't want to hear that. 20-something, 30-something years. You both of y'all ain't lose none of that. Y'all hop right on that radio and engine such and such and blah 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 blah. Can you blah 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 blah? Y'all talk just like that. Quick. And you got away with it and ain't try to tell me what engine he was at. But yeah, my father was he was working on an ambulance.
14 engine then.
14 engine. Thank you, Ma. Thank you. Yeah. 14 engine and he was on an ambulance. Ambulance what, Ma?
Dane.
All right, I'm gonna leave it alone. All right, I'm gonna stop. All right, but anyway, I was doing a little too much right there, but it's okay for them to understand, you know. But that's how my mother my father met my mother, and then my mother, of course, she played hard to get, and that ain't worked too far because my father know what he doing, and Well, I mean, I gotta give him some type of props, Ma. I'm just saying he, Dane the comedian.
Anyway.
I'm telling the truth.
Anyway,
Ma
get
know what's
serious,
up.
buddy. Let's get serious. There's some serious stuff going on here.
Go ahead, Mom. I'm just playing. Go ahead.
So I'm just
Now y'all know this is my real mother though, because there's some people out there that was doubting.
Really?
This is literally the lady that gave birth to me.
Yeah, that's true.
Now I don't know why certain people be thinking that. I don't know. I think they be trolling. But yeah, I mean, so as far as Trump is concerned, I just be wanting people to understand, like, I see his moves, I see what he's trying to do, and he started paying attention to us, and he gave us an opportunity to give them information and put that information out to make something happen. I'm not gonna lie, that was the very first president that ever did changes like that.
Well, actually, Kennedy did too. But
I mean, I'm talking
it was
about
it was very short-lived. I can remember him doing it as a kid.
I think Kennedy probably tried, but Trump got it done.
He started it. Let's put it like that. Trump gonna finish it.
Yeah, you seen how he came after that museum and the Department of Interior involved. I'm gonna give them an update on what's going on.
And
I'm
the
gonna give
only
them an
reason
update.
why, and I think I know, why are you looking up to this white? Look, we have to.
I'm not looking up to no white guy.
No, I'm just saying, in case people think that.
We not looking up to no white guy.
But okay, but I'm just saying, in case people think that, but we just have to see this as it is and be truthful. We're all Americans. These people have been here for, these few little white folks have been here for a while. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so we just have to just continue on. I'm gonna tell you, I worked around when I worked up in communications when I first started. It was all white men, and everything that I learned, because I was like a sponge, I learned from them, and that's how you do it. Learn it. Nobody can take it from you.
I think a lot of them are jealous of you though that you went that far up.
No, I never once tried to take anything from anybody.
I'm not saying that you did, Ma. I just think it was some of the white folks was mad that you was at the top. They was upset.
Believe it or not, Dane, it wasn't the white boys. Okay, they were glad.
You about to say it was the Niji?
It was my Nijis.
Wow.
Okay. That did not like a woman to, be in charge. Not that I was trying to,
And she was at that time where our people was wearing afros and all that, y'all. Not to put it out there, but Ma's afro was looking good.
Whatever. Anyway, but I'm just tickled. I want to see what this money situation is. I want to see what this new system is going to be. I'm hearing about it, and the stuff that I'm hearing is just unbelievable. It's so unbelievable. And I just want to thank the great chief for allowing me to live this long to see that.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, because he is moving pretty quick. When he say quickly, he is moving quick. And ain't nothing getting done slow.
I do believe that it's already running parallel with what we have here now. And once this goes totally down, which it has for real, they're just propping it up. I don't know how. But once it goes, we're on a new one. We're on a new system.
Do you think
nothing?
Oh, like, okay, look. Do you think they gonna get rid of that IRS for real? Because I showed them the
going to get rid of. It's already done. You didn't hear him say, basically he was telling, you gotta, when they do this stuff on television, the news media will they'll tell you what he said after he said it. And they'll tell you something else totally different. He was basically saying, I hope nobody he said, I hope nobody is filing for taxes. Okay? So that thing has already gone down. That's already gone down.
I'm just showing them again, y'all. Real quick, if y'all just tuning in, to promote freedom, fairness, and economic opportunity by repealing the income tax and other taxes, abolishing the Internal Revenue Service, and enacting a national sales tax to be administered primarily by the states.
By the states, exactly.
This is real.
And that was another, which brings me to this. We have here in DC tax on gas, which makes our gas higher. That's revenue for the city. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But for what?
I agree.
Okay.
And all them traffic cameras.
Right. And then they used to get money, from the federal government. Like a blank check it was a blank check back in the day, but I think they get a little bit of something now. They used to get money directly from the federal government. But no more. They felt that this year.
So he stopped funding her.
Yeah. The Black Lives Matter thing that was in the street.
Yeah, he got rid of that. I saw that.
Well,
he got rid of that.
Yeah, he's going to give her some money, or there's going to be some money, but the city is not going to be the same as it was, because it's not going to be the capital.
How many more years does she have as mayor?
Well, actually, she just started. You want to really know?
I'm gonna tell you right now, Marcus. I'm thinking about it.
If we do this right, she should be out of there by this time next year.
I'm thinking about it.
Correctly. However,
I'm thinking about running for mayor in DC. Big time. Now I think I should wait a couple more years, but I will destroy her if I run for mayor in DC. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
But there again, that's what I'm saying. Hold your horses. Because see, DC was the city of Washington prior.
Right.
And just like he made true. That's absolutely true, Shibule.
Yeah, Shibule. Big time.
Yeah.
But I know for a fact that I would have, I know exactly what I would do.
If you notice
go ahead.
If you notice what he's doing, he's bringing Panama back. Okay, he's brought the Gulf of Mexico is now the Gulf of America, which it should have been.
It's tied up in a court. Mm-hmm.
No, it's going to be Gulf of America.
He got the Supreme Court on him.
And and it's going to go that way. Everything is going to go back to the way it was before. I'm not going to say as far back as 1776, but I am going to say as far back as 1913, because that's when everything really jumped off.
Yeah, Woodrow Wilson started that. Yeah, I've been telling them about that.
Right, he's the one that brought in the Federal Reserve. So
yeah, he was the problem. He was the problem.
So everything is about the money, and you have to go at the money first, and then everything else falls into. And that's what he's doing. Going to get the money straight. Reparations. Everybody is going to get what they're due. I really wish that, I could do this without having to watch what I say.
Without having to watch what you say? I mean, but I'm on YouTube. We could get on here again in the 13%, but I'm on YouTube, ma.
I know, that's what I'm saying. But
and what you call them, the small hats? So what are they called again? They listening.
Small hats. I know, but I'm just saying.
They just waiting for me to say something about them. The ones that benefit off of Heater Iska. Them folk, they listening. Heater Iska.
A lot of people.
I'm talking about where they ain't got to pay no interest on any loan. In fact, that loan turns into an investment automatically. For some odd reason, that's international law. I'm talking about them folk right there.
You know what? I was shocked. I was like, oh, wow. So, but all of that's going to be handled. All of that's going to be handled. I do believe. So, I'm not saying that he's a man. He makes mistakes, do things that we don't understand and stuff like that. A lot of times he's doing things it's not meant for us. It's meant for the enemy. So you got two entities that are fighting each other. And this is it's going to have to come out where everybody will see it. But folks, if you're in tune, you can see it. You can see the fight.
It looked like I'm not going. You know how I am, Ma. I'm not gonna. If Trump get rid of IRS, then I'll say I bet.
I'm so glad. Huh?
I said if Trump get rid of IRS, I mean, because I know.
Well, you're not the only
one.
Yes. Yeah, you're not the only one. A lot of people. A lot of people lost homes, businesses. Oh my goodness.
They lost their jobs.
Just to fatten their pockets.
Yeah.
Just to fatten their pockets. I mean, the city itself have to pay taxes for the people that are working to the federal government in order to get money. That's how they were doing that.
It was all fraudulent.
We had to do that. We had to pay taxes to the city. The city was paying it to the federal government. We were being snatched twice.
Double dipping. That's what I told him. I explained it to him.
So I'm like,
it was double dipping.
So I'm looking for a real hefty.
Yeah, they gonna have to. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so glad chat is saying who we was talking about. Thank you, chat. Yeah, I know who we talking about.
Yeah.
Shout out to chat. Yeah, y'all on point. Go ahead, Mom.
I said I'm looking for a real hefty one. Really.
Yeah, they owe.
And everybody.
They owe.
Yeah, but it's not. It's more. Trump, and if you hear him, if you listen to him, if he's talking, sometimes he'll talk and he's kind of slow, but he's saying something. Okay. It's not called reparations. It's called restoration. When he mentions the word restoration, he's talking about money.
And then the citizenship for the slave.
He's not talking about
when he kept repeating that, I was like, man, he really listening. And that's what made me say, he may be for the people, but keep in mind, I'm right here like watching them. I'm still watching them side eyeing. I know y'all probably good, but I'm still side eyeing. But when he said that citizenship was for slaves, then he kept saying it. I was like, damn, I hope people catch this. I've been saying this whole time. But that's another thing. Let me play that real quick, Ma. Look at YouTube. Let me play this real quick. Look. Hold on, don't go nowhere. Don't hang up. Let me show you what he just did. Watch this. Can you see this?
Wait a minute. I'm bringing up my YouTube.
Hold on, bring up YouTube. I want you to see this. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
I'm about to play it. You ready? All right. Look.
Breaking news, a short time ago, the Supreme Court agreed to hear oral arguments in the case about ending birthright citizenship. How confident are you that the court will rule in your favor and allow that order to end birthright citizenship to go forward?
Well, you're just telling me that for the first time. I am so happy. I think the case has been so misunderstood. That case, birthright citizenship, is about slavery. If you look at the details of it, the signings of it, everything else, that case is all about slavery. And if you view it from that standpoint, people understand it. But for some reason, lawyers don't talk about it, the news doesn't talk about it. That's not about tourists coming in and touching a piece of sand and all of a sudden they're a citizenship. They're a citizen. That is all about slavery. And even look at the dates on which it was signed. It was right at that era, right after the Civil War. And if you look at it that way, the case is an easy case to win. And I hope the lawyers talk about birthright, citizenship, and slavery, because that's what it was all about. And it was it was meant to be positive. And they use it now instead, not for slavery, they use it for people that come into our country and they walk in and all of a sudden they become citizens and they pay a lot of money to different cartels and others. It's all about slavery, and if you look at it that way, we should win that case.
I'm just saying, Ma. I'm just saying that was fire. Okay, because that's why I can't knock him, because it is certain things that he's doing that I agree with, especially this part.
Yeah.
Certain people that's not going to understand the birthright citizenship. I broke that down just in case y'all need to go back. I did a video on that. Just go back and watch it if you're unfamiliar with it. But Trump and his administration and his lawyers was absolutely correct. Absolutely 100% correct.
Exactly. And it had to do with our people. But I'm not, he say some off the wall craziness. He had me laughing for real, but it's a breath of fresh air to see somebody that's about doing for the people.
Yeah, that's why I said certain moves he is making is for the, like when we got a chance to play with when we was dangling the Harriet Tubman in their face. And they bit. And they ran with our information. I was like, oh, y'all about to take this down, and made the Department of Interior take that down. I was like, oh, they not playing. I said, okay, well, I say less. Here goes some more. Matter of fact, I got another meeting with them.
And what angers me is the people that say, oh, well, was a DEI. Yeah, yep. But what happened but he didn't take nothing away from us.
No, because DEI ain't work for us.
DEI wasn't for us.
Not at all.
You know who DEI was for.
They did that on purpose.
And that wasn't for us. Okay, so our stuff's still on the books. Okay.
I'm trying my hardest to do my part, and he listening. His administration is listening. His board is listening. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. But that shocked me. Me.
I mean, you have to hold on to your boots, buddy. There's gonna be a lot of stuff going on.
Hey, but look, let's do it. Let's do it.
It's going to be a lot of stuff going on. So
Man, Ma, did you see them renege? When all them Democrats got mad because we made them remove that Harriet Tubman stuff off that website? I didn't even get a chance to send that to you, did I? No, they was mad. They was mad. Hold on.
I'm wondering today. I'm wondering if Dane. I'm wondering if. Thank you. Thank you. Whoever that is in chat is on point.
Which one? Yeah, and white women. That's right. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah,
Chat know,
yeah.
huh? Chat know. They know what DEI was for, ma.
But it
Hands
was,
down.
yeah, but it's not. Listen,
Or who it worked out for. Put it like that.
the big T. Big Mike.
Big Mike. You know they supposed to be divorcing, allegedly. Who knows? Whatever.
Anyhow.
Yeah.
But
Michael and I, it's like, nah. Let me leave it alone. Let me leave it alone.
So anyway, what a wonderful time to be alive. That's all I got to say. What a wonderful
No, I didn't get a chance to speak on that, Love Jones. I'm gonna do that probably tomorrow. I'm gonna talk about that. I did put some stuff to the side for both of them. She talking about that because I don't want to switch it to that because I don't have everything up with that, but I am gonna put that up in the live stream and we'll be able to talk about it then. And I'm pretty sure you got to get some stuff off your chest, so stay put. I'm gonna do that one tomorrow for sure because I'm still recovering. If you can hear me, my voice is still, I still got a little. I'm getting over a cold, so I should be back to 100% tomorrow. We should be good to go. I'm gonna still continue to drink this tea. We're gonna be good to go. And Ma probably gonna be here too. No, Ma, I'm pretty sure she got something to say about that one too. Matter of fact, I'm glad she didn't see your comment because she probably would bring, oh yeah, well, you know what, here it is. She probably gonna tell you. We gonna say that one for tomorrow. Nothing. We gonna save it for tomorrow.
Okay. That's
We're
fine.
gonna say. But Mom, was there anything else that you wanted to say about this one right here as far as this these tariffs?
All I'm saying is just go ahead on and live life. Just like, normal. We know things up a little bit, they ain't gonna go down. But the reset is coming, baby. It's real close.
I wanted to come down. I've been telling people I wanted to come down. It's long overdue. And that's why I'm glad he pointing out the dates and calling out who was in, calling out Woodrow Wilson and like calling out that stupid decision that he made. It was just great. I was like, what? I just hope this ain't for play. I hope he bad his business, man.
Well, that's real. But I'm gonna go ahead and let somebody else come up. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, Mom.
Love you.
I love you too, Mom. I'm gonna call you after this.
All right.
All right. Okay. Hold on, let me let me drop a bomb for Ma. Ma got priority, y'all. All right, so let me hold up. No, I'm not saying, listen, y'all, I'm not against Trump. I'm everything that he does correctly, I'm gonna call it out. Everything I disagree with, I call it out. You know what I mean? I'm not choosing sides here. I would love for him to do everything that he said he gonna do for the people and actually do it. Am I sitting back waiting on him? Me personally, I don't need to. I don't think we all should. I think we should be doing something about it. Step up to the plate and do something. We see where it's heading. Just don't sit and, don't sit and wait and not do anything. Sit and wait and do something else that will benefit you and yours. And that's why I said the business part. With him being a businessman, it's going to benefit the business. But let me pull the people up right now. Hold up. Let me get that. Come on, Nadi. You got to accept it on your side. Yeah, he do need to eliminate them But see, DC not even a state. It shouldn't even exist as far as their little state taxes. I agree. I mean, if you think about it, to me, that's fraudulent. It's not even a state. What they doing with that? You know what I mean? That should go. I'm trying to tell you, I'm gonna wait a couple more years. I'm gonna run for mayor in DC. I'm cleaning house. Naughty, what's going on, brother? OCO. You gotta unmute, brother. I can't hear you. Naughty. I appreciate that. I see that in the chat. I appreciate that. Naughty, you gotta unmute. He probably don't even know that oh no, because he had to accept it on his side. Come on, Naughty. All right, Naughty, let me when you ready, Naughty, let me know. Say it in the chat. I'm gonna bring you back up. Infinity, come on, brother. You got to accept it on your side. You got to accept on your side. I appreciate that, y'all. Thank you for showing love to Mom. Infinity, you got accepted on your side, brother. Infinity, no doubt. And yep, there you go.
Hello?
And I think yeah, there you go. There you go. What's going on? OCO, brother.
Oh, CEO, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for, doing everything you do.
I appreciate that, brother. Let me get your take on this situation here with these tariffs that Trump's put out. The Trumps. I'm sick. You know what I'm saying, okay?
Yeah.
I ain't at 100%, but let me get your take on that.
My take, it's, just coming from a needy guy in the city in Illinois, Chicago, Illinois. It's really hidden because I'm looking at all of the prices of, groceries, everyday groceries, and, being somebody really looking for a better job, and
let me ask you this. Did the price of your eggs come down by 50%?
No, maybe they were about close to $14 at first, and now I see prices maybe $7, $6. All these is $3.49.
$14. Wait, stop. For a dozen?
Yes, it was like that about 2 weeks ago. It did go down though.
Huh?
Yes, for a dozen.
$14 for a dozen?
Yes, 100%. If somebody from Illinois could speak on that too, it definitely was up. It was up.
Ooh, okay. Wow. Now I ain't know it was that high.
Oh yeah. So when
high.
you see $3.49, it's like you grab that.
Wow. Yeah, that's high. Wait, y'all posted pictures? Oh no, y'all putting up gifts. I see it now.
I could definitely send a picture. I believe I did take a picture and send it to one of my family members when it was that price. So I definitely could do that. And I'm seeing the prices still to this day at little convenience stores. They are having the prices over $12 for sure. And these prices were never seen in my existence. I never seen a dozen of eggs over a couple of dollars. Double digit prices. Yes. Look, they're saying 15s and yeah.
Man, I gotta check and make sure. I don't remember paying that much for eggs now. I got to check and make sure, but I don't remember that. That's crazy.
It's really hitting people that don't have jobs or are back and forth in jobs. Think about people that don't have a job and then they're using DoorDash and Grubhub. Talk about the tariffs on food, but then we think about the people that really don't have a job and are doing food delivery, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is another market in itself that is hurting the workers, the low income workers, because now the people that are ordering the food, they can't even afford to tip the workers.
Yeah, because they do charge an extra fee when you deliver. Wait, it's
right,
a tip and a delivery fee. Now think about it. Hold on, I apologize. It's separate. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yes. So I'm just saying that it really hits everybody, and I think that's not even really being talked about. There's a market where people are really hurting and looking for money. So this is a big effect. It's ridiculous. Like you can't even make $100 in one day, let alone $50 trying to work on food delivery orders, and you think everybody is shopping in that market. It's kind of, they're not really shopping in that market right now.
So what do you think about as far as what Trump is doing? Do you think it affected the consumer?
I think it affected the consumer and just, the people that are not able to get a job right now, right? You think about how these tariffs are kicking people out of the factories, right? Because, it's so many different prices that these companies have to pay. And then we talk about the factories are getting knocked down. Now Trump is making, apparently he was making new factories, right? And getting away with the old factories. Cheap labor is more of a demand right now.
That's why some of them companies said the reason why they left America was because of cheap labor is in other countries. People wanted to get paid too much.
I agree with that. It's really getting out of hand, the cheap labor, to the fact where it's like people can't even work. If you have a job, you know to hold on to it right now. But if you don't have a job, and then you like, oh, I'm just gonna do food delivery, like a lot of people do in my city when they don't have a job, they just refer to DoorDash or a temp agency, right, or a blood bank, right? But it's just the market of labor, and then you have people that have unemployment, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen
got hit. I did hear they got hit.
Yeah,
I heard they took a hit.
The unemployment got hit because
unemployment took a hit. I heard welfare took a hit.
Yes, you think about people. I've known tons of people here in my city that had no job, had applied to unemployment, right? And then they're getting kicked off of unemployment. And I've seen people in your chat right now talk about DoorDash. That DoorDash and Grubhub, all the food apps, it's like slave labor. Like, geez.
So they not getting paid like what they should.
Hardly. They're getting like $3-4 orders and tell them to go 3-4 miles. Like who's going to do that?
Wow.
Especially people on a bike. Like this this is really. I think these tariffs. I don't know if it's the tariffs that's really doing it, but I think it is playing a big factor in the economy right now for sure.
Well,
And
keep in mind
as
the
far
tariffs is brand new. Like
Yeah.
the tariffs is mainly started on the 2nd. Well, actually the 3rd technically, because he said he started it on the at that midnight. So he mainly just started the tariffs.
Right. Oh, I see everybody saying some people saying every job is, cheap labor. I don't know if I could use that S word, but
slavery?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Employment is slavery. Slavery is employment. We know what's going on. Yeah, you can.
Right.
I mean, even though we on YouTube, you good to go. It's just those certain words for those certain people. Okay.
Right.
That's what they get mad at.
So,
nah, but that's true though. I mean, as far as I see Uber, DoorDash, a couple people saying Lyft. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I see nothing but foreigners too. They be lying about if it's a girl and stuff like that. All of a sudden, it's a guy and he a foreigner. I see nothing but foreigners.
I see nothing but. I see a lot of foreigners out here selling products from stores, and trying to. I don't know if they're trying to knock out these stores, but it's knocking out people that work or are looking for work, because a lot of these foreigners, I feel like, are taking these jobs from hard workers.
And that's what he was trying to get rid of. That's what Trump, honestly, that's what Trump was coming at. He like doing away with that and trying to give it back to the American people.
Right.
And that's going to take time though. That's not going to be overnight. That's going to take time. But
it would.
Yeah, it did. It a lot of people took our jobs.
Lot. I'm on the same fence as you with, how you feel about the president and things like that. And I'm just here to think too. I just feel like he is doing some good things. I think since, the effects are gonna, really take time to see. And I'm hoping he's really for us. I really hope he's for us, especially after I heard about that the new the recent, what's it called? He was trying to get away with the old history. That was major.
Hold on, what you mean?
The Donald Trump, the last, what do you call it?
He got rid of the anti-American ideology. That's what he called it, anti-American. You talking about that?
No, the executive order to for the history. What was that?
Restoring truth and sanity to American history.
Yeah, I feel like he really sees something. Actually, all the lies that we've been told in our history. I think he really sees that.
Yeah, it took him time to see that. But no, it did. It did. It had to take a few years in order for us to kind of pitch that to him so he could start reading. So we could be holding those particular organizations and companies accountable, like the Smithsonian, the Department of Interior, National Park Service. So yeah, it's taking a while. And we're not finished, by the way.
So I got a question now, right? We were talking about this restoration. So, and I remember you were also saying we shouldn't be looking for reparations.
I mean, not from a government that didn't say that they should be held accountable. This is a totally different administration now. They hold themselves accountable.
So it
That's why my mother even said restoration, because it could be a strong possibility that it can happen in the people's favor now. Doing away with the wrongdoing. That's what it looked like he's doing. I'm not gonna sit up there and say, okay, well, I don't see it. I see it. I see it.
Right.
I just don't want people to be putting all their hope and trust into that, and then something go wrong and it go left. But yeah, so far so good. You know, that's what I can say. So far so good. He actually paid attention. He actually listened, and he actually did something about it. He didn't have to pay us no mind. But yeah, well, allowing us to come at the National Park Service, allowing us to come at the Department of Interior, Smithsonian, with all 21 of them museums, that was major. And my book especially, that was major. Doing away with them lies. But as far as helping the people out, getting rid of the IRS, it's going to be taxes, but it's going to be sales taxes, making that lower. Let me see. I will say for sure, all right, Trump, all right, cool. As soon as he get rid of IRS, that day I'm going live. Yeah. And I'm going to make that announcement. So as soon as it's gone, I'm live that day. Yep. Oh no, he got rid of IRS. All right, boom. Here we go.
I'll be right there. So okay,
I'm trying to tell you, that's so major, bro. That's helping out everybody. You getting rid of the taxes? Everybody.
Oh yeah.
I'm telling you, if that does happen, if I'm like I said, I see it. I see the HR. They trying to push it through Congress. I see it. So it's not like they talking and not trying. They trying.
So how do we get those? How would you say we should go by getting a book for the Constitution, so that we could learn all of our rights?
But look up the Constitution.
Right, but it's so many. It's so many acts and laws. Like
it is, but I mean, as far as the Constitution, it's not going to be. That's not going to be that hard, you know.
Right.
But I mean, just learn at least the first 16.
Okay.
At
yeah, no,
least.
I was just going off your mom. She was saying like a book, and
Yeah,
I know we could
available.
like look.
You know,
Right.
Yeah, I was just about to say Black's Law. That's my favorite, but that's gonna cost you a pretty penny, depending on which version you get. But I mean, because that's my favorite. Me personally, that's my favorite. But yeah, Black's Law Dictionary is my favorite. Me personally. But the older you go, as far as Black's Law Dictionary, the more it's gonna cost. I can tell you that right now.
Understood. I appreciate that.
But there are other ones.
That's all that I have, though.
Say it again.
No, I think that's all that I have. I haven't been here in a while, and it's my first time getting on the panel.
You good, brother? Let me mention this real quick to those of you that heard me just say Black's Law. The older you go with Black's Law Dictionary, the more it's going to cost. And honestly, I highly recommend that because they changed up a lot. Okay? Like when you talking 6th, 7th, 8th edition and stuff, like, nah, come back. Come back. 1st edition, 2nd edition, 3rd edition, 4th edition. Go right there. It is going to cost some, but hey, it's worth it, especially if you're trying to learn law.
I
highly recommend that one.
Thanks a lot, Dane OCO.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. Stick around because we probably gonna be saying more in here. We just gonna be doing it off of YouTube, okay?
All right.
I appreciate that, brother.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, let me right, that now the chat, y'all talking about Black's Law. Oh, let me blow my nose real quick, y'all. Yeah, y'all know I got volume 1. Y'all seen it, right? In a glass case. I remember when people didn't think I had it. I was like, yeah, okay. My mother will tell you I spend an arm and a leg when it come to records, books, stuff like. I remember when I first started doing that, and I had to talk my wife into allowing me to spend some money, into getting records. Ooh, them first few conversations was rough. You know, hey, look, this one, how much is it? $6 grand. $6 grand. Da. Yeah, that stuff costs now. It ain't no way around it, you know. But if you can't get the first one, ain't nothing wrong with the second edition, the third edition. I'm just saying. I should have asked my mother about that one. She remember one. I had got all the treaties, and I put my business out there. But anyway, you could tell that they was watching us because for some odd reason, when I got them copies of them treaties, thick books here, they sent it to my grandfather's house. And I was like, how did they get that address? How did they get that? My mother would tell you that. I was like, man, there's no way they would have got there. No way. There's no record of anything on mine showing my grandfather stuff. I had to ask my mother to ship it to me. I was mad. But that's how you know they was watching me. They was watching me that entire time. And this is no cap. Ma, you still in the chat? This is no cap. Ma had to send that to me. They sent that to my grandfather's house. And I was like, how? How? I haven't had my grandfather's address since I was a teenager. That's how you know they was watching. As a whole lot. And I ain't gonna lie, that's why I've been holding on to them treaties for a little second, because I think they got a little, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. You see what my mother said? Yeah, I remember that. She in the 13% chat, y'all. Yeah, that was crazy. I was like, that's not supposed to be going there. I did not put that address down there. But yeah, and that cost some money too. On top of that, I forgot how much it was, but that was some money. I got all of them, not playing. I'm talking about when I cracked them open, it was some tribes I never heard of before. I remember I reached out and I said, I need some help with this. This a lot. That was a lot of information. But yeah, shout out to Ma, because she helped me right there. Because, man, look, that was not supposed to be going there. And she said that straight to me. Matter of fact, y'all see him. Matter of fact, I did do a video on those. I didn't do a video, it was a short. Both of these things I'm talking about are shorts, in fact. Y'all can see both of them. I bookshop the thrift store and found the 7th edition, Black's Law. I guess it's better than none. 4th edition PDF. Hey, man. I agree. Oh, what is this? Oh, okay. No. I thought she was spamming for a second. I was like, huh? Nah, she was good. I don't know why that happened like that, though. It did look like a spam. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me get somebody else. Hold up. Come on, Tank. No, you good. I know you wasn't spamming. You was just probably adding everything in there so people can see it. Tank, you got accepted on your side, Tank. Yeah, it was each book. No, I'm fine with that. I don't know who. One of the mods thought it was spam and immediately. Hold up, y'all. Let her do it again. Let her do it again. That wasn't spam at all. Oh no, she was good. She was good. That was spam. I mean, that wasn't spam. Correction, that wasn't spam. What up, Tank? OCO. You gotta unmute on your side. Tank. Tank. There you go.
Yo, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Yo, OCO, man. What's going on, Dane?
OCO, Tank, how you?
Yo, I'm good, brother. I'm good, man.
What's your take on this situation right here dealing with these tariffs that Trump put out?
I kind of feel like Trump is like a liquidator, man. You know, when you own a company, you know, he's collecting all the information and, you know, gathering up what's supposed to be there, what's not supposed to be there.
And get rid of the things that ain't supposed to be there.
Right.
Good way to look at it.
Yeah, I think he taking that route, but I don't think it's a bad thing, you know. It's just like building a house. Every brick you put in the wall, you can't complain about it. You just gotta wait till the end result. So everybody complaining about, you know, every move that he make, you just gotta wait until, you know, the end result. That's how I kind of look at it.
Now, do you think the tariffs will eventually hurt the people later on down the line?
I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell.
Let me ask you this: what's your prices looking like right now for the things you buying? Now, I'm not saying that Trump did this, but I'm just saying, are the prices coming down since Trump came in office?
A little bit. Yeah. I heard about the egg prices and stuff. I heard what everybody was saying. It went down a little bit. Right now, I'm in Alabama, so
man, that's cheating.
Yeah, we like
Alabama though. Like that's cheating. Yeah. You can't. Nah. Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute, chat. Alabama don't count. Cause see, Alabama already got good food, good prices. Alabama don't count. So matter of fact, let's switch top. Alabama don't count. You be cooking? Tell me you cook. You cooking?
Oh yeah. I get down, man.
So you be throwing down. All right.
Oh yeah.
All right, yeah.
Country boy,
I don't know about Alabama. I know how about Alabama be throwing down though. What part of Alabama?
Yeah, I'm in Mobile. You was down here.
You was in Mobile?
Yes, sir.
The old Pritchard.
Yeah, I'm right up out of Pritchard.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. We enjoyed ourselves down there. We did though. We really did. All the people was great. The food was great. I mean, even them white folks was all right. I was surprised. I thought we was gonna get some racism a little bit. I ain't not the times we've been there. I could be wrong.
It's still down here. It depends on where you go though. Depends on where you go.
Or who I run into. One thing I do want to do though is those places that's gated up that go way back into the like it looked like it's going into the woods, but it's like some way inner city type stuff, but they got it blocked off.
Yeah.
By the gate. I want to do that. I want to hop the gate. I shouldn't say this online, but I want to hop the gate and start recording those areas because I wanted to show people like how our people was around these areas and living in these zones that they got blocked off.
Yeah, because
plenty of that.
We got a place called Africa Town down here, man. It's a lot of history down here in Mobile, and they don't really talk about it. They kind of, I wouldn't say hide it, but yeah, I seen it.
Yeah,
it's pretty good too.
Yeah, they were trying to put that up, and then it was a political move. They was trying to get some money, they got their money and skedaddled up out of there. That was a political move. I put up the congressional records on that too during that video. That was supposed to happen, but they ran with that money. Meanwhile, people right around the corner from the and I mean that literally, right around the corner from that cemetery, poor. They in a poor condition. They in poverty.
Yeah.
And that don't make no goddamn sense because the boats and the shipyard right there, right beside them, they should be making cash money right there.
Yeah.
I was upset at that. I ain't like that.
Yeah. It's history down here, then they bury it, so just how it is in Alabama, man.
Man, but I mean, I'm glad. So next time I come down there, let me know. You down there. You don't got to pull up. You already down there.
Yeah, I'm down here, man. I drive trucks. I come home, here and there. But yeah, this morning.
Oh man, you gonna be a minute. Yeah, I mean, you talking about driving. I mean, that's good to know that you driving trucks because we need more truckers. That's good to know. Yeah, you barely home. You out there making them. How was that? As a matter of fact, how was that going since the tariffs? Has anything been shaken up with the supplies?
Nah, it haven't really slowed down. It did like when he first got in, but then it was like a week of that, and then it picked right back up. You really couldn't really tell the difference for real. Yeah.
What
It
about
picked
any
back up real
pricing?
quick.
Did any prices change, or like do
In
you
different
see yourself
states.
making more money now, or you were making more money before he came?
Right now, I'm making more money, but when he came, it kind of dropped a little bit.
But then it picked back up.
Yeah, it picked back up.
And I'm glad you said that, and I thank you for being honest about that, because that's exactly what I think is going to happen with them, like trying to transition the currency over. I think it's going to be a slight dip, and then it's going to pick back up. I think it's going to be a slight dip. It's going to pick back. I mean, how else are they going to try to, start it off? It's going to take a slight hit just real quick, and then it'll pick back up. That's how I look at it. But I appreciate you being honest about that.
So when everything transitioned over and all that, I was in one of the listening rooms last week, I think. What about the investing in gold? Like where would we need to go to invest in gold? Like what's a good website?
Well, we got to keep that between us. I'm on YouTube. We could talk about that in here. That's what this is for. We could talk about that, because I don't know who listening. I don't know who watching. I don't, But make sure you bring that back up. Don't forget that.
All good. But yeah, man, shoot, that's all I had, man. It's a pleasure talking to you, brother. You're a real one, man. Keep it going, man. We need that history, man.
I appreciate that, Tank. You be safe out there too, brother.
Oh yeah, for sure, man.
Absolutely.
What oh?
Hold on, wait a minute, y'all. Let me get yeah, we're gonna have to keep that in the 13%. I don't know who watching on YouTube. I don't want to play no games with that. We can talk about that though. Come on, Jamin. Jamian? Am I pronouncing that right? Jamian, right? It seemed like that would be pronounced Jamian. But you got to accept it on your side. Oh, there go Naughty. Naughty came back. Hold up, Naughty. I got you. Wait a minute. I appreciate y'all showing him love like that too, y'all. I appreciate that. Yeah, y'all on point. See, it's nothing but a big old family for real. What Jamie in that? You gotta accept it on your side. He probably over there trying to get that thing together. Hold on, while you trying to get that together, let me get hold on, Lady in Pink. There we go. Okay, yeah. And your mic is unmuted, Lady in Pink. You can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. Oh, see, how are you?
Oh, thank you. This is my first night being on here, and I wanted to tell you that I'm a Washingtonian, 5 generations of Washingtonian, and you're talking about as far as how's the prices and things like that. I'm gonna tell you what the prices are. The prices are high as hell in Maryland. I spent $200 and had just a bag and a half full of groceries, and it's crazy. So what I would like to say is that we need to depend on each other. We need to don't worry so much about Trump, because as you say all the time, follow the money. I've been with Trump since he was saying that Indians and stuff, or these are Indians and stuff, but you don't know the real thing about it is he went there, and what he wanted to do is open up wanted to open up one of those, what you call them?
Some other casino.
And you go in there and you deal and you win money and stuff like that. That is nothing. A casino is nothing about taking money. Trump went over there and built the where the Ferris wheel is. The Ferris wheel over in Fort Washington. He built that over there. Do you know he didn't pay them people? He didn't pay them people that helped him build. He didn't pay them contractors. He paid in the beginning, but when the stuff was over with, he did not pay it. So I'm just saying this: don't trust the Republicans. Don't trust the Democrats. The Democrats ain't never done nothing for us but promise us, and then when you get them in, they do whatever that they want to do.
Exactly.
The Republicans, they're in there. Yes, we were Republicans, but you got to realize the time that it was happening that we were Republicans. We wanted to be free. We wanted to, and yes, my family is Blackfoot, and Blackfoot is part of Cherokee. So let me tell you something. DC, my people, they moved from Foggy Bottom to Georgetown to Northwest. That's how. My grandfather and my grandfather, he built all the Caif's hotels here. He was a brick mason. They were saying that we were poor or we were that. No, that's not necessarily. My grandmother lived on 29 14th, R Street. We were right behind the Charles Hotel where all the entertainers used to be. They used to be up on U Street and in people's homes. The Howard Theater, we used to go there and see James Brown and all that. They weren't allowed no place else. There was the Black Door where all the entertainers and stuff used to go. So I can sit down here and I can tell you a lot about DC. And when we were segregated, we couldn't go beyond what's the name of that park? We couldn't go beyond Meridian Park because the Jews lived right behind the Meridian Park. And my grandmother used to work up in there, always bringing you clothes home for you to wear. I can tell you something. My auntie used to live up on Seton Place, and we used to have to sweep streets and stuff like that. So don't tell us. What I'm trying to tell you is y'all better be prepared because y'all are young people. Y'all are the young people that's coming up. And you know what? It's going to make you hungry again. You're going to be hungry to be what you want to be. You know, what you want to be. If you go back to your parents who wanted you free, who wanted to just to live the way they wanted to live. We don't want and right today, I don't want to live around white people and stuff like that. All I want to do is just live the way I want to live. And so, and it is crazy. I got a cousin right today who worked for NIH, and those told her that either you can take your retirement. Listen to what I'm saying. This is what she told me. Take your retirement, or you can go find another job and you have to let your retirement go. Is that crazy? So what I'm just saying is, she said, I done worked all these many years. Yep. You got to look at people, and you say, Mr. Cal, what is your name? Dane Calloway. Yes, ma'am. You say, Mr. Calloway, follow the damn money. And the money and everything, what people don't realize, and I'm going to tell everybody got a Social Security card. Everybody got a Social Security card. Everybody got a birth certificate and everything. Birth certificates didn't come into 1933.
Yes, ma'am.
Or 1930, between 1930 and 1933.
No. 1933. You were right.
You know why? Because we're all on the Forex market.
The
United States put us on. We're the workers. You're the workers. We still working today. Just like the young man said, employment is slavery. And everything, because when they get tired of you, they get rid of you. And do you think that Trump, that billionaires, millionaires, trillionaires, they don't give a damn about you. They want to get rid of you because they want this land. They want it. They want to, and then they talking about realize what's going on. They want to bring the Caucasians over here. And then on top of that, even and why we don't get ahead, I used to say, oh, they say we lazy. I'm a teenager. Oh, they say they lazy, or we don't do this, and it wasn't that. That's what was planned in our mind.
Yep.
To say that we're lazy or we're this. No, what it is they want you to work, because when you work and make that dollar and everything like that, they done sold you on them. They got you out there on the market. All you got to do is look at your social security number. And I got a little thing here. I got books here for a long period of time. And I hear about, like, my grandfather was a grandmaster, right? But guess what? He got us down south to go to the beach. They used to stop us. We used to sleep in the car and ask I don't know how old your mother is, but ask your mom. We had to get out of the car and urinate on the side of the car. We couldn't stop at no gasoline station. It's crazy. Or the men had to. We be and if they didn't get out and do what they had to do in a bottle. I ain't telling you no lie. I'm telling you the truth.
No, I believe you. And go ahead, Elder. Go ahead. You got the floor.
No, all of y'all on there, except for your mom or something. I am 77 years old, and thank you, God.
Oh, man.
I'm 77 years old.
Let's go.
My grandson is old as you, and he's got 3 kids. I tell my grandson, and I'm going to tell all you people out here, yeah, you got a house, but you don't own the house. The bank owns the house. If y'all don't concentrate and stay focused, that's why I tell my grandson, stay focused. Don't be going out here trying to buy your eyelashes, buy your nails, buy your this, buy your that. Pay on your house and make it yours. If you're gonna buy a car and everything, don't go out here and buy the biggest car that you can where you got the biggest front. The same car, if you buy the cheapest car, is gonna take you where you need to go.
From A to B.
Instead of you losing your car. And I'm telling you, I done slept in a truck because someone tried to take my house. I signed a contract, and what I signed was something that, in which he finagled. I got my house back, because I'm telling you. Man,
I'm glad you got it back.
Don't let nobody get you down. Don't let nobody get in your way. And then on top of that, don't let people turn you against your people. Because what it is, we're coming together. We're coming together. And guess what? Everybody's saying, I'm gonna buy this. I'm buying it. Not. I'm alone it. We're the head, not the tail.
That's right.
We got DNA that's different from anybody else's. No Caucasian man. And I'm going to tell them, you better look in your history. You better read your history and stuff like that. And not just read it, absorb it. Because
that's right.
These are some evil people. Evil people. They coming out of the cracks right now because they've been having it deep down inside of them, where they want to fight you. They want to spit in your face. And then these Spanish, they want to call you nigger and everything like that. And you the next one coming on. See, I be sitting down. What you do, you need to listen and you need to watch. And Trump, no. He don't care nothing about you. And then some of these black folks, they don't care nothing about you. And I'm trying to tell you, they take everybody from us. You got to be careful what you say. You got to be smart at what you say. You don't let your left hand, this is what my grandfather used to say, you don't let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. And then he used to say, you pick a farmer's brain. Do you hear what I'm saying? You pick a farmer's brain. And things like that. Don't. I'm telling you, Mr. Calloway, whatever that you got planned, keep it under wraps with some, because even your own people sometimes will turn on you.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, pay attention. Love your mother. Pay attention what she says. Because, see, she been around a long time. I've been around a little bit longer than her. But what I'm trying to tell you is I done seen a lot. I done seen a lot. I done seen segregation, what took and burned up 14th Street. We burned up our own street.
I saw that.
But
Yeah, she told me
instead of
about
going
that.
downtown where Lambert's was,
Exactly.
we weren't able to go to Lambert's and put on no hats
It was
or
just
put on no
all
clothes.
needs
Okay?
people got. Yep. I know what you about to say. Yep.
So they should have went downtown.
I agree.
remember my grandma told me the market used to be right in front of the Capitol. Do you hear me? I got a picture of my grandma in a coat. They're always saying that we were poor. We weren't poor until we had that great big, what you call it, when the market fell and all the rich folks, they lost their money and we lost our money. But guess what? When the market fails, you make money off of that too. But it ain't us. So the market just fell again. Okay, follow the money. I don't mind saying this. Follow the money. Trump came back and said it's his coin. He's getting his coins ready to put on the market. That's why he put on the market. And then talk about just wait a little bit. It's going to take time to put up, even if you put up things and put up car manufacturers. It's going to take time. You got to realize that. Look at the Ford manufacturing is moving over to Canada. It's crazy. This whole world right now is crazy. And what I'm saying is, and I'm gonna let you know, and I'm gonna get off your thing, is that we as people, our forefathers, and I don't know if anyone, but our gods and everything is getting us together, and we're getting ready to do an exit. I'm trying to tell you. I'm not talking down nobody. I just want to listen. I just want to listen. That's why I'm here with you, because I listen to you. And when you said about Indians and stuff, yes, I read about that. I read where they put Indians in slavery, where they didn't want to be in slavery and they jumped off a cliff. You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, they don't want to talk about no Indians.
Yeah, some of them were afraid to do it. Some of them were threatened. Yep.
Yes, and we were planning. So I'm telling everybody, get you a little garden. I don't care if you live in an apartment. Start growing you some food, because as I told them, I said they used to eating steaks and this and that and all other. I said my grandma and I, we used to eat. We can go back to beans. Okay, you can eat beans and be happy.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
So
Survival.
I'm just saying that it's a big change coming, but it's us that got to be together. Like you just said, they done trained us the same way they trained anybody else. They have.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what I'm saying is use your skills. I don't care who it is. Use your skills. And we might have to go back. See, everybody ain't gonna have no money, Dane. Everybody ain't gonna have no money. I heard Infinity. I heard him and tell him that he can get the Constitution. I wish he was here. I would give it to him. He can get the Constitution off of. I know nobody don't, because I boycotted them. And Amazon. You can get your Constitution book off of Amazon and get his book. Or he can just pull it up on his phone. Just pull it up on his phone, and he can
be
get
pulled
that.
up on the phone. Yep, it can.
And so
we gonna make sure he get it. We gonna make sure he get it.
I appreciate that. Oh, I just really, because I've always been right here, and I live out in Maryland. Do you know we boycotted my neighborhood and other neighborhoods? We boycotted Giant because the food just was too high. And do you know they brought some things down and they gave you sales. They gave us sales and everything where you put your tickets through your coupons and stuff. Where you can have some groceries. It's going to be ridiculous. You got to look at the people, and it's not about just a handful of millionaires and stuff like that, because what they're trying to do is privatize. Let me get my words right. Is prioritize and so for billionaires. So what I'm just saying, okay, think about California. What is it that's in California that you think that they want?
The land.
Why they want the land? Because you know what it is? It's got metal in that ground, what they want. You hear what I'm saying? Out there in California, what is that metal that Japan has and everything like that? It's metal in that ground.
They want the it's called they did the lithium. They did the same thing in North Carolina.
Yes, sir. So I'm just saying, pull it up and find out what metal is in that ground.
No, it's lithium. No, I know exactly what you're referring to. I got it, Elder. I'm on it. I'm not playing with them.
So what I'm telling you is, listen, my grandmother's, and that's what I want to talk to you. I'm glad I found out how to use this thing.
I'm glad
I want to talk to you about that. My grandmother, my great grandmother, my mother's grandmother. Okay, that's my great grandma. Cora Seals lived out in McLeans, Virginia. She had trust land. They took it. They took it. Virginia's, if you look at Virginia laws, I didn't put up Virginia laws and everything. They took her land, saying that they put a road through it. Hear what I'm saying?
That they did that to
and
a lot
then
of
didn't
people.
give my grandmother my grandma passed away, but didn't give her that one red dime. Me and my mom were overseas, so I'm a military brat. We were overseas in England when all this was taking place, and then when we came back, my mom decided not to do it. That's what is wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's just wrong. And and I already told you that my grandmother said she was Cherokee, and she was very dark. But my grandfather, I did just like you said. He had mulatto. Had my mom and her oldest sister and the one after that, mulatto. Then they changed him to black. I mean, no, I take it back. Then they changed him to Negro. I got all them papers, Negro. And then at the end, they call him black. And they want to call you black because they don't want you to find out that you're Indian, because they don't want you to find out an Indian because you can demand your land back, because them treaties are us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
No, those treaties are up. You got. See, I know just a little bit before my grandma died. You know what I mean? My grandmother just had one child, my great grandmother, but my grandmother had 12 of them jokers. And you know why? You got to realize that, okay, the time my mother was born in, that was during the Depression. And and my grandmother took care of some of my grandma kids in McLean, Virginia. Okay. But you got to realize that she didn't have a beautiful house, but she was a horsewoman. So I'm looking at all that stuff, and I'm absorbing it. I'm absorbing it, and the pride of my grandmother. And then on my father's side, I found out that it's a possibility that Charlie Young is part of my grandmother's family.
You mean Charlie Young?
That's right. He was a soldier. Then he became
You talking about from Norfolk, Virginia?
No, my grandmother, my father's, now I'm talking about my father's side. Well, I got two fathers to tell you the truth. But what I'm saying is on my father's side, his name is, I saw it on the thing. It says Charlie Young. I was trying to find out. And I saw that he was in the service. And he was one of the Buffalo Soldiers, you know. So I said I haven't went further back to find him. I'm trying to find his mom and stuff, something on it.
That's major.
So, huh?
I said that's major. He was a Buffalo Soldier?
And yes. And he was in the service. All I know is that he was in the service. So I'm trying to link to, because I ain't going to tell you the truth. I haven't linked up everything. My grandmother is a Young. My mother's mother married a Young. And if this man that I got in this picture is the same man or brother or whatever, I said, Lord have mercy, because there's not a lot of Youngs and it's not a lot of Lucks. My mother's name is Luck, Luck. And her father came out of Dansville, Virginia.
I know some Youngs. My mother married a Young.
She married a Young too?
Yeah.
I don't know. You never know.
And see, both of y'all from the city.
We're both from the city, but my grandmother is not from D.C. She's from, my father's mother is Evansville, Indiana. And she lived right outside of town that you don't supposed to be in after dark. Used to live.
Well, we need to conversate again, like inside of here, like when I'm off of YouTube. And let me see what you got. And let me see if I can, what we could do and to help you further along, because I'm interested. You said you got a Buffalo Soldier in the family. That's
no, I didn't. No, don't put that word on me yet, because I'm researching.
I mean that's major though. That's major. I would love to look. We need to talk again. When you gonna be able to come back up in here?
I really enjoy you. I appreciate it so much for you to stick by your guns. But I'm going to tell you this. Be careful. Be careful. And
I will.
Make sure that you got other, what was wrong with us with Martin Luther King and Malcolm X.
They got infiltrated.
They were the only one. You understand?
Oh, I know what you're saying.
It should have been more.
I agree.
If something happens to me, you make sure that you can run the show.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. Because if we don't know what our left hand is doing, we know what they will do. But they don't know what we will do. Like, okay, back in the day when I was a teenager, my cousin and them we lived on Seton Place. Before they had the bridge going underneath Capitol Street, you used to could walk right across North Capitol. Then they made the bridge underneath. Okay, so listen, back during my cousin's day, every block had their own little group of, not every block, but let's say a certain area had their own little group of guys that took care of the neighborhood. You could shut down the streets. You know your own neighborhood more so than anybody else know it. And if they bomb Philadelphia, what do you think they'd do to you?
Yeah. Yep.
So this is what I'm just saying. And what do you think that they'd do to you? They'll use all the intelligence and everything, because the Black Panthers and everything. I ain't gonna go.
Yes,
I ain't
ma'am.
gonna go.
No. You right. No. You right. I'm trust and believe that even my family members, we talked about that to make sure that part is, is good. Okay, it's good. And like, cause even if I wasn't get taken out, somebody else stepping up.
Nothing. Calloway, don't force nobody to do nothing. Say what you gotta say. Be a man about it. I got something I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you something. Say what you gotta say, and then leave it. If they want to follow you, they will follow you. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't get angry. Don't let nobody mess up your date. Don't let nobody. I know you get excited and things like that.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
guess what? Your truth is out. You ain't got to. You ain't got to get nobody. All they have to do is just read. Do you know I talked to my grandson? He drives a truck. He drives a truck back and forth. And I had to tell him, I said, listen, don't you be going through them towns and everything. I said, because you by yourself. You ain't got nobody with you. And don't be running your mouth where they got 8 and 9 people and they beat your ass and go hang you somewhere. No, you just, if you can, drive your ass right on through. It'd be different if you got your crew, you know, but
I do.
You don't.
I do. I got a crew.
And then if you know, in DC, it was a Black October. It was a Black October. And they were bringing drugs into the neighborhood. Do you know that the people, and that's when even what is his name, Louis Farrakhan, and he used to have his people walk around the neighborhood and stuff like that. They don't do that no more. They put all the drug people out of the neighborhood and stuff.
Yep.
I'm telling you, that was Louis Farrakhan. That was over there off of Kenilworth Avenue, over that way. They used to patrol the
They did
apartment
Kenilworth, they
buildings.
did
Now they done
Minnesota.
built houses all back over in there. But
They
I'm
did
telling you, that's
Kenilworth,
where my mother
Minnesota,
raised up by the
Pennsylvania.
railroad tracks. So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to tell you, honey. No, just pay attention. That's what's around you.
Yes, ma'am.
And because you could be a good leader, but don't you just be the leader. Like you say, it's got to be more than one.
Yes, ma'am.
And the people got to know that there's more than one. If something happened to me and everything like that, because we all
They
not
gotta
going to
step
live
up.
forever. I'm 77 years old, and I know my time is short. But I'm going to do the best that I can. What I can, I still get around. I still do everything. So I'm just saying that I'm blessed, and I think, just like you said, my ancestors and everything are pushing me.
Yes, ma'am.
And I've been through, y'all just don't know. You got to get hungry again, and they're getting hungry. They're getting hungry. They're not placent, you know, and we're not the same people in the 1800s. And we've always been a kind people. We have never been a warrior-like people. But don't think that we can't fight, okay? So I'm just worried about you because I listen to you, and
Elder, don't do it. No weapon or any weapon
formed against me
will
shall
ever prosper. Won't ever prosper. I'm trying to don't. Elder, you good? Okay, you good? I'm not. And trust me, it's other elders that's just like that, especially from where I'm from DC.
I know you from DC. That's what you said, and you can see I'm from DC.
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear it. But
I'm a military brat. I traveled. I always, I've been to St. Louis, to the base
but
out
you still
there.
got your DC slang. I can still hear your. You can't get away from that. I can still hear your slang. But nah, don't worry about it, Elder. I'm not about to. I'm not gonna put myself in harm's way. And again, like
because you got to give
other people to step up. Just in case I get. It's other people.
But I'm just saying, you got to give, and God said use it. And then on top of that, my grandfather and everything, I don't know about y'all. I mean, we buy food for the day, but my grandfather, they killed my grandfather. my great-great-grandfather. They killed him because he had a farm, and you know what a jitney is? It's like a Uber. Okay, he used to take people to town and back. They got jealous because he was taking them to town and back, and plus he had his own. I remember the smokehouse. You understand? I remember the chickens running around, and I remember the goldfish in the pond, and and the country store, and I was telling. Listen to this. Now I'm gonna tell you this too. My grandfather's barn burnt down. Now I'm nothing but I'm about 4 or 5. I remember that. My grandfather's barn burnt down, and he's from South Carolina. Do you know that every man and woman in the neighborhood, they came together, they put the tables together and everything, had all the food on the table. They built my grandfather's barn back up within 2 days.
Wow.
So that's what I'm saying, is that we got to take our gifts. And what I am is, I'm a hardware technician. I was a hardware technician. I was always in the man's field, but I was out here putting out the DWMs and everything that runs your equipment. But anyway, I run the phone lines and all that stuff. I used to work for Verizon and stuff like that. And we got, but anyway, I don't want to go into that. But what I was talking about is our gifts. We need to stop worrying about what we're going to do. Just keep focused on what God wants you to do, and He wants you to bring us together. That's what He wants us to do, and you did it. And everybody's got a gift. Everybody's got a gift. Do you know that they found out that the Indians got DNA different from everybody else?
Yes, ma'am. We are the chosen ones.
I know. And so what I'm saying is that don't be hard on nobody. Just listen. All you got to do is just listen. Because if they didn't grab some people together, God didn't make them, get them to grab them together. You didn't grab some people together. They're coming together. Other people are saying, I'm owning this. I'm not, I'm going to own this.
Yes, ma'am.
They're coming together.
Yes, ma'am.
Stop talking us down and being in the crab barrel, like, you'll say, oh, I'm not going to have this black man fix mine. We were our own worst enemies sometimes, because it's the idea that we're going to talk the man down. But if you be true at heart, you'll give your gift. And it'll be a bartering system again, because we ain't going to have no money.
Ooh, okay.
You're going to have to barter. Because we did that. And what we did is when we took loans, that's when they took our land.
Yes, ma'am. That's the mistake.
When we unsegregated, they took our business. U Street, I'll tell you about U Street. U Street, and all around that, T Street, S Street, they had their own stores.
Yes, ma'am.
They had their own business. Ben's been there for I don't know how long. If you know that little barrel thing on 14th Street, it's a little thing that looked like a barrel. It's gray. That's where you used to go get your hair fixed. That was my mom's friend. I used to go get my hair fixed there. And then now, look at it. Look at DC. Yeah. They done took, 13th and Logan Circle. Going down 13th Street, going around Logan Circle. And there's a beautiful townhouse as you're going downtown. It's brick. That used to be my best girlfriend. And her grandmama owned that house. And you know how they took it? Because she got on drugs and they took her house. They took her house. Her grandma left her that house. I can tell you a lot about DC. I'm trying to tell you right now. So
now, you know, I got familiar with it because I got a lot of elders that told me, and you know, I done got pictures, records, and everything. But I mean, that's why I said go ahead, because I mean, you lived there. You lived through it, should I say, during that time period when things was, you know, a little bit better for our people, and then you saw the change.
And the changes, how it changed, and how they took over, and I'm just seeing just recently how they took over DC. Do you know how they took over DC? If your parents lived in DC, and it's always relatives, you gotta realize now it's your relatives. Okay, they took over DC now if your parents own the house and everything, saying that your parents, let's say, own their house in DC, and then they die and they left it to you. Well, guess what? Your parents was grandfathered, so they couldn't raise their rent. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, but as soon as Dane Calloway take over his mama's house, they're gonna say you're gonna have to pay taxes on $1 million something house. Hello.
Yeah.
The real estates came in. If you remember, DC used to have raggedy little houses around, and I'm gonna tell you something else. This over there off of 3rd Street and everything, like the 3rd and it's that northwest or southwest. The senator's son would buy a house for $1. Fix it up. Is he gonna buy a house for $1? I'm talking about senators' sons. That's what they did. They bought the house for $1, fix it up, and they move in. Then the house is worth at that time like $50,000 or $60,000, but we weren't making that kind of money. You were making like $1.25 or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm. And now it's worth way more.
And now the houses, no. You got to realize those are antique houses in DC. At first they were tearing them down and they stopped. New York Avenue used to be all them houses all up down New York Avenue.
And look at New York Avenue now.
Because they didn't genocide.
Yep.
They took them people's houses. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They took their houses, took it from your generational, because we don't know. And see, that's what you need to be teaching. You need to be teaching people who have houses, put their damn houses in trust, and let them and start learning about trusses. And
yes, ma'am.
And
I'm trying to teach them that. I am trying to teach them that.
That's right.
Because that is a must. That's a must. I'm for sure trying to teach them that. And then I have a book coming out on that too as well. That's coming.
Oh, I need your general. I'm trying to figure out how to get your book. I said I was gonna order it any way that I can, but I'm gonna get that generational thing because I found something today. I just wants to really go back into my family, and I want to name everybody, and I've already got a tree. I got 5 generations of it, and almost on both sides. So anyway, so my kids know where they come from, my grandkids, and that's what I'm thinking about. I don't want to see, your mama is thinking about you. If you got any babies, you got to think about them. You know, and then on top of that, if you don't have no babies, you got to think about your wife, you know. And
we got children. we definitely, my wife and I, we got children.
Okay, but just think, when you get my age, you ain't got that many years to go. You won't have that many years to go, but you want to make sure.
Yes, ma'am.
You want to make sure that they got somewhere to stay.
Yes,
not
ma'am.
Nowhere where they they taken away from them. See, right at this moment, I got my dad's house, right? But I got my own house I got paid for. My house, I'm put it in a trust and everything. But I want my dad's house, but I can't. I gotta let it go, but I'm gonna invest that money so I can have some more money. to buy some more property or whatever, because you know what? I want to be ready when the market hits.
You gotta do
I
what
want
you
to be
gotta do. Ain't
ready.
nothing wrong with that, Elder. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with getting ready.
And then on top of that, I would like to, I'm just telling you my dreams. I would like to buy, and I don't have that much time, so I gotta do it, right? I would like to buy land. They got land now that is for sale, but is it the proper place for it to be, or do they want you to be there so they can want? Let's say I be thinking all the time. But anyway, I would like to buy some land and near some mountains, because I love the mountains. I do.
Me too.
So, and have land to the mountain, and then you know what? And we can be our own. We can be our own market again. You know, like you can be your own.
You talking about Black Wall Street?
Black Wall Street. You can be
Yes, ma'am.
you can have your own stores.
Your
you
own
know,
neighborhood. Yep. Own
in
community.
your own neighborhood, and you feel comfortable in, and you feel.
Yes, ma'am.
Because if they're not feeling comfortable, or if you bring them up like dogs, let me tell you how my grandma used to say. My grandma used to say, if you bring them up like dogs or treat them like dogs, they're gonna act like dogs. They're gonna tear you up. So I just want the young people today, because they're more intelligent than what we are. They ain't taking no foolishness. But I'm gonna put on your line what you should do. I got little sayings and everything, or little poems and stuff that I wrote. But just take care of you. And because you got me on here, you got me filled up. I'm filled where I don't feel like I'm overflowing. And I had already started my tree and stuff, but I didn't feel like going all the way downtown. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, every time you turn around, they want $40, $34 or something like that.
They all gonna want some money, yes, ma'am.
And stuff like that. Well, I ain't like you. I'm on a budget. So anyway, so just take care of you and everybody else that's your age on here, because you got them on there. 77 people. Oh my God. You're so blessed, and I really appreciate you. If you never heard it before, but you have, because I heard you say somebody came up and hugged you. But and you
I get it all the time, and I really appreciate that. I don't take that for granted. I really appreciate that. I be needing that, because it do get tough. But so I mean, I definitely don't. I appreciate that a lot. Like if you was here right now, I'd give you a big old hug.
You don't have to worry. I would have gave you one before you gave me.
I really appreciate that.
I don't have nothing. I got a lot. I got my son just had all boys. He didn't have no girls. And I got four kids. And I'm so proud of them. I'm proud of them too. And I lost a daughter, my father, and my mother. I lost my father first, my brother second, my daughter third. Wait a minute, I take that back. And yes, I'm right. My daughter third and my mom last. I'm gonna tell you
right now, Elder, you ain't lose them. They right here. They right here. That you ain't lose none of them. You ain't lose nothing. They right there. They right here.
Well, I'm so glad that you let me on and just let me ramble. But anything that you want to know, I can, like I told you, my grandmother and them, they moved, and her first birth certificate that she got, I got all my mother's birth certificates, almost all of them. And
well, I'm a DM you so you can know how to contact me personally in here.
Yes,
I'm a DM you and let you know that that's me. Okay.
Well, tell your wife thank you so much, because I didn't know how to get on, and she told me you can't get on that way. You got to go this way.
I mean, she probably listening, but
I mean, because I didn't
even know it was this late.
And just tell her thank you, and tell your mom thank you. But don't. I kind of disagree with her. I don't trust Trump. I don't trust him.
It's okay. She know how I feel about Trump too.
No, I don't trust him. And believe it or not, I know what the Democrats will do for you. But what I did is I read that 2025. I said, oh, hell no. And I wasn't gonna, I'm usually take the liberal route, right? I didn't want to, but I read that 2025. I said between the two, I went for Kamala because I wanted to, and I knew that things would happen. And then when my cousin I just talked to my cousin last week. She called me and said, Rita, and crying. She said they didn't tore down NIH, and she said so many people were fired, and she said she took her buyout because they pull you aside. They pulled her aside and told her if you don't take the buyout, if they have to replace her, they're gonna replace them in the job. And she said if she didn't take the buyout, then she would have to start all over again. I said that man is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, he did that to the federal workers. Mm-hmm.
And then you think, okay, think about the money. All these people out of a job, you think that the unemployment can pay them?
Not at all. That's the reason why he gave them an offer. You know, I mean, I disagree what he did with that. I didn't like that at all. But again, it's things that I like and it's things that I don't like that he did.
And tell people they ain't getting no respiration. They ain't getting that. You didn't get it back, and they gave it to you. In which time they put that racist man in, and then they took it back. They talking about they're gonna give you 40 acres in a meal, and they took it back.
They killed him when he wanted to put that in,
and they take it back. I mean, how many times?
They killed Abraham Lincoln.
How many times are y'all gonna sit down and just let them take it back? They came over here and gave you smallpox. They took that lady's blood and stuff like that, didn't give them a dime and everything, and it was curing people, and they didn't know what the hell that they were using her blood. They gave men syphilis. Black men, syphilis.
Tuskegee.
And then on top of that, they talking about COVID. Now, I said, I ain't taking shit.
Yeah. I'm glad you didn't. Glad you didn't.
And then on top of that, now they talk about they got mosquitoes and stuff that they can control.
Yes, ma'am.
No.
I showed everybody the patent. I showed everybody live the patent of that. You ain't lying.
You got a patent.
They got a patent for that. I showed that live.
And then on top of that, you see helicopters flying around. See, my father.
And they drop them off in drones. Yes, ma'am. I said they dropping them off in drones, flying them drones in the sky.
Have you ever seen? I seen a helicopter where the spray looked blue or pink or whatever.
Yes, ma'am. They spraying chaff in the air. They've been doing that for years.
No. So I tell people, if you grow a garden, grow it in your house. They got all kind of garden stuff. You better look at garden and grow your own food. Don't stop eating this food with I tell you, I read all the time. Stop eating this food with no seeds in it. It's genetic. It's generic, and not generic. What do you call it when you tamper with food? Then anyway, it's food that you don't supposed to eat. Eat good stuff for you.
It's GMO.
Eat good stuff. It's just so much that they're trying to kill us off and everything. And that's just not us. They want to rule the world, and you ain't gonna rule no world.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, back in Africa, they've taken all this stuff, but Africa is coming back. What does it remind you of? When they what's the name of that what's the name of that town? Waco? No. They killed all them Africans. And then wouldn't wanting people come leave the town, and they used to chop off your hand, chop off your hand. You know, well, who you think chopped off of hands over here? They chopped slavery people's hands too,
and feet.
Feet, boiled you in oil, threw your babies to the alligators. I mean, we've been traumatized from day one. And then they got a nerve to talk about pull yourself up by bootstraps. They better kiss my butt.
Yeah, that's what they said. They said the black man ought to lift himself up by his own bootstraps.
So pay attention to all that. No, don't let that leave your mind. Pay attention to all that.
We're going to get it back.
Pay attention. I don't want to enslave nobody. I don't care. I just want to live. That's all I want to do. I want my kids. I don't want them to hate nobody, because hate or dislike or whatever, it hardens your heart. So I want them just to live.
Yes, he was talking about Congo.
You know, the Congo. And do you know what they did? Now, this is a story that I know that my grandma used to tell me. My grandma said that slaves had ran away, right? And there, I forgot what town that she remembered what it was in. I should have wrote all that stuff down. But she said that they put them in a valley, with no food and everything, feces and stuff. And then they killed them in the valley where they can't come out. You know, like a hole where you can't come out. So what I'm just saying is, you think they won't do that to you today? They sent our asses over to go to get killed first when we had a war. But Patton, Patton had a group that he went to a southern town because they were going to jump on the guys because they took up for themselves in this southern town and everything. Patton went in there with what you call that thing? The ones that run on the wheels and stuff. A tank. He went and took a tank into that town and got his folks. And got his troop. Got his black troop. And then they say that's who they need to had be president. It's just that they thought Patton was crazy. He said the German war would have been over with if it was left up to him. And they didn't. And you know who took his place? Eisenhower.
Yeah. Yeah, they you see Chat know what you're talking about.
So I'm gonna get off of here because I can talk to you forever. But tell everyone, really, because I just love it, and they're young and they got so much to give and so much to live for.
Well, we appreciate you, Elder. We appreciate you sharing all of that with us. And we appreciate you sharing your time with us. And we are thankful that you are aware of what you are aware of. And I can tell you right now, send me what you have. I'm going to show you how to do the DM part. You're going to see me DM you. I hope you get that. And hopefully I'll be able to speak to you soon.
I'm going to take a picture of my great grandmother, her sisters, and she got a sign on. She got a wife for sale. You know they used to have phone order wives. Mail order wives. Back in the day.
Send it to me. Let me see it. When I DM you, DM me back so you can see my DM, and that's how we gonna be able to communicate. Okay.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it, and I'm gonna say goodnight on that, and I'm looking forward to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Elder. I appreciate that. Okay.
Okay.
Wado. Hold up, y'all. Let me blow my nose. Hold up. Nah, because even though you guys, I don't want y'all to, feel like y'all gotta agree with Trump, and stuff like that. I'm not trying to make you do that. That's not what it's about. It's mainly about, all right, so what you think is happening? How you think it's going to affect you? Okay, what do you think people should do? It's like that. Okay? Man, y'all lucky I ain't at 100% right now. Y'all lucky. But, hold on. Let me put my glasses back on. You know, I'm very thankful that we have more elders. And look, knowing how to utilize, y'all don't understand. Knowing how to utilize a totally different app, and they up their age like that, we got a matter of fact, let's drop some bomb for the elders. Knowing how to use the wait, why my bomb ain't go? Oh Lord, hold on, now my thing acting up. But knowing how to use the app. Okay, that's number one. And then number two, yeah, she was 77. She is 77. She is 77. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. And keeping it up to date, regardless, you know, if some gonna be Republican, some gonna be Democrat, some gonna be independent. Your political affiliation really doesn't matter to me. You know, of course, I'm gonna let you know that I really don't like neither party, especially the Democrats, but I'd much rather, if you about the truth, you gonna tell the truth, nothing but it. That's what I'm here for. And I do hear the elders that like the cries that let me know to be careful and stuff like that. She's not the only elder that said that. Usually it's usually the elder women that talk to me, you know, like that, and to ask me to be careful, get this, get that. And I'm on point. You know, I had to switch things up years ago, you know, and move differently years ago. But we on it. Like, even if I was, you know, God forbid, to get taken out, it's gonna be somebody else to step up. You know, and it ain't gonna be, I'm talking about with the same exact information. And you know, they gotta have that same exact drive though to keep it pushing, because it ain't just exactly. Hold on, I'm looking at that chat. What in the world is that right there? Oh, Dane has his full power. You so silly. I asked you not to let me laugh, man. But nah, let me try to grab, because it is late. Let me do one more. And I let the elders get the floor, and I apologize, y'all, because sometimes y'all gotta let them elders get that out. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you'll never know what they went through, and they want to get all of that out. They might have went through, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm respectful of that. I know y'all was like, well, you had her on there, Lord, but just know that that's an elder, man. And they, you know, their opportunity to get all of that stuff out they've been holding on. Please. That's what the platform is for. Please. Hold on. Naughty, let me try you again, Naughty. I hope you got it right this time. And Jamie, and we gonna try it again, Jamie, and let's see if we could okay, Naughty, there you go. You gotta unmute it on your side though, brother.
OCO.
OCO, Naughty, yeah. What happened earlier?
I don't know. I had I guess I was in the chat. I didn't know I had to back out of the chat to get back to the main screen.
Now I wanted to hear your take on this, on this situation, dealing with the tariffs. From your point of view, where you coming from on it?
The tariff information, it seemed like the presentation was more of a pep rally for the people. I think, like, for the most part, they already knew, you know, what their plans was and how they was going to carry out whatever they was going to carry out. It's probably more of a stage show. What's going on in the media, I think. Because they really going in with, like, the rough talking about war and all that, like, little side stuff. It don't really even have nothing to do with tariffs, really. It seems like they're going above and beyond to
a lot of fear mongering.
Yeah, to store up a disturbance. And I think a lot of that, they probably banking on making money off the people in chaos. That's how I'm looking at it. So just keep your, I would say keep your head strap on and you know, just keep your head on the swivel. Just, you know, make sure you're securing everything for your families and make sure you're not going outside of yourself to, you know, get things for your family and stuff like that. Because I think that's a lot of that's what they're trying to do. That's like fear mongering and trying to capitalize off the people's fear.
So you do think that it looks like it's going to come back to not only America depending on America, but families depending on their families.
Oh yeah,
meaning
definitely don't go back
even
to
all
that.
the way to their crops, the food that they're eating. Do you think it's going to go that route?
It's there now.
Okay.
It's there now. People growing their own food. A lot of people not doing stuff I guess what we consider traditional way, going to the grocery store, but they're getting back to the root of things and actually growing their own fruits and vegetables, planting their own trees, and getting back to square one.
Do you see more of our people out there fishing with you?
Oh man, it's all different types of people fishing. It's the creek that I fish at near my house. It's people now coming from different neighborhoods, and they come and they scan the creek now. So I'm watching people coming, you know, from outside of my direct community. They coming and they, you know, and it's mostly foreigners, but it's back to the root. Like a lot of the people that's coming over here, they never left. You know, they basis of fundamentals of surviving. A lot of them still have those you know, they utilize those tools.
So you don't see the Niji like that. You do see foreigners doing
It's
that.
a lot of foreigners doing that. Now there's, you know, our people always get out anyway, and you know, we do our fishing thing anyway. But like I see it's a uprise with like a lot of foreigners like getting out there and they trying to learn the waters and figure out what type of fish are in this area and stuff like that. But it's past due, man. It's past due. We done got too comfortable depending on these people and allowing them to dictate whatever they want to in our lives. And I think we need to get, the best thing for us is to get up out of that and building businesses.
Yes, sir.
That's really what Trump's trying to push, businesses.
That's what it looked like to me.
It's always, and it's not wrong, because when you look at it, all of it is a business. These are corporations that's been running the government, you know, running the country and the people for this long. It's up, you know, it's time for us to start understanding these things and being able, you know, get in a position where we can make decisions that, you know, that really impact our lives.
Yep.
Rather than impacting somebody else's lives, like these business owners and CEOs and things of that nature.
Of large corporations.
Exactly.
I agree.
But yeah, that's pretty much my take on it, though. Big pep rally. Yeah.
And by the way, what he's referring to, y'all, if y'all didn't see it, during the video that I was playing, the part that he's referring to was Trump addressing all of this during Liberation Day, what he called Liberation Day, which I believe was April 2nd. And, you know, giving his message about what's about to take place, dealing with the tariffs. But, and it goes back to what the brother Tank was saying. Tank was saying it almost looked like he's liquidating. My mother saying it looked like he's like flushing out the government, like restarting fresh. Like, I mean, because if I'm taking over a business And I don't like the way the business was ran to begin with. I'm starting from the top to the bottom and I'm wiping everything clean. I'm starting it over. Exactly. It's going to be built the way I want it to be built. It's going to be ran the way I want it to be ran. So I can't knock what he doing. Yeah, it was a lot of people that lost their jobs now. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. Correction, I'm not saying that that's a good thing. That is a bad thing. A lot of people lost their jobs. They lost their livelihoods. But none of that stuff was a guarantee anyway. Like, to go back to what the elder was saying, that's why they want you to continuously be workers, because you could be easily replaced. You feel like you disagree with what they got going on. They're like, oh, okay, all right. Have a nice day. Hey, you welcome aboard. You want to work for us? That's why it's best for you to start having your own business. And then eventually it'll get back to the barter system, because we'll be able to do something for each other right there in our own neighborhoods. That'd be perfect.
And that's where it really counts, in our neighborhoods, in our communities.
I'm just saying, I just had some chicken, some chickens down in my yard, and Naughty just did some fish. We trading. Man, you want some, y'all want some fish tonight? Yeah, here go these chickens. Bartering system. I would love for that to happen.
Yeah, definitely.
But I appreciate that, Naughty. I know it's late. It's super late for me too, and I'm over here still trying to recoup. But we gonna do this again. We probably gonna pick back up tomorrow. If you gonna be all right tomorrow?
Yeah. I'm always tuned in, man. I'm gonna stay tuned in.
I appreciate that, Naughty. Look, tomorrow around, I don't know. Matter of fact, I don't know, because it's late right now. I was about to give her time. But if you can, please pull up so we could, like, early in the conversation, so we could talk. Okay, we both definitely. Be more energetic.
Most definitely, man. And also, yeah, I hear you. I was going. Okay, now go ahead. Off what you were saying earlier, a perfect example of that for everybody to look at, as far as like what Trump is doing to the government. Big Lots. I don't know if y'all got Big Lots in y'all area, but Big Lots just closed like a lot of their stores. They actually went bankrupt. They went under. And it's not really been advertised and stuff like that. It's like they phased them out. And basically, I've been seeing stuff. They're revamping their stores. Basically, they're getting ready to open up next month, I think, the beginning of next month. So it's no different than a corporation. They doing this stuff across the board. They cutting costs, getting rid of the stuff that don't work, keeping the stuff that do, and business as usual. See you tomorrow for clock in.
It's the price of doing business.
Yep.
Absolutely, brother. I appreciate that.
But I'm gonna go ahead and jump back in the chat, man, and I appreciate everything you're doing, your show, and Watto, brother. Keep
Watto,
it
brother.
up.
Pop back up tomorrow when I go live again. We gonna do it again.
Okay, most definitely.
All right, brother. Right.
Watto.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me, and I'm gonna get y'all too, because I know y'all been waiting. Wait a minute, Jamie, am I pronouncing that correctly?
It's Jamion.
Jamion.
You can hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Man, it was years. I'm sorry. Let me come right. Man, I've been listening to you for years. And before I had listened to you, there was a lot of things that I was coming into as far as information.
Mm-hmm.
As I've been looking, I've been searching. I don't know why it came upon me in that way, but I've been through many different denominations, and not like that,
You mean Christianity?
I started there. I was born into it.
Okay.
Yeah. I was born into it. And I love it. I love Baptist and all that, but I don't belong to any religion because I've grown to know better.
Okay.
Man, but through all that, I couldn't read for a long time. I couldn't read to comprehend until I was about 22. And I got swept up in a bad situation. And it was something of not my control and things of that nature. We expound on that later. But man, Dane, what you've been putting out since 2015, 14, I got you at on Facebook. And shortly after that, it wasn't no more. Then I ended up finding you again on YouTube.
Yeah, they blocked me on Facebook. Mm-hmm.
I know the whole story.
Yep. Yeah,
I know the whole
didn't like me at
story.
all.
And I'm from California, originally born in off of Los, in South, in South Central.
Shout out to LA.
Hey,
What up, Cali? What up, Cali?
but I grew up in Palmdale, man, all day. And even right now, I love Palmdale, but I'm in Victorville somewhat. But everything tonight, especially from Miss Lady in Pink, confirmation. I don't know why I've been receiving these downloads for all of these years, but they're starting to come into fulfillment. And my take on everything that's going on with these tariffs, I didn't even know what a tariff was. I mean, no, don't get me wrong. I knew of a tariff probably 2010 when I was doing some studies. I had got some good information from a Puerto Rican individual. And this was before Puerto Rico was going through what they were going through in 2011, 2012. I bring that up to say that it was a lot of things going on to where they like, well, look, it's a lot going on over here, but y'all not recognizing us. And we've already been under that guy, and y'all are not feeling that. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm a baby in this. I'm a baby. I'm a baby in all of this, but I'm starting to get my maturity. I've been left to a point to where, man, even the information that you have given, I bought your books. Maybe about 2 years ago for genealogy and research. And
you just getting to them now?
No, they gone.
Okay. What you mean? They gone? Oh, they stole them? Somebody stole them?
I don't know what happened. I still gotta keep on looking. I gotta keep on looking. I can't tell you definitively.
Man, don't feel bad. People be coming to my library, and I ain't gonna say no names, but people be stealing my stuff too.
I ain't gonna say no names either.
It be happening.
And I got a very, I have it's not an extensive library, but I have a library of what I call meaty, meaning that I have stuff from when I learned to comprehend and start. When you had spoke on the Black's Law,
yeah,
I learned that in 2011 at the edge of California. And man, I'm gonna tell you, man, that is right. I kind of have something similar of a story to what Malcolm X went through. I had to take the time to read. My grandmother, rest her soul, sent me a thesaurus, and I read it. It was from Webster. I ate that thing up, and that's why I'm able to talk to you now. I articulate myself very well now, very well, and it took amount of 2 years. 2 years, and I'm saying that as a testimony to say that whatever anybody who is listening don't understand, don't worry about it. Focus yourself, especially today, because they put it in our face based on the internet. I got swept up in a situation to where in the time that the internet was coming more user friendly, I wasn't there to be there to understand it and use it. And I'm being vague because that's probably for later. But yeah, I got covered. Those things probably wasn't for me at that time. And I see why. Because the things that I was able to come into with what you were able to present, it came together. I'm talking about when it comes to understanding what this whole thing that we live under is, as far as a corporation, how those things are delegated. How man, I've been waiting to talk to you for years.
Well,
I'm
glad
sorry,
you
I'm
here.
so passionate.
No,
Hey,
you
man,
good, brother. I'm glad you in here.
Man, you, man, you don't know how well you are appreciated. At least in my opinion, you are very appreciated. I'm
I
36.
appreciate that, brother.
I'm 36. And as far as these
We
tariff
very
things,
close in age.
and I'm a trucker. I used to be a trucker up until last year of October. And I've seen a lot of things coming into play when it came to individuals on the road who, I mean, when I was going through my test, I would have to go to other cities to actually get what I needed to be able to be certified. And I will witness kind of bad treatment. You know, you couldn't call it out then because, of course, when you're in the beginning of something, you can't call it out.
Yeah, you're not gonna know it right away.
No, no, I knew it definitely. I don't know why I do know things that I know, but I know, and it came out later that
the ancestors are over you.
Maybe
that's good.
I mean, let me not say maybe. It is that.
This was your journey. Okay, I'm hearing it. No, I'm hearing it.
And it came out later in the news broadcast and also in newspapers that same place in Santa Clarita which was a DMV. They were giving out, they were just giving out certifications for CDL drivers in the fraudulent way, and then they had to go ahead and revamp that whole thing. Took all them people's licenses, but that was the same place I was supposed to go and do my test. I don't know today. Well, you know what? Today I do know why significantly it was, because it's still happening. Where they're like this individual who's in the White House, Trump, he's going back and revamping all of these things.
Yeah.
And we're starting to see a lot of things that's been happening, probably further more than 30 years, to where it's been fraudulent happenings.
Yeah.
Fraudulent. And these individuals were just being handed these licenses. But we know that moving freight across this land is the blood, like almost, the blood in the veins of how we move things. GDP. We go back to the GDP. But yeah, I eventually got my license in 2016. Yeah, I got it in 16. And I drove my ass off, but I drove my ass off in certain type of corporations that were not commercial. When we talk, and I'm gonna get to that point of the big five, because I live next to one of those. I didn't know that they had shut down and that they were shutting down their stuff, but I've applied to them, Walmart, Target, all of these type of things, and I've been overlooked. I have a very good track record just as a employee of being able to work in that industry as a trucker. And those things kind of coincide with what's going on overall in our economy.
Yeah.
Because I've seen it. I swear to goodness, I'm there. I probably made it to Pennsylvania. I love that state. It's a beautiful state too. But mostly I worked all 48. And you can see that whatever we were used for, they used everybody who came in after 2018, and they pushed us out. And I'm just speaking in the industry.
Yeah,
I'm getting. I can't tell you where else that happened outside of the fact how much I've been unemployed and where I go, because I got many skills, just like Miss Lady in Pink would say, like we got too many gifts. And unfortunately, we do, but they're not looked upon because they're frowned upon. They know that right now it's a leveling playing field. And just as much as Trump is cleaning house, the individuals who are already in place and administrative, no matter where it is, they're working just as hard, just as much as they tell you, yeah, they spend billions and billions and billions of dollars just to be like, yeah, keep the melanated people down. That's still going on. They got the same memo. That memo is fervent. Can I say that?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's still continuing. That part, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's been addressed verbally, but in order to eliminate that, I haven't seen an effort, especially coming from the government. I mean, keep in mind, they had DEI, and it was still happening. And it's still happening.
And that came in a different administration as opposed to the one that's in place now.
Going all the way back to affirmative action. Nothing changed.
I don't want to even speak on that right now, but we see how that was diminishing. And right after that, probably simultaneously, DEI came in. And I didn't know about it. I did not know about all of that stuff. I only heard about it in certain little, like, what they say, soundbite?
Aspects of it.
Yeah, soundbiting. Yeah. Until
because it didn't work out for our people. It only worked out for certain people.
Yeah, and that's when I got pushed out of my situation. And
so they were replacing you with the foreigners? They were like showing favoritism, like, you know.
I work for foreigners.
So they were helping out their own people versus
they
like, okay, this gentleman knew his skill and let's hire him.
They was using our skills to be able to fuel what it is that was going to come into place. I guess when it comes to Trump, well, guess what? Those foreigners already voted and they love Trump. In my personal thing, they had all kind of banners, Trump. So that's where I'm at, where like, well, I like Trump, but at the same time, I don't know. I can't put it on, get my finger on it, nigga, but I don't know. Yeah. You know, and furthermore, I didn't expect him to ever get a second try, but he did. So it's a
I mean, look who he was up against, though. It was kind of I doubt very seriously that Kamala was going to win. I doubt very seriously that Biden was going to win again.
Two heads of the same snake.
Yeah.
Two heads of the same snake. And I don't want to say too much more. I'm just kind of.
I mean, you're right, though.
Yeah. Because it shows. It very well does show if you did study yourself approved.
Yep.
And you see that nothing really is new under the sun. It's just, did you understand what happened before you? And that's where us as a people.
Thank you.
Us as a people, we are just like when you talk about the indoctrination of children.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they doing is indoctrinating children. I seen my own children go to school. My baby, I'm sorry, because I'm going through a difficult time. My baby, my 7-year-old daughter, so intelligent. She is my mimic. I'm gonna tell you that. That's my queen. She came home one time about 2023, and she was asking me. So she's very clever about asking me things because she know I'm very intelligent. And she is too. But she would hold up her arm, kind of pointing to the color of her skin. And she wouldn't say, because I don't teach my babies things, especially predicated on what you have given me to be able to learn from. I don't teach my baby about coloration. I don't speak on those things. I don't call ourselves black. I don't call ourselves Negroes. I don't do none of that. I might use a slang, but we are not that. And before my father, God rest his soul, had left this earth, and I hadn't had a lot of time with him. But when I did, the most important thing that he'd ever shared with me was keep a good heart stay under the great chief, the universe, God, whoever you subscribe to, stay to that, because that's all pervade. With all that said, he told me that we are Blackfoot, and the things that I learned about the Blackfoot was they was moved off of their land from what Montana and Montana, Wyoming. Well, the things that I learned about that, they were moved off of their land, and that's why you find them mostly down there towards, the South. But my father, he know that we came from Savannah and
what,
is that
Georgia?
Savannah, Georgia,
Mhm.
Shreveport, Louisiana. So he made sure that I knew that, and it was a very brief conversation. Trust and believe that. But because he told me that, I'm already a person who's going to go and research that. I'm like, dang, we got a cold little history, and all of those things that happened before the Blackfoot was off of their land was like, man, way before like the 1850s. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. We got a cold, rich history in the way that what I want to put into that. The reason why I bring it up is our ancestors. They are in us. They are
Absolutely
guiding us.
Absolutely.
And the way that I walk, the way that I talk, and the way that I move, I feel like I'm endowed with that.
Man.
And that's just giving just a small scope. I can't even give you the whole fulfillment of that. And listening
I'm
to
gonna tell you right now, I understand.
listening to everything, especially of current, is hats off to you. Hats off to your missus. As I looked at her video before I looked at this today and got on the live. It is a connection. It is confirmation.
Yep.
It is a connection. It is confirmation, especially when it comes to everything else you guys have shared. And I wish it was a lot more people on these lives in the 13%. And I'm pretty sure it probably is than what we see today. But I'm like, man, it's a leveling playing field. Get out of them metropolises. Get out of them inner cities. Get out of them. And if you are in them, work towards getting your own. You have to have proactiveness. You have to have productivity. You have to understand that when it comes down to it, when you can trade and barter amongst yourself, because I hear a lot of talk of this segregation. Yeah, it could be double. It could be double talk. It could be, but they just trying to play with you because information right now is to be swaddled up and put into like a vacuum to where you don't know what to choose. But you know, because you've already been placed in a certain place. You do know. And I'm just speaking to each and every one of us who have melanation in our skin, especially from this continent. You do know. And if you continue to go against it, trust and believe, you're going to get what you put out.
Mm.
And I ain't been here but since 88. I ain't start to understand it till 2010. But you know what I'm saying. It ain't far off from what you've been thinking. It ain't. What they're doing is just playing with your mind so that they can be able to, infinity. Mr.
They want
Mr.
control.
It's
They want
about that.
control.
It's about that. And amongst our own, you have to stand 10 toes. It's going to be able to send, shine through. But when it comes to our own, like, man, I've been through some stuff to where just coming into your information, I've lost friends. I've got married. I've been divorced based on this information in the way that I understand that, these things are very powerful. And a lot of people in their minds are very tied to how we have been confined and gotten comfortable. It is. It's that. It's that. Oh, I'm about to say some stuff. A person will go against you based on their conformity.
What they're comfortable with. That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
It happens, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. But you can't fault them for that. You can't get mad at that. You can't let your heart be hardened. You can't. You know, but you do have every right. You got every right to stand up for what it is that you believe as well.
Yeah.
And I don't want to take your time too much further. I'm gonna be here when you show back up because I got a lot.
And look, even when I'm not live, you don't forget that we be in the voice chats. I don't know if you see the voice chats at the
based
it's
on
a little bit further down from here.
Based on some of them things, I mean, I had different eras. You know, I got swept up and kept away from society, and then I got into trucking, and I did that for over a decade. And I'm just now sitting to myself for the last 6 to 7 months of being able to understand technology. You know, I love a book because I love to touch it, and
I love books
and turn the pages.
Yep,
it's hard for me to understand digital, you know, but I'm getting there. You know, I got me a laptop. You know, I've been blessed. I went so hard in the plant that what I got left with is too much here to utilize. So I'm trying to understand how to utilize it. But
take your time with that, brother. Ain't no rush. I hope you get to be able to join our extended conversations. We'll be in, you know, when we down there in the voice rooms.
That's where I want to be.
Still inside of here, though. It will be in here.
I want to make sure that I'm in the Discord so that whatever, because I have a lot. And when you hear Miss Lady in Pink tell you, man, yeah, you know, make sure you know who amongst you. I'm like, we are amongst good, you know, outside of what you keep on stating, we are amongst those good spirits. We are amongst those good individuals who understand, hey, this is where you at, and this is where they at, and this is why you are beaming and vibrating on what it is that needs to be done. I'm like,
Absolutely.
man, I can't wait to figure this stuff out because I got to get into that 13%. I got to get into that 13% and understand how to always utilize it.
You in here now?
Oh yeah, I know, because I was stumbling with that stuff.
I'm glad you in here now, though. I'm glad you in here. And I mean, even when I'm not in here, it's admins and moderators and other members that you know, I mean, come on, share it, get it out. You know, I mean, we about working with each other. You know, I'm not talking about putting out the plans out in the open while we on, you know, the live stream, but
understood.
As far as assisting with, you know, certain type of technologies, they there for that too. We'll share screenshots if we have to, videos. You'll be good. Man. But yeah, I love books too. I favor books over technology all day long.
And trust me, I'm not too far off from understanding. I'm not too far off from understanding a lot of things, and I didn't know that I was learning it into a lot of things that you were speaking about when it comes to just treaties, when it comes to just the structure of how governments and how they're here to kind of persuade. You know, this colonization and the doctrines and how they've used religion and things of that nature to be able to commandeer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not too far off from it because, like I said, I didn't understand because I didn't know how to read as well. But it don't take you no time because you are human. You are a spirit. You are something that is magnetically tied to the universe. You know, and you already are having an experience. You know. You
and
just
brother,
have
don't forget who you are. You an engine, and can't nothing move without you.
And they use everything. They use everything that we see today that look like it's it's a new technology. They was studying you.
the entire time.
And then they had put it into some type of device and said,
The
here.
machinery. They named the engine after the engine. Yep.
And tonight, many a nights when y'all had lives, man, y'all were igniting. For me, you were igniting a lot in my spirit. I'm like, yo, yeah, that's what I've been dealing with.
I'm trying to tell
they
you.
Don't play none.
Man,
they don't play any.
I be trying to calm myself down. It happens all the time.
Yeah, and that's another thing that I have to understand because I got different type of reactions. Like, oh, you're a fear mongerer, and you don't know what you're talking about, and things of that nature. I'm like, well, you do know that everything that I'm talking about, they had in their hands first.
Man, and it's a way for them to find out if they don't understand.
They gotta pass it down to their own people. That's the folly of it. You feel me?
But don't worry about those people. That's what it is that you rocking their reality.
It's published, and exactly what you just said right there. It's published, but you got to be able to understand and get up the game. Right now, today, the leveling field is being brought down to that level. If you do not, like Miss Lady in Pink said, you don't get back to that farming and picking them farmers' brains. You don't get back to that trade and border. You don't start doing back for yourself.
You get left behind.
And it will happen like that.
Not everybody gonna make it.
It will happen like that. And that's just how life goes. Now, but that's just back to the order. That's just back to the order.
I'm just saying, not everybody gonna make it. It ain't for everybody. Especially if they not willing to do for themselves.
It don't mean that
those
you
that's
don't
willing. Those that got the drive, they're gonna do it.
It don't mean that you don't keep them in good thought. You don't make your prayers. You don't do all of those things. Do that. But real recognize real and keep moving forward.
Exactly.
Period. Because I'm getting that right now through what I'm going through. And my experience is not everybody's experience, and I respect that. And I
got a feeling you came up out of about that situation with the environment.
Man, I couldn't believe it. It was something that I couldn't even control and something I didn't have to do. And I ain't ever even had I've never been a person like it. But you know what? I was, in my own way of looking at it, I was placed aside.
I don't know why, but I got that feeling. I know. I got that feeling like they giving me the vibe of what you went through.
I went through a lot and still going through it. But it's almost to its end because it's about being able to tell everybody that I know and I can reach. And the technology today, you can reach amplified. It's amplified.
Yep.
And I didn't want to talk to nobody but you. This is my first time really being able to just say in totality and giving myself that I ever played with this technology. Because I said, no, I got to talk to Mr. Calloway, period. That's the only person I want to talk to.
That's
the only person I want to talk to. And
I appreciate them.
I do appreciate the time that you give just to come and speak on these things because it's very important. It's very empowering. And this shit, and this stuff is not for fake. It is real, y'all.
It's real. Absolutely.
People have lost their lives. People have lost their belief systems. People have lost their languages. People have lost their trades. People have lost their industries. People have lost their continent and countries based on what this man is teaching. If that does not reverberate in your mind to understand how important this information is, you have not matured. And I hope you do. But thank you. Thank you for this time. I really appreciate your platform, and I will not take any more time. This right here.
I appreciate them.
And when I'm able to get back on my little feet, man, trust and believe, I'm gonna be one of the top contributors. Trust and believe that.
It's not necessary. It's not necessary. That's not
I know it
required
ain't.
or nothing like that,
That
brother.
is something that I am willing to do because I know where it's going to go to.
Man, I appreciate that, brother, but I'm just saying, just please know that that's not required. I'm not begging for that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you could do it, you could do it. You know what I mean?
We from the same cloth. Trust and believe. I know what you're talking about.
But Jay, don't forget to come back up in here so we can talk like when I'm off the YouTube live stream.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that, Jay. Thanks for being here too.
Yes, sir. Wado. Yeah.
I can almost tell. I can feel it. I can feel it. I think that brother changed this life all the way around. You know, I'm gonna let him share that. I'm gonna talk to him on a personal note. I can feel it. He was on a different path. I can feel it. He was on a different path at first. And now he around my age. He different. That's major, brother. That's major. That's major. Yeah, y'all know. You felt that, right? Because it was like I could tell. You know what I'm saying? I could tell. I heard it. I felt it. I could hear it in his tone, and I heard his pain. It was different. He reminded me of the brothers that's out there that's shit. Let me just be up front. He reminded me of the brothers that's banging. That's intelligent, that recognize what's going on. You know, some of them can't get up out of that. Some of them get up out of it a different way. I ain't gonna go too far. But yeah, I got a lot of brothers and sisters out there. No disrespect to what they representing when I say brothers and sisters. But it's a lot of brothers and sisters out there that are I'm glad they changing. Because we all need each other. But I mean, I know how the LA lifestyle go on top of that. Man, I really wish it didn't have to go to that, but I always try to tell them the history about why I went to that. Our people were out there trying to protect their communities from outsiders. That entire time. Yeah, but I heard that. I heard that. Without him saying too much, I heard it. All right, hold on. Let me get sister, you got to accept it on your side. I apologize, y'all. Y'all know I'm still getting over the sickness. And I am getting over the sickness. Okay, Letitia, you gotta unmute on your side. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
What?
OCO sister, how you?
OCO, yeah. So shout out to the people who've been keeping me laughing in the chat, all the elders, your mom, your wife, you. I'm new to the 13%
welcome
server, but I've been listening to you for a long time.
What took you so long?
For some reason, this is very low on my end, and I have it all the way up. Is there a reason why?
To be honest with you, it's probably because you got it on your I think you gotta hit the speaker button. Hold on, right, Blue? Don't you gotta hit the speaker button and turn it up?
Let me see.
And PTC, don't go nowhere, PTC, because you up next. Yeah, you gotta hit the speaker button. It's like 3 dots. I think it's 3 dots to the top, right?
Okay. Yeah, I can't. I'll just put it up to my ear. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay. All right. So, real quick, tariffs. I think that I think what Trump is doing is great because what he's doing has allowed me to win my grandmother's house back that was stolen from HUD. So I've been fighting for 10 years. My grandmother had a trust. So someone earlier was talking about put your house. I think that was Lady in Pink. Put your house in a trust. She had her house in a trust, and they stole it. They stole.
It must have been public.
No,
the trust is public.
No.
Was it irrevocable?
It was an irrevocable trust. So let me tell you how. So through my research, I found that through the fake DEI, the government was giving out contracts to minority companies to do some of their work. So this minority company called Novad, owned by a so-called black person, worked with another law firm to steal homes from the elderly in Los Angeles. Same neighborhood that Nipsey was trying to keep from being gentrified. Before my grandmother passed away, they secretly stole her house by defaulting on it without her knowing it through this subsidiary of HUD. This company then goes on, forecloses, and then buries the title. It's crazy. For years, we've been trying to figure out who has the title, even though the house still showed that it was in my grandmother's name. She passed away in 2015. In the end of 2019, 2020, they sent foreclosure papers to the home. So we're like, no, we're fighting this. This is not right. She has a trust, all of that. But we didn't know who to fight. Because even though they sent foreclosure papers to the house, it was still in her name on title.
Let me ask you this. Was the house paid off?
She paid her house off in the 80s. She did take
another mortgage?
Like a loan against it.
Okay.
And that's where the deception comes in, because
okay,
generally, when you take the loan out, when the person passes away, the lender contacts the family. That never happened.
It depends on how she got her trust set up.
It's all set up like that. See, now we're at the stage where HUD is asking us, what do you want? Because I connected with a researcher, and these are people who work outside of the court system, who found out that the hands started passing back in 2014. And it was sold to an undisclosed buyer. So we know what that means.
So they won't tell you. Passed on.
Yes. And on and on and on and on and on.
Did she have term insurance?
I don't know if she had term insurance. I'm not familiar with that. I'm just familiar.
Term insurance is what you put on the house. Mm-hmm. So when you can't pay off that loan, the term insurance pays the rest of that loan.
That's something we can look into. But that part, I don't know. All I know now is that we found out that they defaulted when they weren't supposed to. She wasn't in default. And that's how they were able to, it was all back doors. So they was doing this while to her and to us, it's still in her name. Everything is cool. But they were really doing some undermined negotiations. So with my research and me connecting with another researcher, we uncovered that HUD, Fannie Mae, all these different entities didn't know what the other was doing. Yes, it's deep. So Fast forwarding to 2025. Now we know who to sue.
Okay, so let me. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. All right, so when she redid her, when she took out a loan on her house, do you know who that was with?
It was with Financial Freedom, who went under in like 2013,
And
something
then
like that.
Oh wait, they went delinquent. I mean, they went
Kaput does not exist anymore.
So it didn't get passed on to nothing?
Yeah, to an undisclosed buyer.
That must have been a private company, because usually when a company fails, it go back to whoever started it.
It was a subsidiary from HUD. I know you try. I know you trying to make sense of it. I'm telling you that there is a corruption with the government.
No, I'm trying to make sense of it so I can understand.
It's crazy
where it went.
Exactly. So
because she already paid that house off. Did they wait till she passed in order to make it go default?
No. My grandmother passed September 8th, 2015. They defaulted on a home at the beginning of 2014 because they thought she had already passed away.
Oh, that was fraudulently done.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Even the company that we're suing that foreclosed on the home, CFB, the Consumer Financial Bureau of the United States of America, sued the company, Novad, which was minority owned, one person, black guy. And he was in cahoots with, and they sued him. They sent him a consent order, a cease and desist, because he was maliciously foreclosing on homes, and he had deceitful practices. They have all this language.
Oh,
so we're within that suit too. Also, I wanted to tie it into what Trump is doing. So I have to serve all the people we're suing. So when we went to serve Novad, who was a subsidiary of HUD, I had to get them served. I'm in California. I had to get them served in Oklahoma. When the process server went to the address, it was an empty building, chain around it, dusty. I had to hire a company that can legally serve the government. So they had to do affidavits. They had to interview people. They said they hadn't seen anybody in that building for 5 years.
Wow.
So you mean to tell me?
They're trying to give you the runaround.
But you have government money to be a subsidiary of the government, but you're not at work. So when he's telling people, you got all, we paying for all of these buildings and you're not there. Yeah. I have proof that has taken place.
That's been happening. Yep.
Because I had to submit that last month to the court to say, well, we couldn't serve Novad because they're not there anymore. And lo and behold, they switched from being in California to Oklahoma to Maryland. And that's when CFB said, no, y'all got to stop. And this was just as of late.
Do they have an insurance company?
That we won't know, but we're suing all of them. Every last one of them.
I will come after them and the insurance company.
And the person.
Yeah,
and the person. Him. Yeah. And I said, wow. So no, DEI is not for us. I'm in my last year of my doctorate program. And this is where I learned that DEI wasn't for us. And I'm like, wow.
Even though she had an irrevocable trust, it automatically went public again as soon as she took out another loan. That's why it would have been like that if we would have known who she took out that loan with.
Yeah, but they don't exist anymore.
Yeah, but they don't exist no more. That's what's crazy.
Yeah, they don't exist anymore. And it's an article, so like in all my research, so as you know how when you start researching, you go down a rabbit hole.
Right.
But luckily, I was able to have that information to go
Because
along
that's
with
your proof right there.
that
That company went
CFP
under. So
and MERS. MERS is a company, all they do is transfer titles. MERS, in their bylaws, they must provide that information because that's all they do. They would not provide who they transferred the title to after it left Fannie Mae.
they got to, though. That got to be
But they
public
did not.
information.
But they didn't, and we got it in writing because we have an email chain with them with Fannie Mae in it, and Fannie Mae has agreed to help us because Fannie Mae asked MERS for the information, and MERS won't give it up either. So what I'm saying is, it's deep. It's deep. It's deep. So
can I borrow a couple dollars when y'all win? Because listen, because I already know y'all about to win. It's just all a matter of time. They trying to run. But you probably about to win that by this summer. And I just need a couple dollars. If
listen, I need to invest because the reason why I wanted to talk because I'm an educator and I need to get this curriculum. Let me tell you this. So before I joined the server, I was like, I listened to you on YouTube. And I said, I need to go back to Big Mama because we lived in the house with my Big Mama. My Big Mama was full Blackfoot Indian. And when she passed away at 114, I was 13 and I would never forget this.
What? She was 114?
She was 114 and she was really funny. She used to tell like really nasty jokes. We would be, but okay, yeah, Big Mama was a trip. I would brush her hair. Her hair would come past her waist. At 114, still witty, still funny. And when she passed away, of course, I'm 13 years old dealing with a death. I'm not trying to figure out like, wow, this is real. And my aunt took us to the side and she said, we can't bury Big Mama right now because we don't have her birth certificate. And so my Big Mama, so the whole Blackfoot thing, what the gentleman before was talking about how they took our land. So my great grandfather's name is Charlie Horse Warren. There's no record because in Centerville, Texas, they burnt down the federal building. So my Big Mama didn't have a birth certificate. Even my grandmother who passed away, that was her mother. She passed away in 2016. No birth certificate. But my grandmother has her marriage certificate. You can find that. So, long story short, it stuck with me what I had to watch my grandmother and her siblings go through trying to bury their mother. I said, and right then and there, I said, I'm never doing a DNA test because she was telling us, you guys need to do a DNA test. You can get your college paid for. I knew at 13, I said, they don't know. They want to erase us because why would they burn down a federal building? And now we can't bury Big Mama because she doesn't have, we can't prove she exists.
Well, I didn't. That's my first time hearing that. They stopped burying her because y'all didn't have the birth certificate. It took us a long time before we were able to bury her. And she's buried. Wow.
Right now in the colored cemetery in Centerville, Texas. So I was able to look that up online. So I bought your genealogy book and I'm like, I don't even know how to find anything about Charlie Horse Warren. All I know, they said he would never work with white people. We had our own land. He refused to work with white people and he hated them. That's what I knew about, my great grandfather, and that he was full Blackfoot in Centerville, Texas, and he worked with any and everybody but them. He would refuse to work with them. They would come down.
What was he doing? What was his
He
occupation?
he was a farmer. He had like horses and chickens and like this garden, and that's what both my grandmothers on my mom and my dad's side, they did the same thing.
Did
right?
he sell any crop?
He did, but not to white people.
Nah, it didn't need to be the white people as long as he sold it to people within the county.
Yeah, he worked with people within that county. And then my aunt, my grandmother's sister, my great aunt, sold the house maybe, okay, when she passed away in early 2000. So in the 90s, she sold the house in the 90s.
Did that farm get sold with that house?
The farm part was taken later after he passed away. Okay. And my big mama, somehow she was able to buy a house not too far from the land.
It sounds like something was sold. Mm-hmm.
And so that's what we have. So the only thing I can find is that she's in the colored cemetery. And I know like names. I started calling people in the family that's older, that's still alive, to see what they knew. And they knew those stories.
Did they get married at a church?
No. Oh, and they all were born on the farm that he lived on. That's another thing. That's what I found out. That they all were born in the barn that was on the farm. Like my grandmama, all of them. All of her siblings, they were all born on the farm. And then Big Mama and her siblings was born on the farm.
And you didn't check the county records to see what they would have?
So I went back to the census just to see, and that's how I found out that's how I found my grandmother's marriage. Because see, back in the day, they did this, when they did the census, it was just, and I think you talked about it, like it was a person, it was an individual, and whatever you look like, that's how they checked you, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So I saw the census where
it's very judgmental.
Yeah, where it was my grandmother, my grandfather, my dad, and my uncle at the time of that particular census. That's just what I found so far. And it took like days to even find that. You know how they had it on microfiche. So I just needed to start somewhere. So I started there. Then I was able to, find Big Mama's grave, and they actually have it. I saved it and I printed that down. They have like a list of all the people who is buried in the Black Cemetery in Centerville, Texas. That's it, and it's called Leon County. So that was another thing. I kept looking for Centerville, Texas, but it's called Leon County.
Yeah,
so
you
I was
gotta
able
go by
to
the county.
Yeah, it's so
that's why I was asking you, did you get anything from the county?
Just where Big Mama was buried.
Now that's
so
online.
I don't know.
Can you visit them?
I can when I go back to Dallas. I mean, when I go back to Texas.
Yeah, because I want you to check to see what county, see what Leon County got as far as records are concerned, because they could have archived it. It could have been a library. They could have had their own governmental building and archive older records.
But
you just gotta see what the county did with their older records.
They said they don't have anything past. Well, that's what they said online. After the fire, they don't have anything before the fire.
When was the fire?
Like in the 20s? No.
1920s?
It had to be before the 20s. Okay, so grandmama was born in 1929. So yeah, it had to be before then. They said what they lost was like birth records and marriage records before the 20s.
And another thing is that each county also got backed up by the National Archives.
Back then?
The National Archives is the last resort.
In the 1800s? Even in the 1800s?
especially that late in the 1800s, yeah, you can still use National Archives. They'll pull up those records. Most of them will be on microfilm.
I hope so, because according to that, they didn't get a chance to get it back according to what I read online. So I was hoping that, you know how they say, oh, the Mormons have a list of
the Mormons are
everything.
going to have that. Yep. Unfortunately.
So,
but I mean, you could still try the National Archives. Well, if I were you, I would try Leon County first, then National Archives. Because if the Mormons got it, the National Archives should have it. Hopefully, they're gonna have something.
Yeah,
but that
so
means
that's
that the Mormons got it. That not everything got lost. So they lied and said a lot of stuff got burnt up in order to give it to the Mormons. The Mormons bought it up. Yeah, that's how they got the records.
It's always
they lied.
stealing.
They always that was the excuse. Oh, this got burnt down. That got burnt down because of the war. That was the excuse so they could steal the records. We just got to see if it was archived by more than one place. Hopefully, Leon County archived their stuff.
Yeah, I hope they
go
did
too far.
So that's what I'm gonna do. All that land I have down there, I'm gonna put it in a trust, but I have to go down there to do it.
And on top of that, we got to make sure that Leon County wasn't called something else before Leon County. That makes it even deeper on top of that. For example, if it was, let's just say it was Air Horn County before it was Leon County. Okay, Leon County say, oh, well, we not gonna have those records from the older version of that particular county. The National Archives will have it. You can automatically skip them and go straight to National Archives.
Okay. Yeah, that's good to know, because I've been wrecking my brain. I'm just like going in a circle because I refuse then. I just refused to do the whole DNA thing and 23andMe. And now we find out that my 13-year-old census was right, because they were selling our, I guess, our DNA samples to the pharmaceutical companies. And I think one company is being sued. Isn't it 23andMe, or is it another one? Another company is being sued.
I'm not sure. 23andMe went bankrupt.
Okay, so that's not it then.
They filed for bankruptcy just recently. I went over there. I went live when that happened.
Wow.
Yeah, that was just not too long ago. I want to say like a week or two ago. In fact, I need to follow up on that to see if they sold that company, because that's what they were trying to push to do. They was trying to get a buyer. I'm gonna look into that again.
This is just wild. But yeah, so that was what I, needed some guidance on, because I really want to see what really happened to Charlie Horse Warren, which is my great grandfather, and just get the scoop, the real scoop on,
I wonder why they call him Charlie Horse.
That was his name.
Because you know what a Charlie Horse is, right?
Yeah, I used to joke when I was little about, because I ran track, and I was like, yeah, that's my great grandfather coming. Because when you get them cramps in your legs.
Yeah, the cramps in your, that's a Charlie Horse.
Yeah, Charlie Horse Warren. And so all of them, they had like animal names, which I found was strange.
I went over this too, that our people nicknamed themselves, and it could have been based off of their skill on top of that, or it could have been based off of a trait.
He was known for how he took care of horses. He had a bunch of horses, my grandmother said that one time he had got really, really angry at one of the horses, and he whooped him, and she said she cried so when it happened. She had 3 of her fingers chopped off. This was on accident. My grandmother. Chopped off. Yeah, very beautiful woman. Not from him, but they lived on a farm, a barn. And she said her brother, that he was back there. They had axes and all that. So anyway, they were playing, and whatever this animal was came by, and it was I don't know if it was a raccoon or a rat or a possum, whatever it was. She got scared. So the same time she went to put her hand down to get up was the same time her brother came down to whack the thing in the head and accidentally chopped her fingers clean off. And when I tell you she's the best cook on the planet, she didn't miss a beat. Because I asked her, I was like, Grandma, what happened to your, 3 fingers? But anyway, yeah, they were these happy kids living on this farm, and it was like generations of this land, this farm.
Now, I'm pretty sure they probably had a farmhouse and then the barn, right? Like it was like a
it was separate from the house,
from the farmhouse. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she has
that barn is where they working out that barn.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be able to find that out. You'll be able to find that out, and I'm gonna speak that into existence. I don't want to.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna say it's gonna be hard and nothing like that. It's gonna pop right up. You ain't gotta go through the Mormons or join them in order to get the records. It's gonna pop right up.
Yeah, I don't want to go through the Mormons.
man, I swear to God, we need to sue them. Damn, we need to sue them.
All that whole thing is whack, and just the whole burning of the building. I would never forget that. I would never forget her face.
You could tell that they was done on purpose. Like
exactly.
They've been doing that in every state. They said that in every state, the records were burned. This building got burned down. That's an excuse so the Mormons can grab those records. We need to sue them.
Crazy.
We really do.
Yeah.
We really do. Either hand us some money or give us back all the records, or both.
I say both. Money and records. Money and records. So yeah, I really want to I know that you were saying how they're listening to you because of the whole Harriet Tubman thing and what they're doing. How can I get the curriculum?
Our curriculum?
Because I want to teach it. Yeah.
We gonna have to talk on the back end.
Okay. I really want to start teaching it to my kids. I work at a school in LA that is about 80% so-called Black.
Okay.
That's kind of unheard of right now, right?
Well, I mean, don't say no names. Don't say no names as we live. Okay. I mean, if we gonna do something, we gonna do something. You know what I mean? And I don't want no
I'm gonna stop right there.
But keep me posted. You know how to DM me in here?
So no, and I think I hit somebody. I think his name is Modest Priest. I'm like, I don't know how to use this app. Lady in Pink and all of that. Hats off.
You're not the only one. It's I know. Yeah, she was 77. I was like, wow. I was like, wow, she can use this app.
Yeah.
But the mods and the admins will be able to show you how to do that. But basically, you got to click my name and add me as a friend. On your side, you literally just click my name and add me as a friend, and you'll be able to DM me right there.
Okay. Click your name. I have to do it when I'm off because I'm holding the phone up to my ear because somehow I don't know how to put this phone on speaker and I talk on it all the time. It's the app. I'm not familiar.
No, it's the app. Yeah, it's the app. It's not your phone. Yeah. It's the app.
Yeah. But yeah, okay, yeah. So that bet, we need to hook up because I really, really, really want to do that. You gave me a starting point again with trying to go down there, get with the National Archives in the Leon County.
Leon County first before you go National Archives. I say go county first.
Yeah, okay, county first. That's fine. And what Trump is uncovering is real. It's real because what he's uncovering, that in which was taking place, has been hurting people like us, and that's what he's saying. That's what he's been saying. And I see if he didn't start doing it, I probably wouldn't. I probably would have it, but it means much more now that he's doing it because he's been exposing it from the government side. And so now we have the proof. So it makes it a little bit more believable because the people that he's exposing is the people that we would be going up against. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Which is government entities. Yeah.
And so, and I've been going through this for 10 years and I'm gonna stop talking because we're still in the middle of it, but the bottom line is it's corrupt and
but everything is going to work out, and I'm gonna put my little ask my, can I have a couple dollars, because I know y'all about to get cash money coming from that government, and it's probably gonna be in August, and I'm putting in my bid in right now. Though, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm accept that August. Come on, August.
it ain't gonna take that. It shouldn't take that long. As adamant as how how you are with it, and Ben, man, keep going. Don't stop.
No, we still got a couple of court dates up, and I'm not stopping. My grandmother worked too hard.
Man, that's
to do what she did.
I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Yeah, she worked too hard, and she was a very smart. Her and my grandfather, they worked for themselves. From Texas, professional gospel singers. She was a seamstress, by trade. They worked very hard to get this property here in California, and it's messed up that someone that looks like you helped the entity that we fight. That's not cool.
Unfortunately, it'd be our own people. Unfortunately,
and so that's what gives me the fervor from the inside of my belly to keep forging through. And I didn't give up even when it looked like I should have. I didn't, and I'm glad that I didn't. So
man, I'm glad you didn't stop, man, and I hope you don't stop ever.
I won't.
Yeah, she wants you to do that.
Yeah,
so that's a like, even though I'm playing around with donating to me and stuff like that, I'm literally playing around. I'm just trying to get you hyped up because I want you to continue with that. That's something that's not only owed to you, that's owed to your whole bloodline.
Yes.
Nobody living on that land right now, right?
Me.
Oh, right now you there?
Yeah.
And they gave it to somebody. Oh, no, another company has it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Tell them thank you. Let me get that back up off you.
Yeah. So I have not moved because it don't belong to them.
And don't forget, if we got folk out, you don't gotta say exactly where, because I know we on live, but we got folk in Cali. And I know them brothers don't play that. So all you gotta do is scream and they gonna yell. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
If you get to that point. You understand what I'm saying? But it shouldn't. It shouldn't.
Yeah.
But
10 years, nobody has ever heard of a situation like this. When I tell people,
first time ever.
Yeah, they're like, wait a minute, what? No, you still there? No. Oh yeah. Oh, they coming for you in 6 months. Oh, in a year. Oh, no. It's 10 years later. They like, now they're believers. They like, yeah, something wrong. Something ain't right. I told you that.
That was an irrevocable trust, and they took it. That's why I said something wrong. Something happened. That was fraudulently done, and based off of what you just told me, now we see where the fraud at, and there's more than one person involved. and the government involved. Yeah, nah, they got to come up off of that.
It's like, how do you fight against that?
Easy,
You see what
sue
I'm
that
saying?
ass. Sue that ass. That's why.
Yeah.
That's
That's
how.
just easy.
They can be held accountable too. Just like you said, Trump holding them accountable.
Right. And so that helped. That was a big help. And just to see that, trying to serve these people, and when you go to their place of business, it's
And they ain't
locked up
there?
and been locked up for years.
Yep.
Like, what? Why do
And
you still
spending
have this
cash
address?
money on that building. Yep.
Yes. But you want to try to take something that my grandmother worked hard for. No.
Is that subsidiary of the
Nope.
government still
I'm
active?
coming with the bow and arrow.
You hear me?
No.
Is that subsidiary
No,
of the government
they're
still
not.
active? They not?
No, they're
Interesting.
not. Nope. They were asked. I told you the Consumer Financial Bureau, the United States Consumer Financial Bureau, asked them to cease and desist. The consent order is like 40 pages. I'm gonna send you a friend request so I can send it to you.
Okay. Can you do that right now?
So when you read it, hold on.
Just click on my icon. Click on the little avatar.
Huh?
Click on the avatar.
Oh, the avatar. Okay. Oh, I see it. Okay, so let me.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. So I just sent the friend request. Do you see it?
Yep.
All right. So, if you send me, I can attach it as an email. There is no way I'm gonna be able to send it in this app. And I'll send it to you.
You can click and drag it. Yeah.
How?
People click and drag it. People send me that stuff all the time. And it's private. When you DMing me, it's only me and you. It ain't
So I
going
can
nowhere
click
else. And drag.
So it's
yes,
a
ma'am.
PDF. Okay. All right.
Yes, ma'am. And I get to pull it up on my
All right. Okay.
If it's too big of a file, it'll let you know.
Yeah, it's
but
40
you
pages.
should be good to go.
Okay.
Nah, that ain't big.
So when you read it, you're gonna see what they've been doing to people. And then so when I followed a lot of people from the CFB just to, I don't know, see if I can get someone in there, but I don't need it anymore because I got it. They were talking about an attorney was saying how she fought for people who were losing their homes and they laid her off, and she fought really hard for people, and all her hard work is going down the drain, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, wow, I wonder who do they choose to fight for. But the fact that they decided about 9 months ago to tell this company to stop operating because of their malicious and deceitful business practices is very telling. And that means they had to have researched it. Yep. I think people are doing these things because their hands are dirty. Just like I just found out that HUD laid off a whole bunch of people. Well, we all know that these things are done from the inside. So all of these people, so I feel like just because you're telling them or they don't exist anymore, they still need to be held accountable.
Absolutely.
For what you've done.
You
especially
got that right.
when we can prove it. Let me see.
You got that right. Let me just double check to make sure you good.
So what am I looking for?
The DM I just sent you.
Okay, hold on, because I don't want to say I'm
you gotta
this app is special.
Yeah, it's a little different, but once you see what's going on, you go get the hang of it. But I think it's all the way at the top left where you get to check your inbox.
Give me a second, because
Because I just sent it to you. I just sent something to. Hold on, let me do it again.
Oh, okay. So I'm out. How do I go to DM? Okay,
Right.
so did I just wait? Okay.
Yes, that's it right there. That's it.
This app, Lord. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
So I'm
What
gonna
you
have
just
to.
did, that's me.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna have to create a file because I see file. No.
Now you click and drag or up. It's like you doing an email. You literally attaching a file to me. Or sending the file
Oh
rather.
yeah, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I see it. Yeah. So
Some
what I'm gonna
PDFs,
do?
photos.
I see it where I
Videos is
click
limited
file.
in size though. If you gonna send me a video, it's gonna be limited in size.
Okay. So I'm going to save it as a file, and then boom, I could just send it. It's because it's in my email. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
So this is the consent order. So basically, it's like a court document that
You know I'm ready. I'm nosy as hell. It's right up my alley.
Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me see.
That's one thing that all of y'all can say about me. Dane Calloway nosy. And I ain't got no shame in my game. I will tell you, I'm nosy. I want to know. Especially if it's interesting. Straight up. I want to know.
Hold on. Consent.
And I'm going to be the one, you don't know something and I want to know, I'm going to go find out. Come back to you. Look, this is what I found.
Consent order.
Wait, what Faith at? Faith? Hold on. Let me put my glasses on. God damn it. Hold on, wait a minute.
Okay.
Faith, you need to come in here. You need to come in
All
in
right,
the
I got
13%.
it. Yes, 40 pages. So it's loading. Give me a second.
Take your time. Take your time. Keep in mind that at any time, it's no rush. You can send that to me at any time.
Okay,
Wait,
did you
like
get
you
it?
just sent it to me. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I'm looking at it now. Okay.
Funky bastards. I keep forgetting this is live on YouTube.
This is what you sent to them?
So when you sue someone, you have to serve them, letting them know that they're being sued, and then you have to also show all of your proof. You can't go to
The
court.
reason why I know this is because I've been sued before.
Okay,
and they lost, by the way.
Okay, so yeah, I had to.
And it's got the disposition in it and like all the reasonings. I'm looking at it now.
Mm-hmm. Wow, it's wild.
I'm gonna have to read through this. This ain't nothing to skip past.
Yeah, that's just one. That's the main one, but
Yeah, my nosy ass gonna read this.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I hope y'all can find them.
So the company that I have, they that's how I know who's who. They can find anybody. They can find anybody.
You seen what they did to me in the chat.
Hold on, let me go to the chat because
They talking about I'm nosy. Did you see that person walking with a long nose?
The chat
That's how
goes
they do me.
up. We
Look
go
how
up
they
in the
do me.
chat.
Dang, put your glasses on. Look.
Hold on, let me go to the chat.
Y'all missed it. Y'all need to be in the 13%.
Man, they ain't shit. They ain't shit. They ain't.
They calling me. Lord. They frying me right now. They ain't helping people can be your job. Ain't that what it is right now? Miss Wanda Austin, ain't that what it is right now? Here I am up at 2:30 in the morning.
Oh my God. Yeah, we be cutting up. Something wrong with us.
And as soon as I said that, my wife texted me. I swear she just texted me. All right, let me, okay. Yeah, it's that time. I said, I've been there since 2:30. She sent me a text right away. I'm going to look into this. Probably when I get back up and drink my coffee, I'm going to look into it. You go pop back up here later on? Because we going to go live again later on today.
Hello?
You can't hear me?
Okay, what did you say now?
No, I said you go pop back up in here later on?
Yeah, so what time is that?
I don't know, to be honest
Okay,
with you.
okay, no, it's fine, because I'll get a notice and it's Sunday. Yeah, I'll be able to.
Wait, it's Sunday?
Wait a minute, hold on.
No,
Is it Sunday?
I don't know. Wait, you could be right.
Don't do me like that.
No, I can't remember. Listen, we in the same boat. I don't know what day it is. They saying it's Easter Sunday? Oh, okay, we're going to have some fun with Easter real quick.
Oh, okay.
I got something for y'all. All right. So, all right. Okay. All right, bet. So later on, I'm going to look at, when I get up, I'm going to drink some coffee and look at it so I can be well versed on it. But keep me posted.
I will.
Okay. And that's how you contact me.
All right. And y'all send me good energy, y'all. You know, I'm going up. I'm going up against the beast with 5 heads. So, yeah.
Let me drop a bomb for you in the drink right now. I appreciate it, sister.
What is it? Wado?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Wado. All right, y'all. Yeah, my wife texted me, hit me with a text. Hold on, let me acknowledge. Hold on 1 second. I know she's looking at me. Hold up. Hold on. Okay. She may not say nothing in the chat. Whatever chat she choose. Yeah, it's late. It's late. Oh, there she go. There go my wife right there. There she go. So she is watching. Tanisha Calloway. Those of you who are not subbed to Tanisha Calloway, go click on her name right now. Matter of fact, let me I said say something in the chat. She go put stars in the chat. Hold on. Here go baby right here. All right, let me get off of here. Yeah, I'm in trouble. Let me get off of here. I'm gonna see y'all later on. It's Easter Sunday. We're gonna have some fun. Let me do what I do. That was beautiful. Let me take a screenshot. I swear to God, I'm screenshotting those people that I missed. I got y'all. I just took the screenshot. We go pick this back up a little later on today. Y'all take care. Shout out to those of you all that did donations and stuff like that too. I'm gonna read them. I promise. I'm gonna read them later on when I get back on. Okay. But yeah, when she sent me the text and the message that she sent, I gotta go. I'm gonna see y'all later on today. I love y'all. Wado. My silly self, I hit the countdown instead of the outro. My bad. Hold up. Hit the wrong button.
I'm just here to make you think.
Yeah, DNA.